All 10,000 saviors gathered for the trials. At that moment, the protagonist didn't realize the gravity of the situation. Apart from him, there were 9,999 cultivators to be faced with. The forces of evil were also flourishing. The day of the descent of the higher powers was approaching, which would happen in a year. A system window appeared in front of the guy, revealing the rewards for entering. The first day was the power of a 1,000-year-old monster. The second day was the battle experience of a legendary demon. With this gift, on the 30th day, he would be able to destroy stars with a single strike. The 3 agents surrounded the girl in her chamber, but the maiden's brother stood up for her, saying that he had quit and had nothing to do with them. Boss Shu got into the dialogue and told his guards to put down their guns. After all, they are decent people. Chumo's sister lost her parents and her brother had to raise her by himself. But even before enjoying all the delights of life, the girl became seriously ill. The company helped Chumo pay the medical bills to keep her alive. The guy replied that he would reimburse all the expenses paid by the company, because in the end, the young man could only quit his job. Mr. Shu asked him not to forget that Chu had personally asked to be appointed as the head of the finance department, even though it was out of desperation and for the sake of saving his sister. The man believed in karma, but Chumo personally agreed to the terms for the sake of his sister, and then suddenly quit. The boss realized that brother didn't want his sister to be in danger. The guy saw it as a threat and got angry. The guards took Chumo and held him down while he tried to break free to throw Mr. Shu away from his sister. The man replied that he was not a monster. He couldn't bear to see the poor girl suffer. The government funded the amusement park project. Someone had to take responsibility for the failure of the project and apologize, commit suicide. The offer to take responsibility went to Chumo, because if he helped restore the company to its former reputation, they would help his sister and pay medical bills for decades to come. Before he left, Boss Shu asked the young man to think hard about the deal and come to the company the next day. The next day, Chomu decided to come to negotiate with Mr. Shu after all. Inside the company, the protagonist met Xiaoxiaomeng. The girl was happy to see him and wanted to say something to the boss. Xiaoxiaomeng and Chumo went to the rooftop alone. The protagonist was not in the mood, for a private conversation with the girl fell at a bad time. The shy lady still decided to bring the dialogue to an end. She said that all this time, Chumo liked her. The guy was indifferent to this confession because at the moment his thoughts were circulating in another direction. Xiaoxiaomeng wanted to at least give Chumo a farewell gift. She had heard that if he left the company alive, Boss Shu would pin the responsibility of the amusement park project on her. Therefore, for Xiaoxiaomeng's personal good, Chumo had to die by the hand that would push him off the roof. Realizing that the fall was imminent, Chumo managed to grasp the girl's hand and pull her down with him. The couple began to fall from the tall building, both of them realizing that from this collision, the two of them would die. But suddenly, a dragon gate appeared on the ground. A bright light cut it open, and a giant hand opened up. Chumo rejoiced at the door that appeared, thinking that this was a great chance for survival. At the last moment, the dragon gate closed intentionally, with only the dragon's eyes shining on it, as well as its smile. The first to collide with the ground was Xiaoxiaomeng, who immediately appeared dead, startling the passers-by. The main character turned out to be alive to his surprise. After falling from the top floor, he survived. The street and the building nearby belonged to the company, but there was not a single person around. Wondering, Chumo heard a strange voice that said that all 10,000 saviors had arrived to start the trial. Before the guy could recover, a black-haired girl told him to get out of the way. Jumping into the air, the maiden swung her sword and slashed the monster that had suddenly appeared. The light from the girl's attack depicted a pink star, and Chumo had more and more questions. The stranger said that only selected cultivators could enter the secret world to pass the test. Not only did the monster almost kill Chumo, he was in the secret world as an ordinary person. The maiden told the bad news, because once the trial begins, this place cannot be left. It is necessary to wait for the completion of the task, but the surrounding area was swarming with monsters. Yutong suggested that Chumo stay with her for a while so as not to die. Another stranger told the girl that the secret world was not a place for charity. This stranger turned out to be a yellow-haired guy, along with his guards. He stated that even for cultivators, this place was quite dangerous, and the burden in the form of a human was the key factor for Yutong to leave the team. The girl turned to Mr. Chen and didn't understand if he wanted to leave the man to his fate. Chumo asked Yutong not to worry. He only thanked her for recently saving his life. No matter what, the protagonist wanted to get out of the secret world alive since he had a reason to return. His sister was waiting. Chen couldn't believe that a mortal dared to open his mouth, although he was curious to see Chumo's face when he lost hope. Immediately after saying these words, the cultivators disappeared. Their words were quite convincing, and Chumo even believed that Yutong would stay with him. But as a bonus, Yutong had left a sword for the guy before she left, which he didn't know how to use. While Chumo was pondering his plan of action, a system window with reward information appeared in front of him. The window seemed strange, but the young man decided to test its veracity by picking up the daily reward. Suddenly, Chumo's reward for logging in on the first day was the power of a 1,000-year monster. An aura covered his body, and he smelled a surge of new strength within him. When the invasion was detected in the real world, the secret world was on the way. 10,000 cultivators were granted savior status. The events of the secret world were broadcast live and were a link to the fate of mankind. Every single citizen noticed a change in their phones, which automatically downloaded the secret world's live broadcast app. The citizens feared for their lives, so they decided to watch the events from the secret world through the app. The secret world is the golden mean between the real world and the other world. Cultivators of ancient times built the secret world as a defensive frontier on Earth to resist invasion from other worlds. Suddenly, a virtual girl named Li Liu Jiang appeared on the screens as the host. She revealed that there were 2 other presenters beside her. The other presenters were the 6th elder of Taiho Temple, Ji Sheng, and the world's most popular Adol beauty, Mrs. Yi Shuang. Li wanted to know what the other presenters could share before the broadcast officially began. The elder said that the various sects of cultivators were ready to invade other worlds. The monsters were ferocious, but the cultivator generation didn't miss the opportunity to fight. Idol thought Jisheng's point was encouraging, but she reminded them that the app had a feature that allowed them to give rewards. Each day, viewers' live broadcast accounts would generate a different amount of fate coins that could be used to reward their favorite savior. Later, Virtual Li was going to recommend a savior to look forward to on the livestream. Viewers could also choose to watch exclusive live broadcast rooms of different saviors. The first savior turned out to be Chen Fan, who was begging for mercy. When the presenter started the broadcast, the others were ecstatic, but they immediately witnessed the death of a cultivator. The presenters realized that with their first failed room, they had greatly embarrassed themselves in front of their viewers. As soon as Li Liu Jiang opened the next room, they saw the same scene, the cultivator losing to the monster. Adol apologized to her subscribers that the presenters didn't live up to their expectations. This was supposed to be a broadcast of bloody battles, not cries of salvation. Jisheng also didn't understand why this was happening. After all, the first trial in the secret world shouldn't have been so difficult. Suddenly, a notification appeared, reporting that the supernatural forces from the other world had increased the offensive power, and the difficulty of the trial had increased. For the first time, the trial difficulty of the secret world would reach the upper limit of level F, and 500-year-old monsters would appear. The elder was puzzled. He revealed that the longer a monster lived, the stronger it was at depleting spiritual energy, or the earth. The combat power of the current strongest cultivator was equivalent to 1,000 years of monster life. But the younger cultivators were weaker and could barely get even with a 300-year-old enemy. For the future of the land, the saviors fought against the extremely dangerous monsters, and the fate coins supported them. Chumo was next on the broadcast, enjoying his food while the virtual girl joked that not everyone was fighting at this moment. Yishuang thought the guy was strong, as he was too calm. The elder quickly changed the idol's opinion since Chumo didn't possess spiritual power. For some reason, the secret world had chosen a mortal. The protagonist continued his feast as the presenters mocked him. Many of the strongest cultivators were disgraced in the secret world, and an ordinary person didn't stand a chance at all. The number of spectators suddenly increased. A strange dark trail appeared outside the door, and the presenter kept saying that it wasn't worth wasting fate coins on a person. In an instant, the monster fully revealed itself in front of the young man, piquing the interest of the viewers and the commentators. Although everyone was extremely certain of Chumo's imminent death, he was quite calm when he noticed the enemy. Yishuang had noticed that the secret world had unexpectedly summoned an ordinary person to become the savior of the world, so she wanted the elder to release him. Unfortunately, Jisheng could not do so, for the secret world had been created by cultivators from ancient times. Moreover, it was too late. Facing a 100-year-old monster, Chumo wouldn't even live for 3 seconds. The protagonist looked at the monster. The monster had 6 eyes, and was larger than the monster he had seen before. Although Chumo had obtained the strength of a 1,000-year monster thanks to the system, he was still excited. Jumping back from the blow, the guy was confident that he would be able to dodge since the monster's speed was low. The monster looked at his hand. There was no Chumo there. He had cleverly disappeared. Although it seemed like he was a normal person, the monster seemed slow, but with a high level of defense. The counter-injuries inflicted by its attack were enough to kill Chumo. The protagonist took up the sword that Yutong had left for him to slay the defensive monster. Chumo deftly attacked, but his strike, although it hit clearly, only the monster was much stronger. The monster tricked the guy into attacking so that he would take damage from his own attack, but the sword saved Chumo from damaging himself. The onlookers noticed that Elder G was wrong, as the man had lasted much longer than 3 seconds. The unfamiliar guy was incredible. Not only did he touch the monster, but he also dodged its blow. The virtual girl was marveled at Chumo's skills in battling the 100-year-old monster. Idol shared the same opinion. It was all down to the fact that Chumo would probably be able to kill the monster. Even Elder G had underestimated the guy. For judging from the fight, Chumo should have been a martial artist. Unfortunately, skill would not help in battle, as the monster could only be injured by spiritual attacks. Soon, the protagonist found himself at a dead end, and there was no way to dodge. The monster lured him to this point with a perimeter dodge. Chumo could only take a chance, pretending to attack and pushing the enemy away from him. As long as the monster hesitated, this could be an opportunity to escape the stalemate. The young man raised his hand and struck the monster, which created a bright light around its body. The enemy did not choose to retreat for some reason, and Chumo's strength in attacking was able to cut the monster apart. Elder Z's words turned out to be untrue, and the spectators were fanaticized by the show Chumo had put on. Due to such a good performance, the onlookers started to give the guy fortune coins. Another sound of notification raised the guy's strength by 50 points because of the 5,000 fortune coins given to him. The agent excitedly turned to Mr. Shu. The situation was bad for them. Chumo found himself in a live broadcast. The boss didn't worry about it, although the agent added that it was a live broadcast of the secret world, on which the guy managed to kill a monster. The Lord's countenance didn't change. He was already aware of it. The last decision was to put the blame for the failure of the project on Xiaoxiaomeng. The death of that girl was a step towards Boss Shu's reconciliation with Chumo, as he decided to pay for his sister's medical expenses. The subject asked the boss to keep in mind that there was no way Chumo wanted to reconcile with the company. Mr. Shu was not going to reconcile with him because he was afraid, on the contrary, for the social elite. The existence of cultivators was never a secret. The boss could ask several cultivators to besiege Chumo at any time. If he was unwilling to reconcile, he could only die. Li announced that an hour had passed since the activation of the secret world. The situation had changed, and the cultivators continued to defeat the powerful monsters. The girls were jokingly referring to Elder G, who was making the biggest effect on the viewers, commenting on Chumo's transmission. Jixing was not in the mood as the situation of the secret world was much less optimistic. From the appearance of 100-year-old monsters and then older individuals, things were getting worse. The difficulty of the trials of the secret world would increase with time, but Li's point of view on this topic was different. The virtual girl believed that the saviors were fighting for their lives, and they should believe in them, for no one thought that Chumo would kill a 100-year-old monster. When the broadcast returned to Chumo's perspective, he was sleeping. This was quite dangerous considering the monsters around him. The man's antics did not please Liu Jiang. Chumo wasn't a cultivator, so it wasn't worth demanding much from him. The man was in agreement with this. After all, he was a mere mortal. Although Chumo had defeated the monster with a single blow, it was much harder than it looked. Idol also found the guy's condition disappointing. Since Bingjun had just been mentioned, it was worth moving on to his transmission. Bai was on the rooftop, holding his sword in his hands. He prepared for battle. The onlookers immediately began to reward him with coins, thus wishing him good luck. A monster representing a scolopendra attacked him, summoning a strong laser from his mouth. The broadcast screen began to be covered in smoke due to the monster's destructive power. Elder G was puzzled as the scolopendra appeared to be a 300-year-old monster. It could be compared to a challenge just before death. The virtual girl swept up. There were a few saviors who had previously defeated 300-year-old monsters. But this was different. As such monsters were killed by disciples of the 4 major sects, their abilities and talents were at the highest level. Bingjun was an ordinary practitioner without his sect. The guy had only killed a 200-year-old enemy before. The discussion was cut short as the smoke began to dissipate. There wasn't a single wound on the guy's body. He was disappointed that the monster's strength was so low. The spectators were discouraged by Elder G's comments, as he was once again proven wrong. Behind Bai were ruins. Suddenly, Chumo, who was thought to be the reason behind Elder G's erroneous predictions, came out of them. The protagonist wanted to sleep, but the building collapsed. The monster looked like a serious opponent, so the guy felt that Bai needed help. The cultivator convinced Chumo not to move. For a 300-year-old monster, he was quite enough. Bai Bingjun possessed a supreme kendo technique, so he was able to deliver a devastating blow with his sword. The cultivator chopped off the head of the 300-year-old scolopendra with just one blow, winning the hearts of the spectators. But suddenly, the scolopendra began to regenerate, so fast that its head reversed in a split second. Moreover, the monster had become much stronger spiritually, and its attacks became greater than before. This time, Bai decided to strike at the enemy's body, using a mountain-crushing punch. Such a strong strike managed to not only hit the monster, but also spread throughout the entire street. Chumo at this time sat and watched the scene, snacking on the good sight. As time passed, the cultivator used more and more different attacks while the young man filled his belly. The broadcast continued to record many deadly attacks on the monster, but it regenerated over and over again. Lai was also disappointed from this sight. She wanted to see if it was possible to defeat this monster at all. The elder replied that monsters with fast regeneration are the hardest to kill. Unless a fatal wound is inflicted in an instant, the monster won't die. Properly, multiple cultivators of the same level should launch an attack from all sides at the same time. Bai Bingjun's strength was not inferior to the disciples of the four major sects. In ancient times, when the earth was abundantly imbued with spiritual energy, his achievements would have been unimaginable. But the guy wouldn't be able to survive this battle. The swordsman despaired. But he didn't want to accept his death even though his spiritual and physical strength was coming to an end. When his spiritual energy was depleted, Bai continued to believe in the ancient myths. After giving up his family inheritance, going through all sorts of trials, and finally finding a sect of cultivators, everyone kept telling him that Bai had no talent. A desperate cultivator had to win the title of savior. On the path of cultivation, there was no need to slow down one step. Only taking advantage of every opportunity given could one reach the peak. After all the hard work Bai had put into his sword art, he couldn't die so easily. The ancient secret art he had learned had a high risk of death. But there was no choice left. Sooner or later, all living things would return to their beginning. So the swordsman went to extreme measures against the terrifying monster. Chumo continued to watch the violent bursts of power and astonishing special effects on the battlefield. When the fight subsided, Chumo decided to go and check out the location of the battle, for it seemed that Bai Bingjun was injured. The swordsman was weakened and could barely stay on his feet. The protagonist wanted to see how the cultivator was feeling. Bai thought that he had defeated the monster, but to his surprise, the monster was in good health. This was the final moment. The monster wanted to attack again, and Bai didn't have the strength to run away. Chumo couldn't indifferently watch this. He put out his hand and protected the swordsman from death. A little later, the cultivator apologized for his behavior earlier. He realized that this battle was not his level. In the fifth secret world, disciples of small, unknown sects had gathered, and Bai was very lucky to meet Chumo. Half of the scolopendra's body was destroyed. Bai realized that they needed to team up for victory. The protagonist thought the scolopendra was already dead, but Bai discovered the monster's super-fast regeneration ability. It would take at least 4 cultivators of the same level to fight this kind of monster. A strike together would finish off the monster, but Bai had exhausted his strength, so the winner would have to be determined in the next attack. Chumo considered himself careless, so he decided to go along with the idea of attacking together. The swordsman began to prepare for the attack. The purpose of the strike was to attack at the moment the monster regenerated in order to achieve maximum damage. 5 seconds were allotted for preparation, but Chumo couldn't find any space in those 5 seconds. More than a minute passed. The monster's body didn't move at all, and the guys doubted the monster's regeneration. At this time, Bai started coughing up blood. He was overdoing it by keeping himself in fighting condition after putting a lot of strain on his body. Bai was too deep in his thoughts and forgot about the side effects after his last attack. The guy's eyes became bloodshot, and the spiritual power slowly began to leave his body. Gusts of power began to burst out of Bai's body. He didn't want to die, but he couldn't resist it. The skillful cultivator's body was torn apart by the explosion. Chumo managed to jump back from the impact. Not even ashes remained from the explosion. Chumo couldn't tell if it was the monster's attack or something else. The spectators realized that the monster was dead, and Bai Mingjun had blown himself up for no reason. Idol marveled at such an unexpected result, for the named elder mortal showed incredible power. Jisheng regretted Bai Mingjun's death. He had died due to overusing a technique beyond his body's limits. Chumo's technique reminded the elder of a long-lost cultivator sect. This sect strived for the unity of nature and man. During battle, they used their own ki as a bridge to release a spiritual power that was unfathomable to themselves. While the others were absorbing power from outside, this sect was receiving the power of heaven and earth, its purest form. The body refinement sect copied the monsters, transforming the spiritual energy, ki, into pure power. However, the human body had limits, and this sect only reached the power of a 1,000-year-old monster. Chumo used pure power in battle, so Jisheng considered him a follower of that sect. When Boss Shu learned about the body refinement powers and the sudden killing of the 300-year-old monster, he was frightened by Chumo's strength. The agent recalled that the Lord could ask a few cultivators to besiege a guy who could reach the power of a 1,000-year-old monster at most, but no more than that. Boss Shu was puzzled. Now in a world where there was almost no spiritual energy left, the strongest cultivator had the power of a 1,000-year-old monster at most, and Chumo easily defeated a 300-year-old monster. The subordinate said that the boss had all this time, solved problems despite their difficulty. Boss Shu realized that it was still not a dead end, but the theme park project was headed by Li Hanlin, the third son of the Li family. As it is, they have to stall for time for Li to deal with the situation, and the agent will have the most important task of all, lusting after Chumo's sister. To keep the others safe, the boss asked the agent to tell the news that it's their day off today. The agent thought this suggestion was incorrect because the company's security was too weak. Boss Shu knew what he was doing, so he didn't want his employees to die in vain. From a street hooligan, step by step, Shu had become what he was now. But with each step, he left a trail, and to avoid going to hell to atone for his sins, the boss was going to fight for his life. Before going to hell, Mr. Shu had to see the landscape from above. At this time, the events in the secret world were heating up. The injured guy was screaming Yutong was running away. The problem was that the flying monster was rampaging, and the strength of the cultivators was not enough to defeat it. The girl hid. All of her allies ended up dead. They were supposed to kill the monsters, raising their level and saving the world in the process. But it all turned out to be a cheat. Yutong regretted believing the propaganda of the secret world. She had had enough, for the girl had reached her limit. Unfortunately, she wouldn't be able to run away forever, waiting for the trials of the secret world to end. While the girl was snapping, Chumo was wandering around the city and happened to bump into Yutong on his way. A smile appeared on her face, for the mortal she met at the beginning of the trial was still alive. Yutong was surprised that Chumo was able to survive in a world full of demonic monsters. The protagonist replied that he was only lucky until now. He also decided to thank the girl for the broken sword. After some questions, Yutong revealed that her partners were dead. They were following a dream. They wanted to become heroes and save the world. But the small ruined sect shouldn't have hoped for the best. No matter how hard they worked, cultivators were no match for the core disciples of big sects. To the monsters of the secret world, they were just an appetizer. Chumo also found the power of the monsters of the secret world to be quite terrifying. Just a short while ago, a cultivator had exploded in front of his eyes. Yutong and Chumo made a joint decision to find a place to hide. And when the strongest cultivators killed the final boss, they could return to the real world. People watched this through the broadcast, scoffing at the girl's suggestion to protect Chumo. The couple went to find a safe place, and suddenly the guy heard some sounds nearby. When Yutong turned around to look at the source of the sounds, a large monster appeared in front of her. The frightened girl rushed back. They decided to run to the nearest big building. The monster had met the girl on the way before, but that time she managed to escape from the coming danger. Yutong took Chumo in her arms while he doubted the validity of her words, which stunned him. A little later, the guys managed to escape from the monster, and the guy apologized to her for not trusting her. A tired Yutong added that the eye monster has very sharp eyesight, but its hearing and touch are poor. In large buildings with complex layouts, it was easy to hide from such enemies. Right now they were safe, but they needed to be careful. Chumo looked at the layout of the building and knew that there was a staircase to the left. The girl refused to walk up the stairs and said that it would be better to use the elevator. As it turned out, the secret world was an exact replica of the normal world. including the power system, so the elevator worked as usual. That wasn't what Chumo meant. He thought that if they took the stairs, it would be safer that way. Yutong asked to think of her, for she had been running away ever since she entered the secret world, while dragging the guy in her arms. The protagonist did not expect such a response, for he had previously thought that cultivators were many times stronger. The girl thought that nothing terrible would happen if they used the elevator, for the monster did not seem smart enough to use the elevator. But to the guy's surprise, when they arrived at the elevator, the inside was full of the corpses of strangers. Chumo noticed that there were monsters in this world that had learned how to use the elevator. Based on the injuries of the corpses, Yutong speculated that the building might have been under the control of another monster, or the Flying Eye originally wanted to drive the group into this building due to chasing after them. The girl stated that there was little time for hiding. If they were discovered by two monsters, they would be doomed. Recalling the layout of the building once again, Chumo led the girl to the upper floors where the offices were located. When the couple hid, the Flying Eye was on the same floor where the offices were located. They were under a desk while the monster explored the surroundings. Hiding seemed unsafe, but at least the monster couldn't hear them. The observers continued to watch Chumo's adventures, believing that he could die if he threw himself into a run. The monster used its offshoots in the form of small eyes to look under tables. The enemy's tentacles were quite flexible, and its body had an unusual structure. Yutong asked Chumo to run away if the monster spotted them. The protagonist said that he could help too, as he had once defeated a monster that was 100 years old. Yutong's voice was trembling, but she said that it was the cultivator's duty to protect the common people. Chumo replied to the girl not to seem brave, for he too could help. But the dialogue was interrupted as certain sounds were coming closer to them. The girl couldn't hear anything, having picked up on the young man's keen hearing, and if he was in on the Flying Eye, the boys made good partners. The boy said that now was not a good time for jokes, and the monster's footsteps grew louder with each successive movement. Yutong thought that now was the best time, for only fate could determine their future at the moment. Chumo held his head. He did not know what to do, believing the girl's words to be true. From the distance of the corridor, a strange monster could be seen. A monster with small legs, green skin, and an upturned face with some parts of it extremely large. Suddenly, a feeling of death swept over the girl. The pressure that appeared came from the 300-year-old monster. Yutong was scared out of her wits. The monster was too close to their table, and the girl didn't believe that they would be able to defeat it. On the broadcast, the two monsters could be seen walking around the room and commiserating frequently. The monster's eyes reached Chumo's place. He reported in his language that he had finally found them. The second monster placed a hand on his head, which quite frightened the levitating eye. The green monster also didn't like putting its hand on the eye's head, but its poor hearing forced it to do so. As it turned out, the monster warned the eye that Chumo was a dangerous guy. The enemies didn't know why Chumo was hiding, but his danger was true, so it was worth leaving them alone. Eye decided to take his fellow man's advice, so he rushed to the exit of the building. The boys got out of hiding. They were glad the monsters were gone, though they didn't understand the reason for their departure. Once outside, the system alerted the saviors to the appearance of the final boss of the mission, a 500-year-old monster. Yutong didn't want to speculate whether such a monster could be defeated, so she decided to find a place to hide first. The protagonist looked around and noticed that they were on Shuangyun Street, where the boss should appear. A beam of light headed down. Chumo stood and watched for the boss to appear while Yutong convinced him to run away. When the guys ran away but still managed to see the boss, the 500-year-old monster was much more terrifying than all the enemies before him. Chumo speculated that the secret world might have been sending fake news, which Yutong thought was possible. The reasoning was interrupted by a gray-haired boy. The stranger asked the guys to stop. The boy looked like he was from the Taishuan Sect. He offered to join them to defeat the final boss. Yutong took the initiative of the dialogue and refused, as she and Chumo were looking for an opportunity to escape. There was no way the guy could accept such an answer, for no one would be able to pass the test by escaping. The other secret worlds were dominated by disciples of great sects, some of whom were capable of killing a 500-year-old monster. In this world, only trash was collected. No cultivator would be able to defeat the final boss, especially since some would flee. The Taishuan sect had a magic artifact, the Thunder Amphora, which could be used to defeat a 500-year-old monster, but it needed time to activate. Before the artifact could be activated, the other cultivators must find a way to delay the monster. As if out of nowhere, another cultivator appeared and informed the gray-haired Yan Xingjian that he had returned, praising his efforts. Yan revealed to the young master that in addition to the sect members, 164 people had been found. Although 2,500 people had entered the fifth secret world, the difficulty of the secret world trial had increased too quickly, and the number of people who died in the battle had far exceeded expectations. The young master still wasn't worried, though, as this amount of cultivators would be enough to delay the boss. The Thunder Amphora is one of the most valuable artifacts in the Taishuan Sike, and it could only be used once. The amphora was given to the young master because he was too weak, but at first, the master didn't want to accept such a gift. The master did not want to use the artifact to kill the boss, as it would cause a lot of deaths. The father asked his son not to forget that by killing the boss, he could become stronger by relying on the audience's rewards, coins of fate. The master contradicted, as it was in his power to kill the final boss, and without any tricks. For father, it turned out to be a different matter. The dream of the entire sect was to join the gathering of the 4 major sects. In the past, this would have been a joke, except that after working hard for 30 years, father had turned the Taishuan sect into the strongest sect, not counting the 4 major sects, and that was the limit. Even the most ordinary disciples of the 4 major sects humiliated Taishuan in every way possible. In the eyes of the world, there were only 2 types of cultivators, the ordinary ones and the members of the 4 major factions. The Taishuan sect had always been trash, but with the emergence of the secret world, there was a chance to turn out to be leaders. The cultivators of the 5th secret world must learn what fear and despair are. And then the master would become a hero by killing the final boss. He still felt guilty about this plan, but he had to do it for the good of his sect. Weak cultivators expressed their discontent. Mauling the artifact could be an excuse to turn the others into cannon fodder. On the opinion of the others, young master Luo Tiancheng had a very good reputation and could not lie. If the cultivators killed the boss, they would get a lot of fate coins, but it was worth being realistic, as only one would get them. Yutong insisted that Chumo should run away since he was an ordinary mortal, unlike all the cultivators. The girl was surprised when she learned that the protagonist could increase his combat power with the help of fate coins. Soon after Chumo entered the secret world, he was lucky enough to be rewarded with fate coins that strengthened him. This was normal, since endlessly increasing one's combat power by rewarding fate coins to a savior. Then one could create an invincible god. The coin energy was pure spiritual power, but there was a limit to what a cultivator could hold in his body. Normally, only cultivators could turn coin energy into spiritual power, but Chumo was an exception. Even after that, Yutong couldn't sense any spiritual power from the guy. The guy jokingly stated that he was tired of hiding his strength and would reveal it now. The girl laughed, noting that his words were exactly the same as the Manchu quotes. Chumo was quite surprised, because he didn't even think that cultivators also read manhwa like other people. Due to the depletion of the Earth's spiritual energy, no matter how hard they practiced, it was hard to see progress. Under such circumstances, only a few practitioners with outstanding talents are able to increase their potential. A group of people came to the boss, thanking him for his kindness. Mr. Shu said that it was only a pledge. The cultivators were going to carefully do their work, but they felt that 3 people were too many against 1 person. Boss Shu didn't think it was a problem. After all, he had already sent out information about Chumo defeating the 300-year-old monster. Defeating a 300-year-old monster was surprising, but Chumo was an ordinary person, so all of his skills were brute strength. The cultivator also noticed that the spiritual energy of the earth was depleted, and the combat power increased by the fate coins of the cultivators in the secret world was almost all dissipated on the earth. Boss Chu changed the topic of conversation, showing the screen where the cultivators were about to defeat a 500-year-old monster. The Lord also reassured the cultivators that if Chumo died inside the secret dimension, they would still receive the promised reward. The sudden surge of aura worried the cultivators, for the spiritual power was immeasurably large. A stranger appeared in the doorway. Boss Shu reassured the workers after all. This was a distinguished guest, a specially invited master to solve the problems with Chumo, and a senior advisor of the Li family. Yan warned Master Luo that all the cultivators had taken up positions around the perimeter of the final boss territory. According to the plan, once the monster left the light beam, the cultivators would take turns to launch an attack, preventing the boss from getting close to the Thunder Amphora. Luo convinced his friend that he would use the artifact as soon as it was ready to avoid unnecessary losses. Chumo didn't understand why they wouldn't attack together. Yutong replied that if everyone attacked the monster, they would lose in a minute. By splitting into 50 groups, attacking one by one, they would gain time. This logic was not convincing to Chumo, because in this scenario, the first group that the monster would pay attention to would be in the most danger. Yutong understood this, but there was no choice. Sacrificing a few people and saving the majority would be much better. The guys got to talking, as Yutong uttered a phrase from an unpopular manhwa that came out over 100 years ago. As it turned out, Chumo was also a fan of this piece of writing. The girl even wanted to introduce Chumo to the author of the manhwa after they got out of the secret world. The news brought a smile to his face, for Tsushiyama had never participated in any events, and getting his autograph was almost impossible. In fact, Tsushiyama was also a cultivator, only spinning around in practitioner circles. Yutong's face took on a joyful expression, and she added that Chumo had another reason to live, his sister. Almost forgetting the main reason, the guy nodded and firmly decided that they would survive the secret world. The beam that signified the appearance of the final boss changed its color and began to dissipate. A tall humanoid beast appeared before the cultivators. It revealed that in order to enter the secret world, the boss had specifically asked the Lord of Gods to lower his combat strength. The beast only wanted to hunt, to taste the blood and flesh of the cultivators here. The first 3 fell victim to the final boss, but decided to fight back with their own strength. 2 were immediately attacked. The wolf struck the Sect disciples so quickly that they barely had time to react, but it was too late. When the beast grabbed the head of the last cultivator, the guy only had time to marvel at the speed of the enemy. The beast wanted to hear the screams of its prey, for they could lure out the other cultivators. The astonished lad laughed, noting that the stupid animal was able to communicate in his language. The wolf squeezed his hand and blasted the cultivator's head, noting that he enjoyed killing brave opponents. It was time to find the next prey, and it didn't take long, for the boss smelled a new scent. The beast appeared before Yutong, mockingly asking the girl why she was hiding alone. Without a drop of fear, she replied that she alone would be enough to defeat such a low-grade enemy. Such a temper only motivated the boss to see how long his prey could last. Jumping high into the air, Yutong unleashed a purple-colored magic beam. The attack didn't leave a scratch on the wolf's body, after which the boss began to humiliate the girl. The boss's attention was focused on Yutong, and he didn't even notice Chumo behind him. The main character's attack made the ground glow, the golden aura rushing straight at the enemy. The wolf was able to dodge thanks to his instincts, but his facial expression conveyed consternation. The beast decided to put up a real fight with a new opponent that made him scared, but the guys disappeared. The virtual girl learned that the final boss of the 5th secret world is a certain mutant. According to the information, the stronger the monster, the closer its appearance is to the human body. Idol replied that under normal circumstances, only monsters over 800 years old were capable of this. Lee knew that such a thing was against the rules of the secret world. The elder also entered the dialogue. The secret world's notifications couldn't lie, but despite the strength of the boss, the difficulty of the 5th secret world's final challenge was much higher than the others. Idol wanted to know Jishen's opinion on the fact that the final boss easily dodged Chumo's attack. The elder felt awkward, so he decided to save his comment about it for later. When Yutong was finally in a safe place, she tried to calm down as this plan had scared her nobly. She didn't understand why Chumo made her do this if she was stronger. Suddenly, it dawned on the girl that for some reason, the beast hadn't caught up with them yet. But it could go beyond the Thunder Amphora's radius. But her worries were cut short. The enemy himself appeared before the girl, leaving her doubts in the past. The wolf wanted to fight Chumo, but it was unable to smell his spiritual power, so it simply decided to attack Yutong. Fear overwhelmed her body. She didn't realize what was happening. After all, she couldn't move at all. The protagonist couldn't let his friend die, so he had to show up and block the blow. The final boss was excited to continue the fight with Chumo. The observers of the broadcast were also interested in the unusual fight. Far away from the other cultivators, gusts of strength appeared time after time. Someone was fighting the boss himself. One of them said that it was a great chance to fight the final boss. This temper was because the greedy part of the cultivator wanted to take the reward for a strong enemy. At this time, Chumo continued to diligently fight the monster, whose attacks were getting closer each time. Since the guy wasn't a skillful fighter, he was counterattacked by the wolf and received a direct hit. The boss couldn't understand how Chumo was able to stay on his feet at all, noting that his gut feeling was right. Chumo possessed powerful strength, but did not know how to control it. The audience had all thought that the mortal would lose the final boss fight. A flurry of attacks headed towards Chumo. He held his defenses, but no matter how resilient he was, the guy kept taking damage. Just as the wolf wanted to deliver the final blow, Yutong used the light lasso and bound the wolf. The beast was covered in anger as this technique completely immobilized it, with no chance for dodging. Chumo took this opportunity and delivered a clear punch to the final boss's face. The magic item sucked out all the spiritual energy, furthermore traumatizing it. Chumo's punch was able to stun the boss and send him to the ground, but now Yutong couldn't help him out. The protagonist was finally able to seize the opportunity to knock the monster down, but it didn't do much damage. What was worse was that he was starting to feel exhaustion. Cultivators from afar finally approached the battle site to sneakily take the glory for themselves. Chumo noticed the guys and shouted for them to run away, because the monster was still very dangerous. The cultivator didn't want to believe Chumo's words, thinking that he just wanted to take all the honors for himself. The same cultivator's brother stabbed him fatally in the back, as the reward was more important to him. The guy started bleeding, but even to this day, he didn't understand why his brother betrayed him. The cultivator's excuse was that his brother would have just killed the wolf and taken the reward for himself. The boss was furious that the weak cultivators wanted to kill him and dared to interfere with the fight with Chumo. The guy was abruptly frightened, for he thought that the wolf was on the verge of life and death. But it turned out to be different. Mr. Luo watched the boss, realizing that the final boss was a humanoid monster. Yan observed that the thunder amphora was enough to kill even a 700-year-old monster. Luo was bothered by the fact that Chumo could fight the boss alone. The cultivator couldn't believe that outside of the 4 major sects, there was a guy who could slay a 500-year-old enemy. Although Chumo couldn't be compared to the disciples of the major sects, talent was also a reason for envy. Yan had also noticed that Chumo wouldn't last long despite his strength, so it was worth it to help with the thunder amphore. Master tried his best to activate the relic as soon as possible, for it would be a great loss to let a talent like Chumo die. Once the boss had dealt with the pesky cultivators, it was Yutong's turn. Chumo turned to the wolf and told him to leave the girl out of it, for his opponent was not her. The beast had always hated the use of techniques in battle. The strongest decides everything with brute force. But for the first time in his life, the wolf decided to make an exception and imprison Chumo in a shadow cage. This was a technique the beast had been given since birth, and could use it without difficulty. With the protagonist's strength, the cage would hold him for 20 seconds. During this time, the monster wanted to kill Yutong, and 20 seconds would be more than enough time. The final boss mockingly told Chumo that if he didn't release his power, his girlfriend would become a crushed corpse. The protagonist struck the walls of the shadow cage again and again, but it did not bring any result. The wolf said that he was joking, for he was going to kill the girl right now and crush Chumo's hopes. These words dispelled the oblivion in the guy's mind. He concentrated his strength and managed to destroy the cage. Still, Chumo thanked the wolf, for he had given him a clue on how to use his power. The boss decided to thank the guy for being able to surprise him, so he let Yutong go. Chumo immediately rushed to the girl and tried to bring her to her senses, but she was lying unconscious. The wolf convinced the mortal that the maiden was alive, just unconscious, and this was to prevent Chumo from escaping. The words of escape made the protagonist angry. He turned back around and declared that he wouldn't dare leave while the wolf was still alive. The monster also got angry and decided to use something other than his weakest technique. A shadow stream began to encompass the guy, but Chumo easily broke the shackles of darkness. The main character's temper was getting bigger. He wanted to know if the boss had stronger techniques. The wolf declared that now he would not use weak techniques and fight at full strength. Within seconds, Chumo was in front of the enemy and asked him to shut up, interrupting the boss's speech. The 500-year-old monster couldn't believe its eyes. The mortal was so fast that it didn't have time to react. Chumo struck the beast. A strong gust of golden light began to destroy the wolf's body. The guy swept up that the beast had promised not to use techniques in battle, but he switched his body with a shadowy form. The boss's appearance changed. The wolf said that Chumo was an even bigger monster than him if he managed to change his body to such a state. But Chumo killing the wolf was bad news. In order to enter the secret world, the boss had reduced his strength, and death had removed the limits from him. Yan reported to the master, unexpectedly, but Chumo had the advantage in the battle. It was a coincidence that the thunder amphora had activated, and it was the right time to complete the secret world trial. Yan asked the Lord to wait as a terrifying aura began to emanate from the wolf. Goosebumps ran through the boy. The aura was that of a monster that was at least 800 years old or even more. Lo was stunned. His apprentice asked if they were still going to help Chumo in the fight. Lo excused himself that he made a mistake and hadn't finished preparing the thunder amphora yet. People watched the broadcast, despising Luo in every way possible as he wanted to take all the glory for himself. The boss's spiritual form occupied the body of the nearest cultivator, returning to its original form. Chumo didn't understand the boss's motives, as he despised humans, but he ended up becoming one of them. The monster believed that he was different from this inferior race. The beast attacked. In his opinion, humans were food, and those above were at the top of the food chain. Idol thanked the cultivators, for Secret Worlds 1 through 4 had managed to defeat their final boss. Elder G was also pleased that their might was beyond doubt. When all the other Secret Worlds had passed the test, the camera shifted to the events of the 5th world. The Elder stated that only monsters that had lived for over 1,000 years were capable of taking human form. G also added that the power of a 500-year-old monster was equal to about 2,000, while the 10,000-year-old monster's strength could only be reached by the best cultivator on Earth. This could only mean one thing. Chumo had the level of the best cultivator on Earth. Chumo's attacks overpowered the 1,000-year beast, his golden aura suppressing the enemy. The guy taunted the wolf, sizing it up as he appeared frustrated from its strength. The beast told Chumo not to fool himself, for the enemy was only using 30% of his strength. But even so, the fellow was calm. According to Chumo, he had engaged 20% of his power. The monster connected to the joke and decided that he had only used 10% before misspelling himself. The battle continued to shine. The spectators were enthralled by the boss and Chumo's mind-blowing attacks. The cultivator, who was hired by Boss Shu, left a comment about Chumo, but it was treated negatively. That fighter's brother said that it was pointless to ask the audience not to discount Chumo's fate coins. The second brother also revealed that the third brother had sent a message saying he should have fed the cat right away. The main brother thought the third brother was a coward, after all. Chumo should have lost the power of the fate coins after the events of the secret world. But he quickly doubted his words, and began to wonder if Chumo would no longer be a problem. Soon, the guy approached the boss and reported that he needed to clean his cat's litter box. Secret World finally discovered that the final boss's combat power was exceeding the test limit, so a purge would soon take place. The boss apologized that he wouldn't be able to determine the winner. Chumo didn't consider it a problem as they still had a full minute to fight. The beast only rejoiced at this news, saying that the guy had finally realized the real fun of it. There were still 50 seconds left for the purge to begin, and the two fighters rushed into the battle in order to win. Boss Shu discovered that the 3 cultivators he had hired had escaped at the last second. Only Lee Hanlon remained, but Shu wasn't sure if he could handle Chumo alone. The protagonist had exceeded the boss's expectations, so for safety reasons, it was better to contact Mr. Lee and ask him to send more people over. The guy believed that the boss had a bad opinion of him and wanted to embarrass Mr. Lee in front of his family. Hanlon fiercely believed that neither Chumo's spiritual strength nor fighting power would help him. With only 20 seconds left before the end of the fight, Chumo and the final boss fought avidly with their last strength. And finally, in the last 5 seconds, the guy managed to catch the monster with a surprise attack. As soon as the protagonist struck the last blow, the system reported that the final boss of the 5th secret world had been killed by Chumo's savior. Since the power of the boss battle exceeded the difficulty limit of the mission, the savior would be rewarded with 2 million fate coins. It was clear to all the spectators that the monster had cheated by coming to the 5th secret world. But Chumo finally ranked first in the ranking of receiving coins. Chumo looked at his system panel, not understanding where the remaining 1.5 million fate coins had gone. Especially, the guy had used the coins to enhance his strength and had reached the limit, so he could only stock up on items from the secret world store. Yutong came to her senses. She couldn't believe that Chumo had actually defeated the final boss. It was also revealed to the girl that when the secret world's mission ends, the secret world heals all the injuries of the saviors, so she is completely healthy. Yutong asked what happened to Chumo's injuries after the boss fight, but he replied, saying that those didn't happen. She couldn't believe her ears. Yutong was even more surprised to realize that Chumo had defeated the monster without a single injury. The girl began to speculate who Chumo was, but he quickly refuted her theories and assumptions. Suddenly the walls of the secret world began to change, the furnishings losing their former appearance. This confused the boys. As it turned out, because the mission in the secret world was completed, all the saviors would return to their world. Chumo was happy to be back, but for him, it seemed like a month, even though only half a day had passed. Yutong thought that for a mortal to go to, the secret world was like going on vacation. The protagonist couldn't walk down the street in peace as mortals surrounded him, begging him for pictures. Soon, the guy was finally able to escape the constant fans as they stalked him. Yutong revealed that the events from the secret world were broadcast to the world. Now his popularity as a savior has grown much more than most stars. Chumo may be contacted by brand owners to offer to become their ambassadors. But such news pleased him, for he needed money for his sister's treatment. Yutong said that she could contact good doctors and cultivators, plus the girl had plenty of money to help out. Chumo took up the opportunity and couldn't stop thanking the girl, which was no big deal to her. First, the guys agreed to go out to eat, as the events of the secret world had exhausted them considerably. Yutong wanted to call a cab, but before she could do so, a white car came to them. A man got out of the car and told Chumo that Mr. Shu had invited him to his office to resolve past misunderstandings. The protagonist remarked that those words sounded beautiful, aside from the fact that the misunderstanding was the fact that Boss Shu did not hesitate to ask him to end his life by suicide. The man added that he was here on behalf of Director Shu, so he had another message to deliver. With a trembling voice, the man relayed the boss's words. Mol Chumo's sister was also invited. The main character was full of anger. He didn't realize how low Boss Shu could fall. The employee who was scared to death said that he was just a henchman and was passing on the director's words. Chumo calmed down, because he was too angry with the man, asking him to take them to the office. The man showed the group where to go, for he wasn't going to accompany them to the boss any further. The employee also arranged for Yutong not to reveal that they had brought them here, for it would be difficult for him to find another job. Chumo asked the girl to stay here, for he could deal with everything himself, but she was against it. In addition, all the coins that the protagonist had gotten in the secret world were useless here, so she was worried about Chumo. Even while they were in the car, Yutong took advantage of the moment and texted a few cultivators that lived nearby to come over. Lee noticed the instability of the boss's emotions. Shu was on the edge of life and death, so he could afford to feel panicked. The interlocutor said that the art of war said that invincibility lies in oneself. The possibility of victory lies in the enemy. The boss envied Lee's optimism, because in any case, Shu was only a simple man. But as it turned out, Shu had helped the cultivator enough. Although they are powerful, cultivators also have weaknesses. The result from using spiritual energy and chi depends on their own mental state. The boss stole the sister that Chumo loved very much. The more so spun her, which quite distracted the guy. Lai continued to speak ideas, including other workers. But Shu quickly stopped him as hundreds of lives were at stake. The guy had this habit that when faced with strong opponents, the first thing he thought of was using all means to eliminate them. Xu tried to control his emotions, and hoped that all the nuances that Lee was talking about would play out. Yutong realized that the boss had prepared for the battle, because the building was empty, and Chumo should have waited for her friends. The protagonist convinced the girl to stay outside to help from outside, but she decided to go help when her friends arrived. Chumo entered the office, introducing himself to the boss. Chu wanted to know how Chumo had been traveling to the secret world. These conversations didn't interest him. The protagonist wanted to know where his sister was located. Zhu replied that Chumo's sister was a guest, and if they forget about the misunderstandings, the boss will no longer hold him responsible for the flawed amusement park project and will pay a huge compensation. Chumo said that he would talk when the boss let his sister go. Mr. Shu replied that he wouldn't have it that way, because Chumo has to provide evidence that will appease him. At the moment, Chumo's sister was a hostage, but the guy was interested in what would happen if he didn't agree to it. Should the protagonist refuse, Boss Shu had Counselor Zhou from the Lee consortium. Chumo shifted his gaze to the counselor. His eyes, his aura was full of hatred, which quite frightened Lee. The counselor was frightened to the point that he couldn't even move a finger. And even the sixth sense that he had gained from facing death countless times didn't stop warning him of danger. The counselor knew that if he entered into battle with Chumo, he would die. The protagonist questioned Lee if he was complicit in his sister's kidnapping. The confused counselor said that Chumo misunderstood him, because he heard that he had been treated unfairly. That there are people like Boss Shu among the partners of the Lee consortium is a direct omission. Therefore, Chumo will get his sister back right away. According to Lee, Boss Shu will be brought to justice. Thanks to the Lee consortium's secret treasure, the counselor could sense danger much better, so his intuition was not wrong. Even so, the counselor did not know the source of Chumo's strength. After all, he was no match for him without the consortium's support. Shu wanted to know why the counselor betrayed him. He replied that he would be punished for the crime. The boss realized that the consortium was trying to abandon him, so he wanted to drag everyone down with him. The counselor saw this as a threat, because Shu, being a miserable bandit, thought he was something more than that. Boss Shu thought Counselor was right. His power and money were worth nothing in front of the Lee consortium. And also, the boss had no superhuman abilities, but even a mouse in a cage would fight to the last man. The boss also wanted to reveal what was under the amusement park, but the counselor threatened him with a knife. Chumo stopped Lee and told Shu to continue, for he was curious to know the truth. Mr. Shu said that underneath the park was a refuge base secretly built by the consortium, so a lot of businesses knew that the Skogo monsters would be in those lands. Mr. Shu's speech was interrupted, for Chumo was in no way interested in this news. The counselor swept up that the consortium's accusations of assisting with the monsters should be backed up by stronger evidence. Besides, the boss himself had stolen Chumo's sister. Iksu had been exposed. He had no choice but to take others to their deaths along with him anymore. The counselor noticed the spiritual energy chi suppression block in the boss's hands, which weakened the power of hunters and cultivators. The problem was that Lee hadn't originally put Boss Shu into anything, but now he could strip him of his powers. The counselor saw no point in this block, for even with reduced combat power, an ordinary person would not be able to defeat a cultivator. The real plan was for Mr. Shu to place explosives in the building and the amusement park. Lee decided to stop the mortal before he pressed the button, and created a lot of unnecessary casualties. It was all because the counselor was afraid the explosives might have been hidden inside the shelter. But the boss laughed as everything went according to his plan. In fact, the activation remote was in his heart. The bright light from the explosions was rapidly approaching, and the advisor realized it was too late to escape. The entire building was up in the air. The explosion had hit every floor without exception. But the counselor was still alive. The suppression of Qi could have killed Lee, but miraculously, Chumo managed to save the guy and carried him outside. This was the chance. If Chumo supposedly lost his guard and the block suppressed his power, it was a great chance for an attack from the counselor. Counselor Zhou pretended to be unconscious while the protagonist asked him questions. In such a state, Chumo had shifted his attention to other channels, so he wouldn't notice the attack. The counselor could no longer wait for reinforcements from the Lee consortium, going to reveal Chumo's secrets himself. He had to overcome his fear, facing an opponent who was stronger and seemingly invincible. Lai wanted to become the best bounty hunter by getting rid of the title of a pathetic advisor. The counselor possessed a first-class treasure: winged viper venom, a highly poisonous, stealthy way to attack. Thousands of cultivators had fallen from this treasure. The viper venom was mined from the depths of the X-continent, and the beam was rushing straight at Chumo. But today, the treasure had failed its owner, for the ray did not cause any damage to the guy. On the contrary, Chumo's body was so resilient that the beam was repelled and hit the counselor directly. Even when the might of the spiritual force was suppressed, the treasure did not pierce through Chumo's defenses. Moreover, it repelled the attack. In his own perspective, Chumo felt the first-rate treasure's attack as a slight pain in his shoulder. The advisor was bleeding. The protagonist offered to call an ambulance, but that would be too late. Only an elixir could save him. Chumo was quite surprised after all. He had never heard of such things as a healing elixir before. The counselor thought that Chumo had suspected him of attacking him and was now unwilling to use the healing elixir on his severe injuries. The protagonist asked Chumo to hold out a little longer, for Yutong had the elixir with her. But it was too late. The poison of the winged viper was too strong, and it ruined the counselor. Other cultivators arrived at Yutong's call but still survived the explosion of an entire building. One of the cultivators stated that someone as illustrious as Chumo couldn't have been so weak and died in the floor of the explosion. The acquaintance pointed his finger and remarked that Chumo was there, carrying someone with him. The cultivators were quite surprised as the guy was carrying a dead cultivator hunter in his arms. Chumo extremely thanked Yutong's friends for taking the time to come to his aid. Her friends were also not indifferent and thanked him since he had saved an entire world in the secret dimension. Chumo added that he needed the counselor alive since he was there, and unfortunately he was badly injured. But in the eyes of Yutong's friends, Chumo looked like a cruel person who personally beat everyone to death. One of the guys ran to the counselor, because he was good at treatment, selecting an elixir depending on what kind of injury he had. The treatment was interrupted because the cultivator realized Joe's condition. He was dead, in fact. Now Chumo had no choice but to find his sister through more serious methods. The cultivator was terrified, for he had decided to help someone who he thought was a very cruel person. Yutong's other friends had different opinions, and were happy to help Yutong's friend with his problems. A little while later, Chumo was in an elite building. The guard reported that his sister had been transported without any repercussions. Not only was the sister safe, but Boss Shu's subordinates were also taken into protective custody. Dongyun turned out to be the first to help Chumo. Most of Dunhai City was mobilized to search for the sister. The power of Dongyun's financial group terrified the other middlemen of the case. The man replied that Chumo was also terrifying. After all, the Dongyun consortium was too powerful that even the 4 major cultivator sects attached importance to them. But such a powerful consortium gave up their status to befriend Chumo. When the protagonist was reunited with his sister, he repeatedly thanked Yutong's friends and herself for all the help they had done. Chumo wanted to give them a treat, but the girl said that her friends might think that he would eat them himself. Suddenly they noticed a strange aura. Chumo's sister was surrounded by a strange glow which was like a monster. But the aura is weak and not what it should be. Just like the monsters they encountered in the secret world, the sister's aura is unstable and chaotic. Chumo speculated that his sister might not have fallen into a coma a few months ago due to a simple illness. He also abruptly realized that the monster invasion might have already begun. In addition to bringing trouble, Yutong had allowed the harbingers of trouble to stay in her home. The girl revealed that there was a possibility that the mole consortium had colluded with another world, and the monsters had already sneaked into the land long ago. This was no reason to panic, as the 4 major sects would not sit idly by in such a situation. Chumo thought that the 4 major sects themselves might have been involved. For after defeating the final boss, the secret world had rewarded him with 2 million coins. But Chumo had only received 400,000 coins. Yutong hesitated and asked Chumo not to say that, because then the earth would have ended long ago, and the coin problem was just a mistake. Chumo decided that it would be better for him to find a safer place to spend the night, when Yutong started to change his mind. His sister had a very good physical condition, and if this happened to an ordinary person, the monster aura would have killed him long ago. But in order to return to her previous state, his sister must recover with chi techniques. Therefore, it was most advantageous to stay with Yutong, for other cultivators could cause trouble regarding the monster aura. To make things more fair, Chumo decided to pay the girl a fee for them to stay at her residence. Yutong didn't mind the small fee at all, thinking that just a couple thousand coins would be enough to cover the rent. But Chumo thought otherwise. Thanks to the system, 60,000 fate coins were transferred to Yutong's account, since the protagonist could no longer use the coins to increase his combat power. Aside from exchanging them for artifacts that might be useless, there was no use for the coins. Cultivator stated that the coins were much more valuable since they could be exchanged for real money. Chumo was not angered by this, even though he had needed money to treat his sister before. Now that he knew that Yutong was capable of helping, Chumo could only invest these coins into her development. A body refinement sect cultivator was said to have an upper limit of combat power equivalent to 1,000 years of monster life. But stronger monsters would appear soon. The stranger was dining at a restaurant. His steak was delayed, and it quite angered him. The waiter excused himself as best he could to the young gentleman. The others in the restaurant noticed the guy and immediately recognized him. It was that spoiled son of the Lee consortium, Lee Hanlin. One of the guys in the crowd revealed that Lee Hanlin had messed with Chumo, causing his amusement park to be blown up and his subordinate counselor Zhou to be killed. The Lee consortium and Chen consortium's hideouts were also revealed to the public, and less than an hour ago, there was a post on the internet about how the financial groups were only worried about their lives and conspired with the monsters. When cultivators wanted to take a look at the post, they were unable to, all for the reason that it was quickly deleted to minimize conflicts amongst others. All the dialogue fell silent as Lee Hanlin's older brother, Li Xiu, entered the restaurant, but his facial expression spoke for itself. Li Xiu ordered his guards to take Lee Hanlin, which not only surprised his brother, but also threw his heart into fear. The older brother beat up Lee Hanlin, saying that you can't make a wall out of mud, so this would now be a lesson to him. The younger brother's mistake was not only that he did not follow instructions, but also that he did not kill Chumo. After all, the Lee consortium was now humiliated. Li Xiu revealed that it was his father's initiative to beat up his younger brother. Such a method was used to ennoble Lee Hanlin so that he would realize his mistake. When a figure appeared in the alley, Lee Hanlin thought it was his brother returning. But it turned out to be Xiazhou. Xiazhou had been by his side ever since the Lee family's younger brother was dragged into the alley. But he couldn't help him. Lee Hanlin didn't want help because Xiazhou was an important pawn that should be the center of attention in the secret world. Xiazhou asked the Lord to stop his sweet talk, for he didn't become a savior just because of investigating the conspiracy of financial groups. Although he was not trusted, but Lee Hanlin knew that his correspondent had no choice. Xiazhou is strong, but unable to do anything. The gray-haired guy counter-questioned Lee Hanlin about what he was doing and whether he was proud of himself for seeking information at the cost of his allies' lives. Lee Hanlin revealed that he remembered all the names of the dead allies: Chao Ming, Xu Bai, Jiang An, and Xu Yizhen. Old man Xiao, who was almost 70. Instead of playing with his grandson at home, he chose to play their game. At the base, Basun Xiao volunteered to be the decoy to cover the others. It was his grandson's birthday that day, but the grandfather sacrificed himself. Jiang An was only 16 years old. Not only was he a cultivator, but he was also an ordinary student. He also had a girlfriend he liked. To investigate the matter regarding the strange aura, he went to the Chen consortium, but he never returned. Some came from the 4 major sects, or were disciples of smaller sects. However, most of them were ordinary people without any special abilities. In front of these consortiums and cultivators who colluded with monsters, the Lee consortium was too weak. There was a shortage of people, so they had to hire almost every possible person. Sha Zhou swept up that Counselor Zhou had also died, even though he hadn't even worked for 1 month. Lee Hanlin confirmed these words, adding that the counselor was insane. The original goal was only to reconcile with Chumo, but that was not what happened. That was why he turned to Sha Zhou, who was skeptical because he thought that he was going to be sent to his death. Lee Hanlin stated that he didn't regret the sacrifices of his friends, nor did he regret what he had done. If need be, Lee was even going to sacrifice his own life if necessary. Sha Zhou agreed to work for the younger brother of the Lee family, but if he conspired against humanity, then their deal would come to naught. Lee Hanlin said that in that case, Sha Zhou could personally kill him. After the deal, it was worth moving on to the first task. The next day, the commander of the advanced monster squad would visit the Earth. Sha Zhou couldn't believe it, after all. The barrier of the secret world protected the land from invasions. According to the information Lee Hanlin received, a certain consortium possessed a cross-border stone that could help communicate with other worlds and could carry a small amount of monsters to Earth. This commander's power would be comparable to 2,000 years old. Lee had to know the purpose of the arrival of these monsters beforehand, for the world could be jeopardized if the enemy's plan was not thwarted. Sha Zhou didn't understand how one could know the place where the monsters would arrive. His younger brother interrupted him and said that it would be in Dunhai City. The one who will greet the monster commander tomorrow will be senior brother Li Shu. It is possible that big brother will use the power of the monsters to get rid of Chumo. While the protagonist was sweetly sleeping, he received a notification from the entry system, saying the pet would arrive in 8 hours. The golden-colored corridor was full of noise. The monster resented that the Overlord had chosen Air as the commander. The monster next to it added that Commander Air came from a weak race of monsters, but her strength and track record spoke for itself. The green monster asked not to be laughed at, for Air was only fit to be someone's pet. The horned monster replied that it was hard to accept such a choice. Though the helper assigned to him by his father got to the ground and did all the work, Air got all the glory. The green-haired man threatened the monster that if he didn't stop, he would get it. The horny one only said it was true. The monster in the form of an octopus told Ms. Air that the cross-border stone would soon be activated, and she would be able to move to Earth. Air continued practicing her martial techniques, and told the octopus Ange that a race of monsters like her were born weak. Therefore, they must continuously train to become stronger. Ange apologized for his doubts because Madame worked so hard to protect the monsters. Air felt that she hadn't done anything worthwhile for the others, and it would be much better if she became stronger. The octopus told my lady that she had improved the cultivation methods for the monsters so that they too could become stronger. After that, the girl would also head to Earth ahead of time for dangerous secret missions. Still, the time had come. Commander Air had to go in order to prove the value of the weaker races in the war for the land. Ange warned Madame that a person with the power of a 1,000-year-old monster was waiting for her on Earth. High-level monsters disliked Air, so if she was attacked, they would just stand by and watch. The commander used the teleportation crystal and said that the Lord had chosen her to be the leader, because even she was capable of completing this mission. Ange prayed to the Lordess to return safely, after which she disappeared without a trace. Air's strength increased. She didn't expect to have the power of a 3,000-year-old monster left, so the mission will be completed much faster than expected. A bright light and system notification that the pet had arrived, but had become much weaker, for it could be dangerous. This woke Chumo up, even though he didn't even know about the pet. Air appeared in the protagonist's room. but thanks to the system, her size was greatly reduced. In addition to the reduction in size, all of Commander Air's power was gone. She became much weaker. Chumo tried to talk to Air, but he didn't understand why a little girl had become his pet. The commander ordered the guy not to talk to her. She originally thought that this was the home of an ordinary cultivator, but it turned out to be much worse than that. If Chumo or Yutong found out Air's real identity, things could get much worse. So there was only one way out of this situation. Chumo living with a cultivator meant that they were close. If the commander was able to take him hostage, she would ensure her safety. The martial skills she had honed over time would not be able to betray her. Air's body had lost its strength, but her combat abilities were in no way comparable to ordinary people. Chumo retreated from Air's attack. He took her by her cloak and said that she might have injured herself with such antics. Yutong opened the door, asking if he was all right, for the girl had heard some strange noise from his room. Yutong's expression changed. Her face showed bewilderment as to why Chumo had grabbed the child. Air made excuses, saying that she didn't understand how she got here, and that Chumo was doing strange things to her. The protagonist said that he didn't do anything, and besides, the baby was a monster. The system revealed information about Air, including her name, species, and shape-shifting abilities. Yutong couldn't believe that the girl was a monster because she couldn't sense any demonic energy in her. Air was saddened to be called weak by some cultivator who had seen her in her worst form. After thinking for a while, Air decided to play dumb, pretending that she didn't know anything about monsters. Chumo decided to use the monster's skill of switching between ferret and humanoid forms. Suddenly, Air's body began to change. She had the ears of a beast, but she couldn't control it. Eventually, the girl completely changed into a small ferret, and her speech became slurred. Yutong reveled in the sight of the ferret. Chumo, on the other hand, asked the girl not to let her guard down. After all, it was still a monster. Chumo also added that Air has a human form. From this, there was an assumption that it was over 1,000 years old. To avoid danger, the guys came to the decision to roast and eat Air. The girl was wary of such a suggestion and decided to join in on the spectacle. Air became a humanoid again and apologized for being a liar. In reality, she was just a simple, weak monster that was chosen to become cannon fodder. Chumo decided not to get angry and told the girl that she could really help him first thing in the morning. The protagonist brought Air to his sister's room. Since the commander was a monster, she could solve this problem. Chumo asked Air not to play dumb since his sister was enveloped by the aura of a monster. She had to know what was wrong. The girl really didn't know how to do it. They, monsters, wouldn't kill people in such a strange way. Air suddenly remembered that before the secret world appeared, a human consortium had made contact with them. They were secretly researching ways to fuse human and monster cells together. Chumo demanded information about which consortium had contacted the monsters. But Air said that she supposedly had no such information. The protagonist again asked Air to tell, as he would not forgive whoever did this to his sister. The commander revealed that the arrangement was for her to be met on the ground by people from the consortium. If Chumo contacted them, he would be able to pick up the trail of the enemy who had harmed his sister. Air didn't want to waste time. After all, there were important missions to do. Only borrowing the consortium's strength to kill 2 cultivators was the best option. Li Shu waited for the cross-border stone to work, but after 2 hours, no one showed up. The man interrupted the Lord's worries, for Commander Air had sent a message. The subordinate revealed that the monster commander had arrived in Donghai City. There was just a deviation in the place of arrival. Li Shu ordered Jia Yu to take more people to welcome the guest from another world. The aide didn't consider himself fit for this task. After all, Li Shu had a direct chance to meet Madame Air. Big Brother Li said that he had paid a big price for the commander. But it wasn't that important. Considering the situation with the stone, he had to find out the reason for the transportation error and report it to the Consortium Alliance. Before the meeting, Jia Yu reminded, Mall monsters descending to Earth were extremely dangerous and inhuman. Even though the monsters had a human appearance, but they couldn't be treated like ordinary humans. The cultivators convinced Boss Jia Yu that everything was fine, even though they were committing a sin. Commander Air appeared in front of the people and informed them that there were no bloodthirsty monsters here. Jia Yu didn't recognize the girl at first and asked how the man got here. The man asked Commander Air to go home as this place was very dangerous. Air realized that the people from the consortium were in front of her, and for some reason, they were not happy to greet the monster commander. Every single cultivator bowed down to Miss Air, apologizing that they didn't recognize her. The commander said not to worry about it, but she also felt a strange power that was different from the cultivators. and was more like bounty hunters. As it turned out, the consortium members were not cultivators but bounty hunters, but each of them had a rather high ranking. Air thought that these people would be enough to kill two ordinary cultivators like Chumo and Yutong. Jiayu didn't understand what there could be enough people for, assuming that the commander wanted to kill them. Hunter stated that a cultivator had appeared in the secret world who had combat power equivalent to that of a 1,000-year-old monster, and if they let him complete all the missions of the secret world, he would destroy the consortium's plan. Air understood the danger of destroying the plan and swept up that she would personally deal with the problem. Her power was limited, and that was due to Chumo. Jiayu thanked Air, after which she asked the hunter to narrate about the mysterious cultivator with immense strength. The man took out a clipboard and revealed that this person's name was Chumo, and as it turned out, Air already knew that name. Pointing her finger back, Air said that this could be the same Chumo who had started walking towards the hunters. The commander rushed towards the protagonist. The hunters thought it was the commander's selflessness, but in fact, Air informed Chumo that the people behind her were the consortium servants she brought for him. Unexpectedly, Chumo noticed that his pet's favor had increased by 5 points towards him, and for that, he received 2 rewards. The commander checked the hunters, and as it turned out, they were all much weaker than Chumo. Air at this time was trying to figure out how to get rid of her master. The protagonist could hear Air's thoughts thanks to the communication function. Because of her good help, Chumo wasn't going to kill his pet. The hunters couldn't believe that the monster commander was related to Chumo, and even indulged his desires. Jiayu apologized to the cultivator, for they didn't know his status before. Chumo's assassination had been planned by the 2 worlds, but it most likely turned out to be a misunderstanding. Air had silenced the hunters, and what was worse was that they dared to ask the commander to help kill Chumo. At the monster's order, the hunters were forced to fall to their knees in front of Chumo. Everyone realized that it was suicide to resist, and there was no way to escape. According to the data, Chumo's attitude towards strangers is quite kind. By showing humility, Chumo can spare the hunters. Air noticed that the hunters were sincere in their apology. Chumo had thought that they would decide to fight him, but now that they had apologized, Chumo would forgive them. Also, the hunters knew Air's identity and now they had to die. The commander asked the guys to choose their own way of dying. Chumo noticed that Air was starting to command and decided to subdue her, for he did not want the hunters to die. The protagonist was a normal person, not a monster, and not an ogre. The hunters in turn were just doing their job, but he could understand that. Therefore, by answering just a couple questions, the hunters would be left in one piece. The first thing Chumo wanted to know was who had sent someone to kill him. Jiayu speculated that it might have been a trap. Monster Commander Air knew that the monsters belonged to the Lee Consortium. The commander was definitely not going to hide it from Chumo, but if they kept silent, they would deserve to die. The hunters continued to remain silent. Chumo stated that his patience was not eternal, just as Jiayu wanted to reveal his boss. But suddenly the man coughed out blood, and his speech was interrupted. All the cultivators who had come had fallen to the ground. Their bodies had lost their lives, and someone had been watching them the entire time. Li Shou watched the hunters. He couldn't believe that Chumo was the master of the monster commander. After all, if he was a monster, that explained everything. Why didn't Chumo have any records of any sect before? To make matters worse, Chumo is a cultivator, but his strength far exceeds expectations. Not only did he interfere with the work of the cross-border stone, but he also forced the monster commander to betray the Lee Consortium. Fortunately, Big Brother Lee was able to activate the poison in time to buy time. In addition, Lee Hanlin managed to provoke someone like Chumo. Junior Brother Lee entered the study, noticing that Li Shu had missed him. Big Brother was in no way expecting to see Hanlin and immediately called for security. Lee Hanlin said that his elder brother assigned all the dirty work to his subordinates, hiding and watching from the cameras. The elder even needs a guard to defeat him. Li Shu couldn't believe that his brother was teaching him how to work, because if he wasn't handling the family business, Lee Hanlin wouldn't be so safe. The younger brother asked what the elder brother would do with the monster commander. One wrong move, and the Lee Consortium would be destroyed. Li Shu didn't understand how his younger brother knew about the monster commander and got into this room if he didn't have access to it. His hands started searching for something on the table. Lee Hanlin maintained a calm mien, for he knew everything. The gun his brother was looking for was already in Hanlin's hand, which he was able to put away beforehand. The younger brother pointed the muzzle at Li Shu and asked how many monsters had arrived on the ground and what their purpose was. Li Hanlin added that no matter how much time his brother stalled, the bodyguards wouldn't be able to come. Li Shu replied that he was just a pawn in the alliance and didn't really know anything. Hanlin smirked. After all, he already knew the location of the stone, and Li Shu himself was of no use to him. The older brother claimed that they were family, despite the different bloodlines in their bodies. But that didn't bother the younger one. Hanlin said that the victims didn't show the slightest respect or condolence. Li Shu's death would be an opportunity for the Consortium Alliance and Chumo to start a full-scale war. Firing a shot, the brother told Li Shu not to be upset, for those old greedy bloodbags would join him. Hanlin called Xiaozhou and told him that Li Shu was dead. The plans had changed, and now the employee was not to contact Chumo. Xiaozhou couldn't understand why the plans had changed. After all, Hanlin had personally said that it would be better if Li Shu was alive. He liked the dead Li Shu better. And Chumo's strength was beyond expectations, plus the monster commander called him master. Also, Li Shu came to Donghai City not only to greet the commander, but also to kill Chumo. Now that the stone was lost and Li Shu was dead, all the hatred would be centered on him. Xiaozhou found this option disgusting. He wanted to see if Chumo had surrendered to the monster commander to protect the world. If he is a big shot, then Xiaozhou would be able to kill both of them on the spot. Li Hanlin couldn't believe that Xiaozhou was able to defeat Chumo and the monster commander by himself. Air noticed that the hunters were dead, and suggested that they check the bodies for anything useful. Xiaozhou appeared before them, informing them that Chumo's combat power in reality was no different from the one in the secret world. The protagonist also felt some level of threat from Xiaozhou, and even stronger than the final boss of the secret world. The guy admitted that he was a cultivator, and the consortiums and monsters were his enemies. Xiaozhou was troubled by the question of why Chumo was together with the monster commander. He answered honestly that he was an ordinary guy, and Air had plopped down in his bedroom and became a pet. Xiaozhou didn't want to believe this nonsense that the monster commander who invaded the Earth inexplicably fell into his bedroom and became a pet. But this was a good chance to get rid of Chumo. In the hero's opinion, Xiaozhou was not trustworthy either. While he was interrogating the hunters suddenly died, and after that, a mysterious cultivator appeared. The cultivator apologized, for he had acted impulsively. Suggesting to forget about the past altercations, it was worth it to talk honestly. A monster sneaking up on the land and joining forces with the consortium would be a huge threat. Chumo understood Xiaozhou's words and decided to ask Commander Air why monsters were descending to the ground. Air thought for a while, then stated that she didn't quite understand the question from Chumo. The cultivator got angry and asked the guy to give him the monster in order to forcefully extract the truth from her. Chumo refused, and Xiaozhou became even more covered in anger, for monsters were enemies, especially when the monster was a commander who should have known what her handmaidens were doing here. Air asked her to stop looking down on her. After all, she was still the monster commander. But she really didn't know, for she came to Earth because a powerful monster was needed as a negotiator with the consortium. Chumo continued to believe in Air's words, so Xiaozhou decided not to continue this dialogue. The cultivator attacked. His lightning strike missed, but struck the ground. Chumo grabbed Air and also led her away from the strike, asking the enemy why he attacked him without any principles. Xiaozhou said that his target was a monster. Fighting against a monster, moral principles were out of the question. The protagonist didn't agree with this, since he had promised Air that as long as she indulged, Chumo would do anything to protect her. The commander was amazed that there were still kind people, and the favor rose by 5 units once again. Even though Air was now more favorable to her master, she would still be happy to see Chumo die. Xiaozhou decided to go to extreme measures and use more of his strength to fight a strong enemy. Combining the two elements, the cultivator launched a powerful battle strike, but Chumo managed to defend against it. The main character's body was covered in an aura, and he said that it was a marvelous sight to see the power of 2 techniques combined at once. Marks began to appear on Xiaozhou's face, and he confirmed that ordinary blows could not harm Chumo. The mark was the 5 elements of Chaos Fire Lotus. The 5 Chaos Elements was a secret taboo technique. With each attack, the power in the attacker's body would get out of control and eventually explode, resulting in death. A technique that destroys you from the inside out is hard to deal with, so the battle will be fierce. The 2 sides faced each other, and the streets of the quiet town were covered in the bright colors of the 2 auras. Air was excited for the fight, for finally there was a cultivator worthy of being Chumo's opponent. When they beat each other, the commander would quietly run away. But the damage transfer function activated, and Air was injured thanks to Shaju's attacks had almost no effect on the protagonist. Chumo found himself disappointed and asked the guy if this was all he could do. The cultivator wasn't going to listen to this, only continuing to attack. But visually, the attacks couldn't even cross the barrier. Chumo said that he couldn't understand it. Every time he blocked Shaju's attacks, he would still get hit. Shashu might have the next attack, but Chumo did not choose to put up a block, but instead missed the strike. This move appeared to be intentional, as the protagonist would now be able to counterattack. Just one attack from Chumo caused the cultivator to fly back a dozen meters. Blood dripped onto the ground. Fortunately, the 5 chaos elements had increased Shaju's defense. Otherwise, he would have died. It didn't matter, because the cultivator had hit Chumo 8 times, and that was enough for the power in his body to get out of control. But Chumo's strength was perfectly fine. He was only surprised that Shaju was still alive. Commander Air asked the guys to stop the fight as her injuries were beyond normal. If the fight continued like this, Air would inevitably die, for she was coughing up blood relentlessly. Shaju speculated that Chumo was redirecting the injuries and damages he received to his pet. Although the protagonist's combat skills are not perfect, but his attack is quite strong, as well as his defense. Just a couple of blows can take away Shaju's life. Even after killing the commander, Chumo would still be alive. So the only solution left for the cultivator was to use a hidden technique. The very same hidden technique Shaju used was nothing more than escape, because continuing the battle meant death for him. Chumo didn't expect this, because from the guy's gaze, one could guess that he was going to fight to the last man. But there was no need to waste more time. If the protagonist fights again, Air might die. Even Chumo himself might be in danger. His body was already aching. Li Hanlin met Shaju, asking him why he was fighting Chumo one-on-one. The cultivator said that his strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Even disregarding Chumo's ability to transfer damage to his pet, his own physical strength far surpassed ordinary 1,000-year monsters. Junior brother Li praised his subject for turning up alive at all after such a fight. But there was no need to worry about Chumo now. Li Hanlin had contacted the family. Li Shu's body had been found, and now the Li consortium would do their best to execute the suspect who had killed the consortium's successor, Chumo. Deep in the night, a man in his old age came to the mansion, along with his guards behind him. The man at the entrance asked President Li not to complicate the situation. The mansion belonged to the monsters, and even as president, he shouldn't come in without an appointment. Head Li didn't listen to the guy. He stated that he wouldn't leave until he saw Mr. Garrett. A mysterious voice asked the elder to enter, and the doors swung open. The president stepped inside without thinking. The arrogant guard told the janitor he was just a pawn and didn't dare stop them. Mr. Garrett swung his hand and easily killed President Li's guards, leaving him bewildered. The president couldn't understand why the monster was killing his men even though he had invited them into his home. Garrett said he didn't remember inviting anyone. He just killed those who invaded his territory. Head Li said that his son, Li Shu, went to Donghai City to meet with the monster commander. However, the commander did not arrive and his whereabouts are known. And his son was brutally murdered. So the president asked the monster for revenge for his offspring. The demon laughed and said that he could help with the revenge. But after that, the cross-border stone belonging to the consortium would be in his possession. The president revealed that the assassin was the savior Chumo, who killed the consortium's senior advisor and revealed the location of the underground shelter. When the monster heard the savior's name, he immediately said that he would not make such a deal and told the old man to leave. President Li said that Chumo was a mere cultivator from the body refinement sect, and he had already reached the limit of his body, the power of a 1,000-year-old monster, with a foolish and kind character. Beast Garrett said that these words did not apply to Chumo. He had become quite popular after the secret world, so the monsters scrutinized the information about him carefully. From the moment Chumo was born until today, there had never been any strange behavior noticed behind him. Absolutely no signs of cultivation talent. All this time, the guy had been able to live while hiding a tremendous strength. In the age of high technology, no one thought he was abnormal. Even when his sister fell ill, he didn't reveal his true identity. And if he found out about his abilities after entering the secret world, things were even worse. This meant that in just one day, he had gone from a mortal to the strongest cultivator on Earth. A body-refining cultivator had limited potential, but that didn't apply to Chumo. After understanding the rules of the secret world, he used various methods to become popular and even slept around. Chumo pretended to be a fool to attract the audience's attention while killing monsters in seconds. He also received many fate coins, increasing his fighting power. By putting on these shows, obtaining fate coins, Chumo didn't care about the lives of other cultivators at all. With such power, he selectively saved people. Patiently and very carefully, he manipulated the audience. In some ways, Chumo was even more like a monster than a human. Going to war with him would cause too much harm. President Lee suggested that if he was so dangerous, was it possible to let him live? After all, Chumo would be a threat to the plan to merge the two worlds together. Garrett said that the president should have killed Chumo himself if he was so worried about the fusion plan. For his consortium spared no expense to achieve their goals, so killing such an enemy should not be a problem. After saying those words, President Lee was in a stupor and couldn't say anything back to the monster. Garrett noticed that contrary to the fact that Li Shu was his son, he was still thinking about money. The monsters would definitely kill Chumo. It was just that there were more important plans at the moment. President Lee could take preliminary measures to make Chumo easier to kill, which he agreed to do. When Head Lee left, Garrett said that Nate could go out and that it was time for him to get rid of his bad habit of eavesdropping. The humanoid-like shadow appeared. Nate said that his hiding skills didn't mean he was eavesdropping on purpose, and came to report that the traps in the second Mayworld had been set up. The monsters were also jubilant, for now they wouldn't have to deal with air. Nate, on the other hand, believed that upon her arrival she still had the power of a 1,000-year-old monster and could escape. Soon, Chumo returned to Yutong's residence and showed her heir, who seemed to be depressed. Chumo's stories excited the girl. She felt that if she were stronger, she could help Chumo instead of being a burden. Yutong also set up a hidden defense outside the house. Only those invited would be able to enter, and the people from the consortium wouldn't be able to find the place at all. But the delivery was able to bypass the protection installed by the cultivator that brought him food. The customer said the house wasn't hard to find. Fortunately, his company had recently upgraded its satellite positioning system, and even if the customer lived in a tree, they would be able to deliver food to him. In the world of high-level monsters, Ferret Air, who was born with a very low level, has constantly gained strength, status, and power through her own efforts. She is an idol that low-level monsters look up to and admire. Now that Air's strength has been completely lost, she has become a cultivator's pet, a living shield that shares the damage. Even the high-level monsters on the ground are her enemies. But even if the entire consortium is weak, the commander must find a way to survive and fulfill the Lord's task. Chumo entered the girl's room. He brought her some food, also inquiring about her well-being. The protagonist apologized to Air for hurting her, but the commander herself was hiding her true status. Air was angry that Chumo equated her to a wild animal that could be bought with simple food. But the commander couldn't contain herself and pounced on the shiny food, filling her appetite. Air suddenly realized that she had lost control, and when she came to her senses, the plate on the table was half empty. Even though she was a monster, Air couldn't believe that the commander had given in to such instincts. She thought that Chumo had put something in the food. The guy wanted to prove his innocence by tasting the food himself, but Air stopped him. The commander couldn't believe that the meat of a weak, helpless animal could have such an incredible flavor. The crispy crust, delicate texture, and seasoning flavor were absolutely irresistible. Chumo didn't understand Air's motives, noting that she didn't want to eat, but for some reason, she didn't give up the food. Air said that she wasn't tempted by the food, but only wanted to prove that even if the food was poisoned, it didn't affect her. The system once again showed a rise in Chumo's favor because of the food. The death of the hunters equivalent to the Lee Consortium splitting, and the next meeting could be a real problem for Chumo and his sister. So one must unlock the new pet functions as soon as possible. Yutong revealed that the consortium had made their move against Chumo by placing him in the trends to search for him. The next day, an introductory lecture of the secret world was held. The passers-by were extremely hopeful that Chumo would put an end to the alien invasion as soon as possible. One of the guys said that the very savior was completely unreliable. In the morning, his dark past was revealed, and Chumo's reputation plummeted. Inquiries were numerous. Even compromising videos were trending. Before the secret world was revealed, Chumo and Xia Xiaomeng went to the rooftop. A few minutes later, Xia Xiaomeng crashed to her death. Although there were no security cameras on the rooftop, it was almost certain that Chumo had killed her. Other employees of the company reported the matter, saying that rescuer had embezzled company funds, causing a huge deficit in the park project. So he pushed Xia Xiaomeng, an innocent subordinate, off the roof, creating the illusion that she had committed suicide for fear of being arrested. His friend didn't believe that drawing such conclusions from a single video was sensible, but the guy convinced him, saying there was more than one such video. After the secret piece, Chumo returned to the company and threatened the company boss, President Shu, and extorted money. After being refused, Chumo killed President Shu, blew up the company building, and destroyed all the evidence. Blogger Gugu was so angry at this injustice that he risked his life to get to the scene and filmed the whole thing, uploading it to the internet. A friend couldn't believe that the positive Gugu, who always advocated on behalf of the socially vulnerable, was angry. Although Chumo didn't seem like a psychopath, but other people familiar with the matter said that before his sister became seriously ill, it was President Shu who helped her pay for her medical expenses. Chumo was petty even when his sister needed medical treatment, and Mr. Shu, who kindly helped, was brutally murdered. A friend had changed his opinion about Chumo. He didn't expect that he was actually such a person. After all, he had sent him rewards before. Even the girls discussed that before entering the secret world. Chumo pretended to be an ordinary person, using the kindness of the viewers to receive fortune coins from them. Many analysis videos said that he intentionally killed many cultivators to increase the effect of the show. After all, cultivators in the fifth secret world are really pathetic, but the way Chumo did it was completely inhumane. He tricked his way into obtaining tons of rewards, even though all those fate coins could have been distributed among the cultivators. Even during numerous interviews, people began to speak ill of Chumo because of his horrible actions. A man brought papers to President Lee, informing him that the propaganda work was complete, and Chumo's reputation was ruined. The subject didn't think this was a sufficient punishment for killing Li Shu. The monsters that sneaked into the land also rejected the request to kill Chumo. The tarnishing of reputation on the internet is just the beginning. President Lee added that after rejecting the monsters, it was revealed to him that they had secretly collected energy suppression cubes, thinking that they could hide from the consortium. Spreading negative news about Chumo, it was actually a request from the monsters. This would be a big blow, and the strength of the cultivators would be weakened. Yutong was furious. She couldn't believe how people trusted this propaganda. Chumo said that he wasn't thinking about saving the world, nor did he have such a goal. First and foremost was to save his sister. Unlike Yutong, Chumo didn't care that people didn't understand anything at all, and judged him without really knowing anything. The protagonist was glad that Yutong believed him, and the opinions of strangers on the internet were worthless. The rumors about him were controlled by the Lee consortium. Chumo's anger had already reached its peak, and he could no longer rage. The consortium had used his sister as an experiment, and they would pay for it. Inside Yutong's house, a portal appeared, and the system reported that the second secret world would be opened in 10 minutes. Chumo didn't understand why the next secret world appeared so quickly. After all, they should have given the saviors a couple of days to rest. According to Yutong's feelings, a lot of time had passed. Entering the secret world, rescuing Chumo's sister from President Shu, the monster heir that had suddenly descended to Earth, and the battle with the hunters. These were all events that were so fleeting, but there was nothing that could be done about it anymore. So it was the enemy's happiness that Chumo would let the Lee company live another day. Yutong updated the hidden defense once again, and it worked perfectly. This time, even the courier couldn't find the residence. The sudden change of plans affected the schedule of the Secret World broadcast guest presenters. Yishuang said hello to the viewers of the Secret World live broadcast, which she was excited about. Liu Lijiang was angry that the broadcast started so suddenly, but she behaved very differently on camera. Since she was a virtual girl, she could do live broadcasts and promotional activities at the same time. The first cultivator was Ma Yu Yu, who was preparing meat from a boar-like monster. At this time, more intense activities were happening in Li Haoyu's room. After all, he had dug up a huge monster egg and was about to eat it. Liu Lijiang noticed that the live broadcast was slowly turning into a cooking program. Yishuang replied that these guys were following Chumo's trend, imitating his past broadcast in the secret world to attract more attention and get rewarded with fate coins. Elder Ji said that the strength of fifth secret world cultivators was relatively weak. They could only obtain fate coins through food, and thus increase their combat power. Although such behavior was not worth encouraging, but these cultivators also fought hard to protect people. Some cultivators like Jin Mingji went to extreme measures and ate the strangest of foods. Shi Zhencheng found Chumo on his broadcast, so he wanted to interview him about what happened. Zhencheng revealed that he worked in the media before he became a cultivator. Therefore, he wanted to interview Chumo regarding the rumors that he killed his boss and colleague. The protagonist replied that those rumors were falsified by the Lee consortium, because he revealed their conversation, and the monsters arrived on Earth with the consortium's help. Zhencheng wanted to know Chumo's comments about the evidence of involvement in the murders. He replied that this evidence was fake. In fact, President Shu wanted Chumo to take the blame for the failure of the project, so he ordered Xia Xiaomeng to kill him. Chumo also said that before entering the secret world, he was an ordinary person, which the viewers didn't really want to believe. The idol implied that if Chumo's words were true, and the monsters had sneaked into the land, then they were in great danger. Elder Ji decided to order the sects to check on the Lee consortium. But even if a monster had sneaked into the ground, the 4 sects couldn't help but sense it. Yutong was surprised that Chumo was so good at restraining his emotions. After all, Zhencheng had interviewed him for his own benefit and didn't believe a word of it. While Chumo was accepting the fact that all his words on the internet would be erased by the consortium, a strange effect struck them. The secret world informed the saviors that an intervention from another world had caused all worlds to merge into one, and Chumo also received a daily reward. The earthquake ended, which foreshadowed the merging of the worlds, but there was no visible change. The first change turned out to be the new monsters. One of them turned out to be a large, plush cat. The size of this monster exceeded that of a human, and its appearance was misleading, appearing cute. As soon as the cat tried to attack, Chumo swung his hand and annihilated the enemy. But for some reason, his body moved on its own. As a reward for entering every day, Chumo had obtained the battle experience of a legendary demon, and now, when he attacked, he could feel the power in his body resonating, boiling, and raging. Humanoids with large muscle mass, and similar to the past monsters' faces, appeared before Chumo. The protagonist's body was covered in an aura, and oblivion was beaming in his eyes. Yutong thought that Chumo looked strange, but he didn't notice anything. The aura was getting bigger and bigger. Chumo wondered if he was happy. After all, no words could describe what he was feeling. Soon he realized what it was. The guy only found himself ecstatic at his own strength in front of his enemies. It wasn't just ecstasy, but it was definitely anger that he was about to unleash on the enemies in front of him. Chumo's anger was so great that it could completely destroy this disgusting world. The entire street was covered in a golden aura from the protagonist's strength as he mercilessly slaughtered the enemies. The system detected the rejection of the demon's will and began to reboot. While the legendary demon's battle experience was being downloaded, it was not recommended to engage in fights, because there was a chance of going insane. Yutong tried to calm Chumo down, because he had already killed everyone, and it was worth it to regain control of himself. The protagonist came to his senses, and couldn't understand why the system didn't notify him earlier, because it could have hurt Yutong. Because of the demon's experience, Chumo was counterattacked and the damage transfer function activated, injuring the ferret Air. He realized that Air could die because of the fights he was involved in. So Chumo made the decision to avoid fighting. Idol wanted to ask the elder what happened to Chumo. Ji said that the influence of public opinion had caused the warrior's spirit to fall. As a result, his strength started to get out of control, and he lost his mind in battle. An elder had once seen with his own eyes a cultivator he admired in a state of losing control of himself. That warrior had fought until he died. But no one was sure if the same thing was happening to Chumo. The weak cultivators were on the run. They were fleeing from the same street where Chumo was, for he had nearly taken their lives with his anger. One of the cultivators believed that Chumo was not the strongest and had obtained his strength by trickery through fate coins. The guy supported his words, but Chumo had no use for so many coins, for the body had its own limit of power amplification. While the guys were discussing the strongest person, the monster approached them and wanted to know if they were talking about Chumo. But after examining the monster, they were surprised, for the terrifying energy belonged to a small ghost. One of the guys said that the ghost can't be killed. This monster is the pet of Yue Chen Yan, the head disciple of the Tunghuachan sect. The ghost wanted to know where Chumo was because his mistress was angry, so much so that she wanted to kill the very savior. The subordinate informed the president that the plan had worked, and Chumo's strength was starting to get out of control. Therefore, when he left the secret world, he would be a blank slate. If the protagonist had authority, people would respect him. But once Chumo descended from heaven to earth, people would start to mock him. The subject also picked up on the fact that the people he hired online were waiting for orders. If anyone wanted to help Chumo, their live feed would be attacked. The president liked this kind of news. After all, their reputation would be ruined and they wouldn't receive fate coins. So much so that even Yutong would leave him alone. The spectators did not want to give coins to Yutong, for she might die from Chumo or bring calamity herself. Yutong looked strange. After asking questions, she said that Chumo's attacks might have attracted the attention of the nearby monsters. The girl looked anxious, for Chumo was like a time bomb that was dangerous to be around. The protagonist needed to bring this up, but there was no suitable opportunity. And like a gift from the gods, a monster appeared in front of them, opening up that very opportunity. Chumo asked Yutong to leave because he himself could kill the enemy. The girl started walking towards the monster and apologized for not understanding Chumo's feelings really, even though he looked normal on the outside. The girl can't even imagine how much pressure Chumo is under if millions, tens of millions of people are constantly insulting and accusing him. According to the hero, it wasn't that serious, but the fact that he lost control is true. Yutong decided that in that case, she would fight monsters. Her body was covered in aura, and she prepared herself for battle. In an instant, the girl's robes changed and the sword she wanted to protect Chumo with appeared in her hands. Yutong struck first, the responses of her attack cutting the air around the battlefield. In her memories, Yutong was practicing her training. Teacher told her that her strength and skill far exceeded the standards of the trials, but he didn't want to accept her as a disciple. Teacher said that Yutong was a disciple of the Dunhuachin Sect, and she had talent. Other than him, she could have chosen anyone from the Baixiang Sect as her mentor. The mentor wanted to know why Yutong left the Dunhuachin Sect, and why she wanted him to be her mentor. Based on Yutong's answer, the teacher would consider whether to accept her as a disciple or not. The girl revealed that she became Dunhuachin's disciple because she once believed that the ultimate goal of a practitioner was to become immortal. However, she did not believe this. There was no evidence of immortality in history. Thus, without giving these words a precise meaning, teacher said that heaven and earth coexisted in harmony with everything, and everything was absolutely one. And Yutong might have been right about the description and speculation about immortals. The mentor used to think so too, until he came into contact with a real cultivator and discovered that things were completely different from what he had imagined. Powerful cultivators colluded with high-ranking officials to enrich themselves and gain influence. In Yutong's opinion, they were learning new techniques, becoming stronger to consolidate their position and dominate the world. They made careers for themselves with the help of the powerful of this world, and deceived the common people using mysterious teachings. Yutong's father fully supported her to become a cultivator, hoping that she could help his career and introduce her to more people. In order for her to continue practicing, her father brought her here. The mentor said that most cultivators were content with already surpassing ordinary people in strength. Some thought that immortality was only a fairy tale. But no matter what era, even if they were called crazy, there would always be people who would never forget their original intention to become immortal and would continue to seek new paths. The teacher wanted to know if Yutong had heard the name Yu Tianren. She replied that the name was quite strange. In the past, there were 8 sects with long histories and great power. 4 of them had provoked Yu Tianren. So there were only 4 sects in the world now. All mention of Yu Tianren has been erased. It was only the mentor's opinion. But he thought that that cultivator had achieved immortality or had entered the legendary world. But since there was no information, they couldn't know Yu Tianren's secret, but only continue to study people or things related to that cultivator. Finally, Yutong managed to negotiate with the mentor to accept her. Although from the stories, the teacher was quite weak, but she wanted to help in his research. Although the master was very poor, he was able to rent a private house in the suburbs as a practice ground. The master was still weak. His character and spirit continued to attract new followers. There could have been another reason for this. After all, that place had a calm but serious atmosphere for cultivation. Even being the youngest, Yutong was the first disciple of the master, and everyone respected her, bringing her various gifts. Life was getting better. The cult continued to grow, until the day the master's house was destroyed. Her master's master was the founder of the Baixian sect, as well as the masters of several other sects, and many of their disciples surrounded the Yutong sect. They said Yu Tianren's method of practicing was a fraud. They said the master lied to attract hundreds of people to his side, that he was aiming for personal gain. They said that many cultivators were deceived by the master, which slowed down the sect's business, resulting in huge losses and a 40% drop in quarterly turnover. For this, the master had to admit guilt and be punished. And the disciples and followers would be released if they admitted their mistake. Yutong kept convincing everyone that the master wasn't lying to anyone. But the cultivators only laughed. In the opinion of others, Yutong was an easily deceived child, except for whom no one supported her master. After all, at that moment, everyone had abandoned the master, and only Yutong was left. The master told the girl to admit her mistake, and she did. But on his own, he refused to do the same. He said his faith was unshakable. The master was not omnipotent and eventually died. They laughed beside his body. The cultivators scoffed that master was a fool, fiercely believing that even if Yu Tianren's practices survived, it didn't mean that anyone was capable of learning them. Yutong just stood there and watched. How they laughed, for there was nothing the girl could do. Later, her father sent her to another sect where she was just killing time. Even before this moment, Yutong's body was filled with regret and anger. Therefore, she could not stay back now and make a similar mistake again. Protecting Chumo was the most important prospect right now, so Yutong's entire strength was focused on destroying enemies. The secret world congratulated Yutong's savior for killing the boss clone. The second boss would appear in half an hour, and its strength was equal to a 500-year-old monster. Idol said that such a boss was an easy matter. Elder G replied that this time the boss had to be a suitable monster. If the battle power of the boss monster was 2,000 years old and exceeded the limit of the secret world, the world annihilation mechanism would be triggered. However, after splitting the main body of the monster, the clone's combat power was only 500 years each. Fortunately, Yutong had killed the clone. Otherwise, the rescuers would have encountered a 2,000-year-old monster. The virtual girl decided to thank Miss Yutong for reducing the difficulty of the second entrance to the secret world. Soon, a beam of light appeared, marking the location of the boss appearance. A multitude of cultivators immediately rushed to that location. After the secret worlds merged, the number of cultivators increased. Therefore, if they didn't get a front row seat, they wouldn't be able to get close to the boss. Not only the battle cultivators, but the warriors who were eating all sorts of monsters on the broadcast also wanted to enter the boss fight. The two most popular cultivators that were based on food met and decided to go to the boss together. One of them asked to sell him a monster egg to make egg-fried rice. But as it turned out, the other cultivator ate the egg raw. After eating the huge monster egg raw, nothing happened to the cultivator, and he felt quite normal. Nate was on the roof of the building, and he noticed that everything was going according to plan. The cultivators had really decided that they had gotten lucky with the reduced difficulty of the task. The beam of light was nothing more than a grave pit that Nate had specially made for the naive people. Yutong had already arrived at the beam, pondering whether she was really able to slay the monster clone. Chumo said that even if the secret world's notification could be wrong, the glow could not. Yutong, on the other hand, was perfectly fine after the battle. After all, the clone was weak. The protagonist underestimated the girl. He didn't think that Yutong could actually protect him without difficulty. The spirit that had been searching for Chumo finally saw him with his own eyes and immediately recognized the guy. Yutong immediately grabbed the ghost's cheeks and began to tug, for the creature's appearance was cute enough for her. The spirit asked Yutong not to pinch her and clarified that he was not a monster. The creature also summoned its mistress to its side. A girl of short stature and with white hair appeared in front of the guys, stating that she had been looking for Chumo for quite some time. The girl introduced herself as Yue Qianyan from the Dunhuichin Sect, then asked Chumo to fight her. Chumo didn't understand the girl's motives, assuming that she had a grudge against him, but he didn't even know her. Yue Qian, on the contrary, respected him. She was excited by the scene where Chumo was beating the 1,000-year monster with pure brutality. Yutong knew the girl, and she had picked up on the fact that the common enemy right now was monsters, so there was no point in fighting each other. Yutong's hands squeezed the creature so hard that its soul left the body, killing it. The girl didn't realize if she had killed the creature, as the spirit had another spirit inside, and it turned her on in bewilderment. The creature was alive. Yue Qian only had to bring the soul back inside it. But she also said that she had two reasons to challenge Chumo. The first reason was that after watching the video replay of the first entrance to the secret world, the battle between Chumo and the monsters made her light up with desire. The second reason was that Chumo didn't have a sect of his own, but he had shown himself to be much better than the cultivators from the 4 major sects. Against his background, the other cultivators looked like losers. Yutong suggested that this act might have been wrong, for after fighting Chumo, her sect's reputation might have become even worse after the fight with Chumo. Yue Qian disagreed. for they themselves wanted her to accumulate more fate coins to challenge Chumo. The protagonist decided to refuse this fight, for in the last battle with the monster, his strength had gotten out of control, so Yue Qian would be in danger. Chumo really wanted to accept her challenge, but he must postpone it until his strength was stable. Yue Qian felt that postponing the fight was unfair. After all, if Chumo was practicing the techniques of the body refinement sect, the limit of such practice was equivalent to the might of a 1,000-year-old monster. The protagonist really couldn't increase his strength with fate coins, but he doubted that the practice of that sect had a limit of the power of a 1,000-year monster. Yue Qian said that the cultivator practicing the techniques of that sect was imitating some kind of monster enhancement method. However, the human body had limitations. The strength of a 1,000-year monster was the upper limit of the strength that humans could endure. Another factor that limited the strength of practitioners was the pursuit of the true path. If Chumo wanted to control a powerful force, he needed to have a fairly pure mind and will. Even the orthodox cultivation school needed to constantly refine the spirit and resonate with the outside world to break through all the limitations. Since ancient times, due to the limitations of spiritual energy, only a few talented people were able to become immortal. But for the body refinement sect, this was a special case. In theory, anyone could practice the techniques of this sect. However, the process was too painful, and could even be called bullying oneself. Becoming immortal through the techniques of the body enhancement sect is much more difficult than through orthodox practices. According to the records, in the last invasion of another world, body-refining cultivators only played a role in the early stage of the invasion. However, as the intensity of the war intensified, the cultivators of the body-perfecting sect were eliminated. The ghost had also stated that Chumo would soon be useless. Yutong was unwilling to tolerate insolence from the ghost, and threatened him that she would start strangling him again. The ghost was scared, and Yue Qian said that Chumo had become a body-perfecting cultivator at a time like this, and was even able to reach the upper limit of combat power in the first mission of the secret world. This was worthy of respect. Many cultivators wanted to defeat Chumo after obtaining enough fate coins, but Yue Qian had to do it first. Yutong thought the girl was too smug. Yue Qian added that in order to maintain the reputation of the four major sects, there would always be cultivators who wanted to challenge Chumo. Yutong had another decision to make. Maul before fighting Chumo. She needed to go through Yutong. The ghost was angry that Yutong dared to provoke his mistress, threatening that he would rip the girl's head off. The girl didn't understand at first why Yue Qian would fight the pet together, but it didn't matter to her. Suddenly, the ghost turned into an axe. Yue Qian declared that Eudora was a weapon, albeit a bit annoying. An aura appeared around the girl, and her axe glowed with power, preparing for an invidious fight. The cultivators were now enemies. Yue Qian jumped into the air and swung her axe. The cultivators heard the sounds of fighting, thinking that the boss might have already appeared and the fight started with him. Some of the cultivators knew that Yue Qian Yan of the Dunweiqian sect was fighting Yutong for Chumo. But Yutong was a disciple of one of the four major sects, although no one had heard of her before. The guy didn't expect that there would be strong cultivators other than Chumo in the fifth secret world. The rules of the secret world are indeed fair. Ordinary cultivators like them could advance if they found a good opportunity. Then, they had to be brave enough to fight. The master from the Taishuan sect in the first mission of the secret world pretended to gather everyone to fight the boss. As a result, Chumo engaged the boss, and the boss immediately disappeared. The master overheard the cultivators discussing the Taishuan sect, angering Yan Xingjin by doing so. Luo Tongcheng admitted his guilt that he had acted like a coward, and now even his father was disappointed in him. Yan swept up that the master's father had placed too high expectations on him. Moreover, his father had spent all night last night reinforcing the Thunder Amphora with precious materials. Luo's father was still worried about him. He just didn't know how to express it, but still tried to do so. At this time, Nate was inside the Thunder Amphora and was eavesdropping on the conversations of the guys who were naively discussing everything they could. The girls continued to fight. Yue Qian even noticed that Yue Tong was harder to defeat than she expected it to be. The girl was confident that she would win this fight anyway. If she uses too much of Eudoro's power, Yutong might die at all. Yutong was intrigued by this. She wanted to see the real power of this ghost, because Yue Qian was talking too much. After stopping talking, the two opposing sides decided to close in battle, revealing the outcome of the battle. During the final attack, Yue Qian noticed that her weapon had been knocked out of her hands, though she didn't even notice it. As it turned out, Chumo had personally taken away the girls' weapons and asked them not to overdo it. At the same time, the legendary demon's battle experience had loaded half of it. Chumo saw that the girl was angry and said that he intervened because he was worried about safety. But Yue Qian accepted her fault and said mauling her was too reckless and Chumo had knocked out her weapon in battle so easily. She didn't even realize that his martial skills had reached the pinnacle of mastery. Yue Qian asked her not to underestimate herself. In the same situation, even the strongest of the 4 sects, the 4 Dao Seekers, might not have been able to stop this battle as easily. The girl wanted to follow Chumo and train under him. Yutong pointed out that she was already a sect disciple after all. Ye Qian said that it was not a matter for Yutong to interfere. After all, she would have won the battle if Chumo had not taken away the weapons. The girls decided to ask a direct question to Chumo, who would have won the battle if they had kept the weapons with them. Jingshan appeared and told Yue Qian to dampen her competitive spirit, for she was bringing trouble to others. Yue Qian knew Jingshan. He resembled from the Dantibi sect who liked to impose a bunch of rules and patterns. The cultivator's real purpose was not to enter the battle, but to suggest Yutong to join the Dantaibi, for her potential was quite rare. The cultivators surrounded the girl and offered her to join dozens of different sects where her strength would come in handy. Ye Qian said that Dantaibi and Dai and Huo would be able to provide the opportunity to become a core disciple. For in recent years, the total number of followers of the Dai and Huo sect had decreased, and there were 16 core disciples. Dantaibi, on the other hand, only had 1 core disciple. If Yutong entered this sect and killed Jingshan, the next Dao Seeker would be her. Jingshan had heard all of this and confirmed that the Daitanbi sect would provide her with any resources. Yutong appreciated the offer, but she had long ago decided that she would not join other sects. The girl was strong thanks to the coins Chumo had given her. Until now, it was still unclear whether the 4 major sects had colluded with the monsters. In addition, Monster Commander Air was in her house, and Chumo's sister had a monster aura. Joining one of the 4 major sects would only bring trouble. Jingshan swept up that Yutong was too humble, for it was impossible to convert fate coins into battle power if one didn't have the talent and effort. But the offer was still active. When the other cultivators realized that they wouldn't be able to lure the genius into their sect, they decided to break away. Chumo stopped the guys, after all. They had come for a reason, and he could pass on important news. Jingshan wanted to listen to the strongest cultivator of the 5th secret world, so he stopped himself. Chumo reiterated that the capable cultivators should have investigated the situation of the consortium conspiring with the monsters. The viewers also switched to Chumo's room, but not many people believed his words, for he didn't have any kind of proof. People believed that the secret world was an absolute line of defense set up by ancient cultivators. As long as the rescuers didn't fail, the monsters shouldn't appear. Almost no one believed Chumo. But Yue Qian blurted out that she trusted the hero's words. Jingshan was interested in this point of view, but he didn't think the probability was high. So after the secret world mission, he would send people to investigate the consortium's activities. Jingshan also added that protecting the world and preventing disasters with monsters in advance was their job. And the matter of the consortium should have been postponed after defeating the boss. Just before the boss appeared, the beam changed its color and became much larger than it was before. The cultivators became alarmed as the beam continued to grow larger and larger. Nate continued to watch as he noticed that the movement had finally begun. The beam of light moved the cultivators, and as it turned out, this was not the boss's point of arrival. Nor did the notification notify them of anything. Chumo realized that there was something wrong with this place. The secret world mission couldn't be this easy. The first mission said that the final boss would be a 500-year-old monster, and as a result, a 1,000-year-old monster appeared. The secret world sent a notification that the secret boss had arrived. Its difficulty was 500 years, and its location was unknown. One of the cultivators said that aside from the strange events that were happening, once they killed the boss, everything would end. Thinking that it was just a matter of time, the cultivator struck the boss with his sword, but his strike did not do any damage. The boss was only 500 years old. Such a blow from a cultivator should at least wound the boss, if not kill it at all. Once the cultivator realized that it was about his spiritual energy, the monster was already about to counterattack. The cultivators were puzzled, for the boss should have died, yet it was killing the cultivator with a single swing. Jingshan said that it wasn't the monster's strength, but the cultivators had become weaker. For in the new place there was very poor chi energy. Apart from the final boss, there were dozens of monsters around the rescuers, eager to kill. Yutong noticed that the ordinary monsters were also a problem. The cultivators were in a desperate situation. Aside from their limited strength, there were monsters swarming around them. Garrett knew that the cultivators were not in the secret world. The demon welcomed the cultivators, saviors and dear spectators, for they had now reached the land. Jingshan didn't believe these words. After all, there was more spiritual energy chi on Earth than in this place. The thing was that they were at a resort hotel on an island in the Pacific Ocean. There were a huge number of energy suppression blocks closed near the hotel. Garrett had prepared this trap on purpose. This moment proved to be a turning point for the viewers, for Chumo was right. All his words were honest. The virtual girl did not understand what was happening. Elder G was also surprised, but stated that he already had the location of the island. This was good news, for it was necessary to rush to the island and rescue the cultivators. A rescue team had already been dispatched, but according to G, the island had simply disappeared. The satellite map showed the location, but it wasn't there. The demon declared that there would be no help, and neither was there any hope. All that was left for the cultivators was to fight to their last breath, and the spectators to watch the broadcasts. Chumo decided to use his strength. If the rules of the secret world still worked, they would be able to return after the final boss died. One of the cultivators used firearms and killed monsters from afar with bullets infused with spiritual energy. In fact, the assault rifle helped this cultivator quite a bit, for things had become much more dangerous. The guy was with his friend, Abin, but he was brutally killed by a monster stepping on him. The cultivator was covered in anger, and said that he would kill the nasty monster for the death of his friend. But before the guy could do anything, the huge beast grabbed him in its hands, disarming his rifle. The last thing this cultivator saw were the monster's bloodthirsty eyes and its sharp teeth. Garrett held Chumo down and said that the cultivator's screams were music to his ears. Garrett said that he would not let Chumo attack Nunu, for he was the most dangerous of all the saviors. If he kills Nunu, the massacre that the demon had planned would be in vain. The demon asked Nunu to do something to pass the time and keep himself safe from the others. Chumo realized that the situation was bad, because as long as Garrett was blocking him, he wouldn't be able to kill the final boss. Not finishing the secret world as soon as possible would result in a large number of casualties among the cultivators, but Chumo would also risk losing control of his powers. Garrett attacked the hero while he was brooding, but even in this state he was ready to attack. Even more so, Chumo had the support of Jingshan, who had utilized the flaming blood of the Fire Emperor thanks to his fan. Beidu's Blazing Bones was a weak spell against Garrett, but they managed to confuse him. Yuechen attacked next, using Eudoro, but such attacks didn't hurt the demon at all. This wasn't the end yet, as Yutong also entered the battle and struck from behind. Garrett declared that such a meager strength would not be able to harm him. Only one Chumo was capable of injuring him. Jingshan replied to the demon that Chumo was no longer on the battlefield, for he had advanced to search for the final boss. Garrett laughed at this strategy, for the cultivators were putting their lives on the line against such a strong enemy. The girls were confident that they could sacrifice their lives to save the world. Another flaming attack from Jingshan was not aimed to harm, but to restrain the demon. Yufei took this opportunity. Jumping into the air, she brought her axe behind her back. Yutong and Eudoro made a joint attack, thus destroying Garrett's body. It seemed too easy. Judging from the strength the monster had displayed earlier, the cultivators were not opponents at all, but they killed him in 10 seconds. Jingshan realized that this was only a clone of Garrett. After all, the demon's target was originally only Chumo. Garrett passed through the wall and told Chumo that he had passed through a barrier that was difficult to pass through even with such strength. Chumo held the boss's head in his hands, realizing that the demon had lured him to this place on purpose. This was how the most dangerous savior was supposed to be. Even if he falls into a trap, he would still be able to keep calm. And because of the barrier, the boss's death is not recorded. The protagonist wanted to know what Garrett was trying to accomplish. The demon said that Chumo was the best savior on Earth who fought to save the world, but people in return insulted and hated him. Therefore, Garrett wanted Chumo to join them. The monster believed that the broadcast didn't work outside the barrier, so he waited for the hero's response while the audience watched. The battle experience load was 70% complete, so Chumo had to buy as much time as possible. Garrett said that his patience had a limit. If Chumo cooperated with the monsters, they would never treat him badly. But if he rejected kindness, they would have no choice but to kill him. Chumo said that cooperation was impossible. The spiritual energy suppression cube is a precious item from Continent X, and the consortium has already found out about it. The protagonist asked Garrett what about the disappearance of the monster commander. Is it a coincidence? The demon replied that he didn't think it was a coincidence, because it was impossible to make a mistake when transporting the commander. Chumo said that it was to be expected from a dumb monster. After all, he had set a trap without telling, but they could carry out a corresponding counterattack. After all, humans had experimented with monster cells long ago. Garrett called Chumo a despicable human, for his consortium was the initiator of the collaboration. Chumo laughed and said that the people in the consortium would not become his chain dogs, for the cooperation had long since ended. The demon was able to bring out Chumo, for the broadcast was actually working, and now the whole world knew what kind of consortium he really was. A system notification appeared in front of the guy, informing him that progress was almost complete. Garrett mockingly asked Chumo why he had gone silent and where his calmness had gone. But even that wasn't enough, as Chumo also told the humans himself about the consortium's experiments on humans. The protagonist realized that the demon knew nothing about the human experiments, but he still wanted to thank him, because Garrett had just personally recognized the connection between the monsters and the consortium, clearing his reputation. Garrett was broken. He couldn't believe that Chumo had outplayed him and turned the accusations around. The demon couldn't believe it after all. If Chumo wasn't a member of the consortium, he couldn't have that much information. The protagonist asked the demon what was strange about him digging up information on his enemy. Chumo added that after this secret world ended, he would destroy the Lee consortium. The demon wanted to know at what point Chumo realized that the barrier couldn't stop the live transmission. He knew it from the beginning, for Garrett had been talking too much about how the barrier was hard to cross and fix the death of the boss. The viewers once again began to cherish Chumo, as he was much better than anyone could have expected. Finally, the protagonist waited for the battle experience loading progress to reach 100%. As it turned out, the system surprised Chumo, for the loading progress began to go beyond 100%. The monster, on the contrary, was quite vicious, and if Chumo lost control during the fight, it would be terrible. But before the fight, the system reported that because of the carrier's advanced training, the skills would be transferred and the carrier would not get out of control. In this secret world that Garrett had created, only strength would determine the fate of humanity and the outcome of the battle. The demon rushed in and struck, but Chumo did not change. His calmness was the same and his attack was easily blocked. The protagonist grabbed the demon's arm and threw it into the ground, telling it to take a break. As Garrett fell to the ground, his body was torn apart, leaving Chumo puzzled. Idol was in awe of the cold-blooded Chumo, who possessed incredible intelligence and combat power. Li Liujiang asked Yishuang to hold back. Chumo's title as the strongest savior was well-deserved. The virtual girl also wanted to ask the audience to apologize to Chumo. Garrett reappeared. He was alive after the attack. The protagonist ordered him to remove the barrier and complete the mission. Then, he would spare the demon. The demon assumed that his power might be far beyond his expectations, so he prepared in advance by creating several illusions. The illusions turned out to be storage devices, which transferred his pre-stored power to him, so that he would not be limited by spiritual energy and temporarily restore his combat power. The exquisite martial skills amazed Chumo, and to show respect for him, Garrett wanted to use all of his strength. At this time, the guys were trying to break through the barrier, which they were not succeeding at all, and the maul attacks were bouncing off of it. Jing Shan assumed that the monster was using the boss as bait to lure Chumo away. But for some reason, he didn't prevent the other cultivators from destroying the barrier. There could be two reasons for this. Either the barrier was too strong, or the monster was busy doing more important things. Suddenly, a bell appeared above the cultivators' heads. It was huge and tainted the entire sky with its power. Nate told the people that time was up. After thousands of years, he had managed to gather the saviors, and the opportunity to unite the two worlds once again presented itself. Come intermission time, the people began to fear Nate, for his size was great and his power even greater. The fate of this battle was sealed. The cultivators had lost. But the monsters didn't want to just kill all the humans. Nate offered the humans a deal. If they gave up their status as saviors and surrendered to the monsters, the humans would be safe. This included all the people on Earth. Mr. Luo stated that he would never surrender, and the others shouldn't have believed a word the monster said. The other cultivators trusted the words of a master from the Taishuan sect. After all, the monster just wanted to divide the masters. Nate said that he didn't want to become an enemy. Cultivators, you can either become food or allies. Many cultivators had already joined the monsters. Thanks to their tokens, they were able to redirect the others to a remote island. Those with a token had to step forward and would be provided food and lodging. The marked cultivators would be personally taken under Nate's protection after the intermission. Luotingyang didn't understand how he was tagged even though he himself didn't have any token. Nate revealed that his thunder amphora was actually the token his father had given him. Although Mr. Luo wasn't the one who joined them, his father had asked him to take care of him. In the monster's opinion, Mr. Luo's father was simply very smart. Monsters had long infiltrated the land, and some cultivators had decided to join them. The land had long since become a playground for monsters. After a while, Commander Air finally got out of the weak cage, so she could enjoy some food. No one would want to become a tame pet. But Chumo had bribed her with food, and when he returned, he would pay for what he had done. But until Air recovered her strength, she couldn't fight this monster. The only thing left to do was run or stuff her belly. The commander realized that if she kidnapped Chumo's adored sister, she would make her servant. That way, even without her strength, Air would fulfill the Lord's mission. Although she didn't sympathize with humans, but she hated bullying the weak. And if she did that, she wouldn't be any different from high-level arrogant monsters. Air simply decided to revert to retreat tactics, and at least leave Chumo's territory. Suddenly, the damage transfer function activated, and the commander fell to the ground in pain. Garrett continued to attack, asking Chumo how long he would run and hide for. Chumo continued to dodge the demon's countless attacks, as the enemy kept its distance, but at one point the protagonist was able to get close and strike the naive demon. Garrett told Chumo to look up. As he raised his head, he saw the magic attack above his head. Apparently, the demon assumed that Chumo had taken a good amount of damage, and coughed up blood for the first time. The protagonist failed to block this attack and got hurt, saying that the demon was also not weakly hurt. But Garrett was at his peak and healed the wounds without any effort. And without chi energy, Chumo would only receive damage from now on. Garrett didn't care, as long as he was the winner. The palms of light signified the number of saviors and cultivators who had surrendered to the monsters. This was Chumo's last chance to surrender. The protagonist refused the offer, for he hated it the most when people tried to pity him. Most cultivators didn't want to continue fighting. But once they gave up their status as saviors, they would betray humanity. Nate swept up that the intermission would be over soon, so the people had no reason to hesitate, being the guests of honor. Mr. Lowe refused to surrender to the monsters, even though it was not only for him, but for his father as well. They would both be killed as enemies. Luo's father worked hard to pave the way for him, but he didn't hesitate to doom his sect. The cultivator decided to use the thunder amphora as an answer to Nate's proposal. The power of the ancient relic was no doubt great, but Nate managed to block the lightning streams. Moments later, the demon's hand was over Lowe's head, saying that it was a bad choice. After such a powerful strike, Nate was unharmed, and the cultivators doubted their strength. The intermission was coming to an end, so the monster asked the cultivators one last time about their choices. The system reported that the loading process was 150%, and Chumo had acquired a martial sacred law skill. The combat power would increase 3 times. Active use of the skill could increase combat power tenfold and would last for 10 seconds. 184th year of the Taiping calendar. Slaves enslaved by the ruling dynasty revolted. The disintegrating dynasty began to splinter. The feudal lords then waged internecine warfare, and the people were plunged into an abyss of calamity. The cultivators ended the time of turmoil and sealed all the ancient evil. Then, Da Luo Tian was born, who united power and religion. The 8 major sects of cultivators led by the Dunhuitian sect, they aided Da Luo Tian's rule. Peace has come for the common people. The master paid his employee 50 spirit coins. The fellow reported that he wanted to quit his job. This surprised the master, for his worker was getting good money. The worker was tired, had saved some money, and wanted to open a small store. The master asked him to make one more delivery. He started working as a delivery man 5 years ago. And 5 years ago, scary monsters started appearing in the world. To prepare for war with the other world, Da Luo Tian built a secret world. Prisoners who had committed serious crimes were sent to Da Luo Tian's place. But this time, the victims are a bit strange. Men and women, young and old, in rags, seemed like ordinary people from the same village. There was even a one-eyed old man who had been imprisoned alone in a wagon. The one-eyed grandfather wanted to tell his story to the worker, who replied that they could not communicate with the victims. The victims' village was in a remote and barren mountainous area. They survived through crops in the fields and mountains. They had managed to survive for the past few decades, however, monsters had appeared. The survivors in the village sought protection from the farmers to prevent another monster attack. The worker said he wasn't interested in the story, as it was worth it to sleep before the path ahead of him. If the people of that village wanted to fight the monsters, they could only rely on themselves. But ordinary weapons didn't work, and they had no gift or cultivation. Fortunately, grandfather found the monster's body. He was a doctor. A person without a gift couldn't become a cultivator. So he wanted to learn the secrets of the monsters, so he dissected one of them. The villagers supported his idea and asked him to conduct an experiment on them, hoping to gain power by merging with the monster. The experiment was dangerous. Some people died. Some people modified their bodies, went insane, and soon died. Unfortunately, the survivors hadn't gotten any powers yet. The old man was called crazy. One began to believe that all of this was pointless. A worker confirmed that Grandpa had gone mad. After all, a seemingly incompetent doctor in a remote area thought that his research could allow ordinary people to surpass cultivators and fight monsters. The elder never denied that it was madness. However, they all wanted to live and help those without the gift to defend themselves. Soon one of the victims threw the guard off, for he started touching his sister. The guy chained up not only killed the carrier, but crushed the stone with a single blow. The doctor laughed, saying he had succeeded. And one of those prisoners is hope for the future. One of the workers wanted to report, but the other stopped him with his sword. The guy tied up the worker, thinking he might have gone crazy. But criminals were being victimized to keep the secret world alive. He was transporting a lot of sinners, some guilty and some not. But this time, the victims don't have to die. 20 years later, a cultivator came to his friend who had little time left to live. The man said that the flesh and blood of the monsters you were joined with was constantly eating away at his body. At best, he could live another 2 years. But they were considered heretics and were constantly hunted down. The sick man replied that even 6 months would be enough. After all, his friend could also die. A cultivator like him volunteered to help out. The cultivator didn't recall volunteering to help on his own accord, for they had lured him into this trap on their own. The guy accepted the fact that he had gotten himself into it. But still not knowing that humans had mastered the monster's power, he couldn't stop his curiosity. In addition, they found a method to become stronger without using monster flesh and blood. But as the first person to master the power of monsters, he could only humbly wait for his death. Before that, the sickly guy wanted to try a new cultivation method. Because of giving up monster flesh and blood, the lifespan of his body was greatly reduced, so the cultivator thought the idea was delusional. The unhealthy guy still wanted to live, to see what the next generation of cultivators. Perhaps they would even be recognized by Daluotian and no longer be considered heretics. The cultivator was going to take care of those orphans that the sick guy picked up after he died. Suddenly, the security system beeped. It was Daluotian's cultivators. 3 squads with a capacity of 60 people. A person with monster strength didn't panic. After all, they had previously defeated 5 squads. The cultivator replied that after that battle, all the supporters had been killed, and his friend had blacked out periodically. After that fight at the limits of his body, he discovered one thing. By allowing the monster's flesh and blood to completely merge with his body, the guy could temporarily gain incredible power while falling into madness. The cultivator stated that this would result in death. His friend replied that it probably would, but the cultivator should keep his promise. He had no other wishes, only that the next generation of children would never have to use monster flesh again. Although the practice process was painless, it was safe to become stronger. Unlike him, they could fight like humans and die like humans. The children would no longer become food for monsters, no longer be a burden for cultivators, and no longer just fuel for the secret world. Many years later, the prisoner had one last chance to admit his guilt. But he only said with a smirk that Daluotian had sentenced him to death. The overseer said that since the savior was the strongest of the entire secret world, Daluotian had reconsidered his decision and wanted to give him a second chance. If he admitted his mistake in public, he would have his reputation washed away. And if he refused, he would have to fight with the head of the spiritual department. The idea of a duel instead of the death penalty was more entertaining to the rescuer, so he decided to take up the fight. The overseer thought he was crazy, because by simply admitting his guilt, this could be easily avoided and forgiveness could be obtained. Everyone who practiced body refinement would receive Daluotian's approval, and he would be considered the strongest cultivator. but he refused to admit it. Strongest only wanted to do the right thing and not be crazy. According to his research decades ago, the spiritual energy began to deplete, which staggered the foundation of Daluotian's rule. They had found the only way to merge the two worlds, which could revitalize the spiritual energy. So Daluotian contacted the other world without permission, and summoned the monsters that were terrorizing the villages. Using this as an excuse, he took victims and created a secret world. The guard said that even if it was true, nothing would change. The cultivator had only wasted his life trying to get Daluotian's approval, and in the end, became one of them. Now he was going to give it all up, betraying his life's efforts. The purpose of the body refinement sect was to protect those who had no gift, those who were weak. He might have betrayed himself, but he would never betray others. A cultivator no longer needs approval or cultivator status. He will fight as a mortal for the mortals of this world. He was strong, but his combat power had reached its limit. Therefore, the guy had no chance of defeating the head of the spiritual department. He didn't care that such a fight was equivalent to suicide. Even if he died, the fight would cause even more resistance. So he would pin his hopes on the next generation like his predecessors had done. All these strength, all the temperament and dreams were shifted onto the shoulders of Chumo, who would be the heir to these goals. Garrett felt a strange pressure that suddenly began to emanate from Chumo. The protagonist received a new aura. His movements were slow, but sure. The demon's body began to disintegrate, and Chumo asked him if he noticed it, to which he received a refusal. Looking at his hand, Garrett's body parts were flying out of it, and the guy said that the demon was dying. Despair continued to spread on the isolated desert island as chaos spread around them. The monsters easily killed the most powerful cultivators, so the remaining ones hid in fear. Fighting the monsters was useless, as the weakest cultivators would simply become corpses. One of the warriors decided to surrender to the monsters, because in the rush of oblivion in his head, there were no other options. The beast attacked the man without a second thought, and immediately took his life by closing its jaws. The second cultivator was in a tenuous position, for the monsters were able to find his trail after the death of the first one. The attracted creatures immediately rushed at the cultivator, leaving him with the last seconds before his death. Yutong saved the cultivator, striking the amphibian with a single swing of her sword. Yueqian attacked the second monster, and managed to also slay it with a single swing of her weapon. The cultivator finally felt relaxed as well as empty. Nate attacked the man, creating a hole in his body. The levitating monster declared that the trio in front of him was unusual. After all, they had not only broken out of the siege, but also saved others, so they had another chance to surrender. Yechen refused, adding that Chumo would come to the aid of the others sooner or later. A smirk appeared on Nate's face. He said that after all this time, Chumo had not gotten out, which meant that he was dead or had betrayed the cultivators. Chumo's triad was not going to give up and continued to fight avidly for the human race. Those cultivators who had surrendered were in their apartments discussing the sounds of battle that could be heard. In choosing the human race, the warriors were idiots, for even the strongest savior is trapped, and no one knows if he is alive. The human race will come to an end, and there will be no one to thank them. At this time, the battle with Nate grew even more intense. The last cultivator stood on his feet in front of Nate, as he was many times stronger. The monster said that the cultivators had rejected his mercy in vain, for he was now the judge of their lives. Suddenly a loud sound interrupted the words of the cocky Nate, and the barrier cracked. The injured Jingshan fell to his knees, but he realized that the sound was the barrier collapsing. Seconds after, the wall separating the world from the cultivators was broken by Chumo's strongest savior. Nate couldn't believe that Garrett, who was at the peak of his strength, had lost to Chumo and let him break the barrier. The monster didn't stand a chance, and the only option was to go invisible before Chumo got any closer. The protagonist raised his arm and unleashed an attack so powerful that it struck everything in front of him. The dying Nate couldn't believe that a cultivator of the body refinement sect was able to use such a technique. Jingshan noticed that the monsters were disappearing, and it seemed like Chumo had it so easy. The protagonist started walking and wanted to know if Jingshan possessed healing techniques. The answer turned out to be positive, but his techniques would not be enough to save Yutong and Yue Qianyan. Chumo's main concern was for them to survive, because when the mission was over, all the injuries would disappear. The hero had a mission to kill all the remaining monsters. Soon, the sounds of battle stopped, and the cultivators who had surrendered to the monsters mocked the others. While people were discussing their own, Nate found himself alive. All the monsters around had died, and Garrett as well, so if Nate lost his life, the mission would end. But luckily, he had placed his clones in the 8 tokens. Even though the amphora shattered, there are still 7 clones left. And until Chumo's strength fails and he dies, no one can find Nate. Suddenly, the door to the survivor's apartment was kicked in. Chumo rushed inside in search of the monsters. The cultists noticed the arrival of the strongest rescuer and started pretending that they were actually trying to help. The guys said that they were pretending and were looking for a way to kill the monsters from inside their system. Chumo said that all the monsters had been destroyed, but the mission wasn't over yet. He had people to save. No matter what method he used, Chumo must kill all the remaining monsters. After searching the entire island, the guy didn't find any monsters anywhere. But there was still the smell of enemies in the apartments, so Chumo was going to kill all the suspects. The cultivators were stunned and started to justify themselves, saying they were not guilty, and the monster was covering up away from them. One of the guys remembered that it was about the tokens that were labeled by the monster. They are directly connected to the monster's energy, but still found a cultivator who ate his token for better safety, and it was too late to do anything about it. Nate's shadow began to emerge from the cultivator's body, and he couldn't resist it in any way. The monster burst out of the token, ending the lives of the cultivators with a blob of its power. Nate said it was brutal. After all, to find him, Chumo had killed his own kind without any remorse. In fact, the protagonist was only pretending to make threats while trying to catch the monster. Nate turned out to be so stupid that he easily exposed himself. The monster did not believe those words, for Chumo's desire to kill spoke of a completely different intention. In one lightning-fast move, the protagonist destroyed Nate's body, confirming his desire to kill for the sake of avenging every cultivator. The ghost was terrified, as Chumo had instantly destroyed 4 of his clones, and only 3 remained. But the further Nate tried to escape, the faster the savior killed his remaining clones. The monster had too little time left, so he had to complete his part of the mission. Chumo's speed exceeded all laws of logic. In a split second, he was right in front of Nate. Such absurd speed gave the shadow no choice but to try to stay alive a little longer. But his penultimate clone was immediately killed. The monster had no choice but to attack Jingshan and the others before Chumo took his last life. The ghost split into 3 illusions and hid its true body in the real target of the attack. Jingshan's strength was almost depleted due to treating Yutong and Yue Chen, and even one person he wouldn't be able to protect for long. Therefore, by choosing the wrong one, everyone might be in danger. Therefore, the guy's choice fell on Yutong. The cultivator's choice turned out to be wrong. Nate actually took control of Yue Chen. The monster declared that he had won. Chumo was too late, and he managed to hit one of the cultivators. The protagonist continued to approach the enemy and told Nate that he would kill him himself. The monster said he wouldn't fight back, but Yue Chen was now in his power, so they would die together. If Chumo wanted to save his partners, he would have to kill one of them in front of the whole world. Jingshan wanted to kill the monster, but Chumo convinced him that it was useless since he couldn't stand normally. The savior had a plan in his head. Chumo took hold of Yue Chen and started shaking her up and down. After a little while, he managed to shake Nate out of Yue Chen's body and bring her back to normal. Nate had run out of clones, so the main character's blow was the deciding factor for the monster. Before its death, the monster stated that there was no reason to rejoice. After all, so many cultivators had died and the monsters had completed their mission. Chumo was stronger than expected, but that was only because of the techniques he used. And as a cultivator of the body refinement sect, his combat power had reached its limit. The second mission of the secret world had been accomplished. For this, Chumo received a special reward. A perfect Dao heart that removed the limit of combat power, allowing the user to infinitely increase combat power. The virtual girl said that they had analyzed the results of the second mission of the secret world. In the end, only 706 saviors had survived. Elder Ji was in a hurry to get to the meeting that would decide the fate of the traitors. Yi Shuang understood the situation, so she decided not to delay the elder, but to finish the broadcast together with Lu Lijiang. Ji also added that he was much more concerned about the upcoming conflict between Chumo and the Li consortium. Director Li's subordinate reported that none of the cultivators had made contact. But the headmaster was not puzzled, for he had no hope for these people either. An unfamiliar fellow entered the office and observed that not only had the headmaster made an enemy in the person of Chumo, but he had also contacted a monster, and even after that, he remained calm. The subject did not expect someone to break into private property, so he was already prepared for a fight. The elder reassured him, for before them was an envoy of the Consortium Alliance who had come to help defeat the crisis. The messenger replied that he had come to report the final decision of the Alliance, for among the consortiums, there are quite a few directors who want the death of the Lee ringleader. Director Lee said that the other principals were deciding whether to help Consortium leader Lee survive the crisis, and by Lee's count, 20 votes were in favor, 4 against, and 1 abstention. The messenger gave up and said that the director was absolutely right, but he didn't understand where he got those calculations from. The reason was that all the consortiums were cooperating with the monsters in one way or another, and they were more concerned about Chumo's activities. The guy relayed that Director Lee should find a safe place to wait out the storm. At the same time, the Alliance will launch an official investigation into the Lee Consortium. Important and secret information the Alliance would help hide. The director had no desire to be on the island the whole time. The messenger replied that he would not have to, for the investigation would drag on for months. And in a year, the world and Earth would complete their merger. Then Lee would stop hiding. But aside from the elaborate plan, the principal had another question. What to do with Chumo? The guy wasn't worried about him because by crossing the consortium's path, Chumo had doomed himself to death. Back in Yutong's apartment, the protagonist apologized to Air for hurting her and presented her with a feast. The girl was angry because cheap food cannot bribe the commander, for Chumo almost killed her. The pet wanted lobster, but he didn't have the money for such a dish. Air could have asked Yutong for it, but she had gone to bed. The guy decided to show Air a broadcast from the secret world so she wouldn't be so bored. Air was stunned because Chumo had easily destroyed Garrett's trap and killed all the monsters, and the 12 monsters left on the ground were complete weaklings. Since the protagonist was able to read his pet's mind, he asked her to help him find the 12 remaining monsters. Air finally realized the predicament she was in, so she decided to enjoy the food that was in front of her. Suddenly, Yutong woke up and went to check what the smell of food had filled the whole house. The girl couldn't sleep with the news about the consortium. Mall Director Lee had disappeared even though they had started an investigation, but even Yutong realized that it was done to buy time. Air continued to get full as Yutong asked why the monster wasn't sad if her friends were dead. Air stated that they weren't her friends. All high-level monsters were nothing to her. They often bullied the weaker races. Chumo said that even with that in mind, Air was willing to help him find the remaining monsters on Earth. Air would have wanted to refuse, but she thought that Master was testing her loyalty. For Chumo had seen her break out of the cage when he returned from the secret world and didn't say a word. The pet raised her hand and stated that she would definitely help him find all the monsters. Chumo added that in the end, just by getting solid evidence, they would be able to completely overthrow the Lee Consortium and find out the truth about his sister's coma. But once his relationship with Air was revealed, it would definitely raise the suspicions of others. For the protagonist, it was better to take the risk and take Air, for he didn't trust the cultivators of the 4 major sects. Yutong heard the master say that Daluotian was once the strongest sect of cultivators and founded a dynasty belonging to cultivators. After the decline of spiritual energy, the cultivators gave up their dominance over the world. Daluotian had become the headquarters of the cultivators after that, and now it had been destroyed. As far as Chumo knew, the monster invasion and the construction of the secret world were related to Daluotian. The secret world was a cultivator's line of defense, but it seemed like the saviors were sent there to deliberately kill. Also, the last secret world mission had deducted Chumo's fate coins, and this time, he didn't receive any coin rewards. Yutong was stunned that Chumo did not receive a single coin, even though he was the one who saved everyone and uncovered the conspiracy. He replied that he believed Yue Qianyan and Jing Shan, but he didn't believe their sects. Therefore, it was necessary to learn more about the secret world. People presented food to the monster many times, but even after all the gifts, he was hungry. The chief cook brought another portion, but the monster was no longer interested in ordinary food. Later, an employee was carrying out the chef's corpse in a bag, and the janitor advised him not to open the bag as he vomited as he cleaned up the remains. This was the 3rd corpse in one day. The monsters were calm more or less, but because their 2 leaders had died in the secret world, they were starting to go crazy. The man told the employee to stop whining. After all, they were already over 35, and they wouldn't be able to find another job at that age. The Lee Consortium was paying good money for this. When the laborer wanted to throw the bag away, the stranger distracted him and asked him to clarify where the monster was located. Looking at the stranger, the worker initially thought he was a new employee, but quickly changed his expression. The stranger turned out to be Chumo, who introduced himself as a delivery man. Although the employee recognized him, a woman in a maid costume with ears was on the beach and presented the director with wine that had been airlifted thousands of kilometers away from here. The second maid picked up on the first maid's rudeness, for she was giving the principal a massage. Principal Lee relaxed as he asked the girl if she was leaving so quickly after handing over the wine. Putting a finger to her lips, the girl winked at the principal and said that on was coming as a gift. The subject was on edge as they had a terrifying problem. Chumo found the place where they were hiding. Director Lee wasn't just surprised. He was so stunned by the information he heard that he spat wine out of his mouth. Someone entered the monster's room. The monster stated that no one should disturb him for another hour after he had eaten. Chumo said its meat was unpalatable, adding that the monster was rumored to have tasted a lot of humans. The one-eyed monster said that becoming his food is an honor for worthless creatures. Chumo originally wanted to let the monster live as proof of his point, but his opinion changed. After slightly looking at the person in front of him, the monster's eye widened, and it realized that it was the same Chumo in front of it. The monster had no time to do anything before the leg of the strongest cultivator took his life in an instant. The monster barely survived and became angry, asking Chumo to let him complete the sentence. This time, the protagonist allowed him to finish his words, but immediately struck a second blow. The monster once again survived, but the last pieces were left of him. Chumo decided to keep them to provide as evidence. Suddenly, the secret base began to be covered in explosions to neutralize the strongest one. Chumo noticed that the Lee consortium was aware of his presence, but the explosion wouldn't be able to harm him, though it would get rid of the evidence. A reporter had already arrived on the scene, saying that she was at the scene of the explosion in the western outskirts of Antun City. The girl said that someone survived and even came out of the Lee consortium building, which was previously covered in explosions. It was Chumo, who was carrying a piece of monster along with him. The reporter immediately asked for an interview opportunity. The protagonist noticed that as soon as the explosion occurred, the reporter was on the spot as if she had prepared in advance. The girl revealed that they were interviewing nearby and didn't expect an explosion nearby at all, especially since such an explosion could hurt both ordinary people and innocent consortium employees. Chumo replied that he wanted to peacefully communicate with their staff to help investigate the truth behind Director Lee's disappearance. But suddenly, the monsters in the base attacked him. The hero was so scared that he had no choice but to act in self-defense. Many people saw the report, thinking that Chumo was a hero who did the right thing. All the records about the Lee consortium on the internet were blocked, so people went to the Secret World broadcast to discuss it. At this time, the principal was furious. He didn't want to see the girls around him anymore and sent them away. The old man couldn't believe that people dared to open their mouths towards him, especially not believing that Chumo was able to find the carefully hidden monster. When Chumo returned, air exploded with laughter. For the monster, whose name was Bart, was always bullying the weak and causing trouble for her subordinates. In return for her help with finding the monster, the commander demanded a Boston lobster. Chumo agreed to his pet's terms, thus making the beast quite happy. The system prompt reported that the master could reinforce his pet from now on, but Chumo interrupted it, asking Air to hide himself. Lee Hanlon and Shajo appeared in front of him, who remarked how difficult it was to find Chumo. The protagonist remembered Shajo as the person who escaped in the middle of the fight, but didn't know the other person. Lee Hanlon introduced himself and said he was sorry for the conflict between them, but in order to completely destroy the enemy alliance, he wanted to cooperate with Chumo. He immediately recognized Lee Hanlon, for he was the one who betrayed his family, so he quickly agreed to cooperate. Lee did not expect this, for he had prepared a whole monologue, but Chumo agreed with him much faster than he expected. Chumo didn't trust them, but if Lee Hanlon lied to him, he would take Lee hostage and force the consortium director to appear. This idea was a good one, but Lee's father wasn't so easy to blackmail. He never had room in his heart for his youngest son. Lee Hanlon didn't expect Chumo to turn out like this. The guy extended his hand and said that sincerity was the prerequisite for cooperation. Shachu asked Chumo to answer another question, whether he had intentionally concealed his strength in the last battle. The battle would become irrelevant when they became partners, so Shajo wanted to try one last time. The protagonist accepted the challenge if Shajo so strongly insisted on a fight between them. This time, the fight ended many times faster than the last one. Shajo was sent into the air with a single punch. Chumo wondered if he was all right. After all, he had controlled his strength so that he wouldn't cause Shajo much harm. Li Hanlin replied that Xiaozhu had received a lot of harm with this. In the past, Xiaozhu was a crazy cultivator who was looked down upon by even the 4 major sects. The loser was broken. He didn't have time to realize anything and lost. In just one day, the difference in strength between them had become huge. Li Hanlin decided to cut to the chase. They could provide Chumo with information about the consortium's movements, as well as the location of the data transmission. But he didn't need it, for he wanted to find all the monsters that the consortium had hidden away in the first place. Li Hanlin could do little to help in this area. The consortium had a very high degree of confidentiality regarding monster information. It could only identify the cities where the monsters were hiding. Chumo could only sense the energy of monsters within a certain range. Before overthrowing the Li consortium, he didn't want to make too many enemies. Therefore, he was only going to attack the monsters hidden by the consortium. And while the other consortiums were idle, he hoped that they could study the list of alliances that colluded with the monsters. Li Hanlin had implied that this way, his father would think that he had been betrayed by one of the consortiums. In fear, he would easily give away the alliance list. Chumo had just tracked down a monster, and now the Li consortium was moving other monsters in a hurry. Chumo wondered if he could ask for money for this, to which he received an agreement from Li Hanlin, and he received a sum of 300 million for the first task. The protagonist was surprised by such figures. After all, he only needed a couple thousand to buy a lobster. 20 days later, another monster was found by Chumo, and the consortium did not have time to save it. A terrifying aura enveloped it. Chumo declared to the monster that there was nowhere else to run. But the enemy in front of him had never killed a human, so he could spare the monster. The monster refused the offer, choosing death on the battlefield rather than captive status. Director Li was angry that Chumo had already killed 4 monsters, and sought to find out from the messenger if he had figured out where the enemy had gotten the location information from. When the elder learned that the traitor was a person from the Li consortium, he was eager to know the name of that person. The messenger calmly revealed, Mole the traitor was Li Hanlin. He had been hiding for a long time, but he was the one who had sneaked into the underground base and thwarted the plan to merge the 2 worlds together. Director Li couldn't believe it, for in his opinion Li Hanlin was a mistake without intelligence. But as it turned out, they knew far less about Hanlin than he really was. The messenger had printed out an entire document that recorded the traitor's many actions over the years. The motive for his actions didn't matter. Now that they had found the traitor, the envoy was savvy that they could use him to fight back against Chumo. The monster had yet to appear, but according to the information that Li Hanlin had received, the 5th monster would definitely pass through the city before traveling to the new base. The only oddity was that the car with the monster was heading towards the city center, not the base. The car stopped. The monster asked the driver why he stopped the car in a different place. The man said that was the destination. According to the plan, Chumo was supposed to kill this monster, but the monster ordered the driver to drive on at the cost of his life. The man put the gun under his weight and said that he would die here anyway. That way, his daughter could live. The monster was puzzled, but decided to go against the plan. Going outside, he looked for suitable victims. A plan that only a monster could come up with. In this case, the monster decided to follow it and make a big fuss about it. The monster began its attack, releasing roots all around it. It had a smile on its face as its roots rushed towards the humans. But just when they were a meter away from piercing their target, the roots stopped. Chumo managed to save the people and disarm the monster that was expecting this attack from the guy. The protagonist couldn't understand why the Consortium Alliance was allowing such a monster to kill people at will in the center of the city. The monster said that killing these people made him completely unhappy, because he wouldn't see the moment when Chumo would die. The monster did not resist at all, but instead committed suicide. Chumo couldn't understand what it meant, but the monster managed to release a gas that spread throughout the city. Later, the news reported that there was a fierce battle between Chumo and the monster in the center of the city. After the monster died, a poisonous gas was released, killing hundreds of people in the nearby area. Consortium head Li decided to show his face and made a statement. He apologized to everyone, saying that he had been under the control of the monsters for almost half a year and had done many unforgivable things. Director Li said that the monsters had taken control of his mind. But as of today, the monster's control over his mind has been completely lifted. The elder didn't seek forgiveness and knew that everything he did for most of the year when he was under control. But the headmaster had someone he had to meet. The head of the Li family wanted to publicly apologize to Chumo while waiting for him at Campbell Island. Ordinary people, Especially those who lived in the city center knew that the death toll was at least 10,000 people. The counselor swept the world, now protesting against Chumo's atrocities, continuing with the headmaster's plan. Even the 4 major sects are on the side of the Lee consortium. Acacia prices would collapse, unemployment would rise, and many industries would experience a cold winter. Large companies will start laying off employees, and the income of farmers will also be severely reduced. Coupled with the large number of deaths in the city center, Chumo destroyed the good image of cultivators. For their own sake, cultivators would not allow Chumo to continue to act recklessly. The elder stated that this did not reassure him. A meeting with Chumo could be dangerous, for Director Lee is a weak old man, and he would not be able to be stopped by the cultivators. The counselor added that the meeting would only take place to show the real Chumo. If he harmed the principal, he would become an enemy to both the consortiums and cultivators. The principal got angry and said that in that case everyone would live in peace and he would be the only one suffering. The counselor remarked, saying Lee Hanlon had brought him a lot of problems. Just letting Director Lee go on a prison vacation for a few months was already a good deal. But even so, it wouldn't be the only punishment. Director Lee didn't negotiate like this, so he resented it. Even though he would survive, but Lee Hanlon must die. The elder decided to accept these terms, as consortium traitors must die. That same day, Chumo moved to the rooftop, with a landing spot for the helicopter. Air couldn't believe that her master was angry because of the stupid humans that had turned against him. The monster commander added that if the master hadn't dispelled the poisonous fog in time, the death toll could have exceeded tens of thousands. The protagonist replied that he was doing what he thought was right. He doesn't need any thanks. The problem is the meeting with Director Lee. The consortium must have prepared for this and maybe even teamed up with the cultivators. Chumo saved people's lives and received a meager treatment in return. It was human nature to be surprised by Air. Air suggested that the commander should switch to the monster's side, which made Chumo madly angry. As a punishment, the commander was turned into a ferret, and her movements were restrained by improvised means. When the protagonist found himself on Principal Lee's island, he did not expect to see his friends from the 4 major sects. Jing Shan asked the protagonist to stop attacking the consortium. If he did something wrong, he would be punished according to the law. Otherwise, Chumo would become an enemy of the 4 sects. Chumo was disappointed in his friends, because the sects made their decision knowing that the Lee consortium had cooperated with the monsters. Jing Shan apologized, for it is the sect's decision, and he has no power to change it. Justice that goes against the law will destroy the stability of society. Chumo stated that he was the big picture. Aside from worrying his friends, he decided to be personally responsible for his actions. Yue Qian didn't understand why they wouldn't go along with Chumo if the consortium could frame him. But it was the opposite. The consortium alliance didn't need to reconcile with Chumo. Even if they won, they would suffer heavy losses. The girl didn't understand why the old men in power in the 4 major sects were mentally ill. After all, those joined forces with the consortium to threaten Chumo since he is the strongest savior in the secret world. Jing Shan convinced the master of this. He said that even without Chumo, they had other insurance measures. This cultivator's existence didn't matter to the others. Finally, Director Lee met the strongest warrior of the secret world and asked him what it was like to turn from a superhero to a supervillain. Chumo, on the other hand, replied that it was just a title someone had forced on an ordinary person. The elders said that ordinary people didn't destroy entire consortiums, and as an ordinary person, his sense of justice was too heightened. Chumo said that all he wanted was to meet with Director Lee. His sister was being used in an experiment. Everything he did was for his sister. The principal laughed, for these actions from Chumo were not from colluding with the monsters, but for his sister's sake. The consortium alliance had made such a big battle, and it had all turned out to be in vain. The savior didn't care about the rest of the details, he only wanted to know about his sister. Director Lee first asked a counter-question about Continent X. The old man said that more than 100 years ago, a mysterious continent called Continent X had emerged from the sea. There were extremely dangerous prehistoric ruins, treasures that could give ordinary people special abilities, and strange mutant creatures. During the expedition to Continent X, several people's bodies changed and they gained great power. They were called hunters. According to research, the power gained by the hunters is related to the monsters on Continent X. These monsters were actually degenerating monsters. The strength of hunters is not perfect. The stronger the hunter, the shorter their life expectancy. Some hunters were even gradually turning into monsters. In these more than 100 years, only one person was able to combine the strength of monsters perfectly. She could even control all the monsters on the island. Her name was Qinghai-Yi. They collected and grew her cells. Therefore, after the flooding of Continent X, the consortium was able to create hunters. But the biggest flaw of the hunters remained unchanged. Their lifespan was still short. However, after the real monster appeared, the consortium saw hope and joined other consortiums to cooperate with the monster. This way, those who were in power in the Lee consortium could easily gain much more power as well as live long lives. Chumo realized that they were experimenting on humans and had found his sister. Therefore, the protagonist wanted to know the name of that consortium. The elder replied that there was a price to pay for such information. After all, he is a businessman, so he can't give out such valuable information for nothing. Chumo wanted to know what kind of deal Director Lee was willing to make for such information, and he wanted death. His son, Lee Hanlin, was working with Chumo against the consortium, and a rebellious son is no reason to commit suicide. After this meeting with Chumo, the director would be sentenced to a few months in jail. But Lee Hanlin was part of the consortium, and for betrayal, he must pay with death. Head Lee couldn't figure out the secret of the savior. He didn't even know if what he said was true. Head Lee also didn't know if Chumo would protect his son when he took revenge, but if he killed the headmaster, would be an enemy of the consortiums. Before the consortiums were overthrown, Lee Hanlin would still be useful to him, and the alliance would consider him a priority enemy. Chumo considered it too troublesome a task, so he declined the director's offer. Head Lee replied that only the top leaders of several consortiums had information about human experimentation. Chumo had come to him because he couldn't find anyone else, and he shouldn't worry about his death. The law could not judge Director Lee properly, and he had done so many bad deeds that 50 executions would not be enough. The protagonist thought about this decision again, so he gathered his strength into a fist and decided to help Principal Lee. The elder didn't know enough about his children, but he was proud of Lee Hanlin. Even though they had taken different paths, he was glad that his son had lived the life he wanted to live. With his last words, the headmaster finally asked Chumo to kill him and become a true hero. The counselor who was outside was stunned after noticing that Chumo had destroyed the building where Principal Lee was located. The protagonist said that, unfortunately, it seemed to Director Lee that the monster had taken control of him and asked him to kill him. But the counselor refused to believe it, announcing a war with the consortiums and the 4 major sects. Chumo didn't want to explain anything else, for his words were true. He did not care about the enemies after all. If they wanted to fight, that was their business. The counselor smiled, saying that the cultivators had heard Chumo's final decision. Jingshan and Yue Qianyan were supposed to inform the 4 major sects about Chumo's crimes, but they refused, for the counselor had no power over them. The news was relayed to Lee Hanlin. The expression on his face changed, and he couldn't even believe it. Chumo explained that under pressure from the consortium, Elder Lee decided to keep his son alive. For Elder Lee's youngest son, any price was acceptable if they were able to thwart the consortium's and monsters' plan. After losing many people and family members in trying to stop the consortiums, now it was his turn. Right now, Chumo had to worry about himself, for he had become the #1 enemy of the consortiums and cultivators. Lee Hanlin checked the information several times, for he did not want to make the same mistake as last time. The protagonist said that the war had already started, so it was not worth giving the opponents time to prepare. The counselor spoke to the media. He reported that Chumo had brutally killed Consortium Director Lee. After which, they contacted the 4 major sects and came to a consensus. Although Chumo has made outstanding achievements as a savior, they can no longer tolerate his behavior. Therefore, the 16 consortiums and the 4 sect heads declared Chumo wanted along with the bounty. They also invited the head of the Dantabi sect, Chu Tianxian, to make his point. The man appeared in front of everyone and said that this was Chumo's final warning to surrender and accept his punishment. If within today, they didn't receive a reply from him, the cultivators would spare no effort to destroy Chumo. As a commotion rose in the hall, the counselor instantly drowned out everyone present with his voice. One of the observers took out his phone and announced to the entire hall that Chumo had responded to the words from the broadcast. Chumo responded by going live. He was around the monsters he had struck earlier. The hero stated that the other 7 monsters hidden by the consortium were in his possession, dead. In addition to conspiring with the monsters to invade Earth, The consortium also used the monster's cells to conduct experiments on humans. To this end, they deceived many ordinary people to conduct experiments, and the subjects were greatly harmed. Among those harmed was Chumo's sister. All of this was done to give the heads of the consortiums a long life and cement their status. Now that the deed is done, Chumo can begin to take revenge. The initiator of the human experiment, the director of the Kuma Qian consortium, Bingjun, who was able to watch the live transmission, the protagonist also said that other cultivators should hear him. He would kill anyone who obstructed him, and only said this once, so that they would stay away. Jingshan asked his master to reconsider Chumo, for he is an indispensable fighting force in the war in the secret world. There would be no benefit in cooperating with consortiums. The master asked his disciple to understand the peculiarity of the cave. Jingshan touched the wall and noticed that the concentration of energy in this place was too high, especially in the depths of the cave. The concentration of energy is close to the level of the secret world. Kyo said that 20 years ago, after sensing the spatial vibrations of the other world and the earth, he predicted the imminent invasion. The masters of the 4 major sects had intercepted a part of the secret world. He connected it to this cave and made it a training ground for the sect's true disciples. There were a total of 4 true disciples, who were the true successors of the 4 sect masters. Also the chosen true saviors. Jingshan was surprised. He didn't understand what the other cultivators who had died in the secret world were fighting for. In the last invasion from another world, some monsters had sneaked into the land early to kill the saviors with potential. So this time, they had prepared the bait in advance. That is, 10,000 cultivators chosen by the secret world. This is a necessity to ensure victory. Jingshan said that they should thank Chumo. Not only did he destroy the monster traps, but he also found and killed all the monsters that had crossed over to the ground. The essence of destiny coins was to absorb the faith of the spectators and activate the spiritual energy of the saviors. In this way, fate coins could enhance the power of cultivators. According to the observations of the secret world, the fate coins could no longer increase Chumo's combat power, and his potential was exhausted. Jingshan knew that the other saviors had also had their fate coins taken away. If they could increase their combat power with the fate coins, perhaps more saviors had survived in the secret world last time. Master was proud of his disciple. After all, he had good intuition. 70% of the fate coins in the secret world, granted to the 4 true ones, providing them with a better environment to improve. Now, the combat power of the 4 true ones in the secret world is no less than Chumo's, and they will soon surpass him. Tianxin swept up that they no longer needed Chumo, and he was just a destabilizing factor for them. The master revealed that the true masters will kill Chumo next time, and Jingshan couldn't understand why the master revealed this information to him. But the fact was that the masters saw potential in Jingshan and Yue Qianyan after the last 2 battles in the secret world. After the 4 sect masters negotiated together, they decided that Jingshan deserved to be treated the same as true disciples. Jingshan said that he would never accept power gained through the sacrifices of others and would never fight the person who saved him. For the first time, Tianxin disappointed his disciple. Qian Lianshan introduced himself as the director of the Qian consortium. He is a simple businessman. The story of monster cells and human experimentation is complete nonsense to him. However, if Chumo wanted to start a war and challenge the Qian consortium, he would not back down, and would be waiting for him in the suburbs of Qixin City tomorrow. Li Hanlin said that Chumo was indeed an amazing person, for he dared to offend the 4 major sects and the consortium alliance. Even consortium director Qian had to go public because of him. All the forces were against him, and Chumo himself didn't have a plan, but just wanted to fight with his enemies. According to the information Li Hanlin had gotten, there were at least 2 heads and over 20 elders from the 4 major sects willing to fight him. The alliance was preparing more than a dozen high-ranked hunters. To Li's opinion, he was more cautious and became impulsive. Chumo replied that the reason was because time was coming to an end. There are also many problems in the secret world because of the 4 sects. Monsters can infiltrate the secret world as they please, causing the rescuers to suffer heavy losses. If this continued, Chumo was afraid that they would lose the secret world. Moreover, after the recent battles, he realized that cultivators and consortiums were very weak. Li Hanlin knew that he was strong, and his battle power was close to that of a 1,800-year-old monster. But in front of the consortium alliance and the four major sects, he had no advantage. The combat power of each of the four masters of the major sects was equivalent to monsters between 1,000 and 1,300 years old. The hunters had low combat power, but the secret treasures in their hands like possessing strange properties. Plus, the elders of the four major sects, the elite hunting army of the consortium alliance. Such a number of people would present a threat to Chumo. The protagonist covered his body with an aura and declared that Li Hanlin was wrong from the start, because he had never shown his full strength before. Soon the guy returned to his sister and inquired from Yutong about her condition, which was stable. But the monster's energy could not be removed from her. That was why she did not wake up. Chumo was grateful for what Yutong had done. He would get the Qian Consortium's research materials to help his sister with her treatment. The girl couldn't believe her ears that Chumo was actually willing to go against the alliance and the four major sects. The protagonist would not let Yutong join him, for it was too dangerous. He would fight as hard as he could. The entire area would be wiped out. Yutong said that in that case, if Chumo needed help, he would not be able to turn to anyone else. Air replied, saying that Master had declared war on almost the entire world, and they were unable to help him. It was just a matter of waiting for him to return. Yutong's words made sense. So Chumo decided to take Air with him so that she could help him out. Air reminded her master that after moving to Earth, she had lost all her strength and became a weak monster. Chumo decided to test the ability he had obtained. When Air's favor reached 30, the entry system unlocked a new reward, symbiotic evolution. He could allow his pet to strip half of its combat power away. The first reward, Chumo obtained the strength of a 1,000-year-old monster. While filling Air's strength, he remembered that on the second day of entry, he had entered the state of an ancient sage, tripling his power. The pet's body was seething with incredible power, for on the last day of entrance, Chumo had learned the holy law, increasing his power tenfold. Thanks to the division of power, Air easily broke through the power of the 1,000-year monster. Chumo liked the effect. With the state of an ancient sage, Air could reach the power equivalent to a 1,400-year-old monster. With the active use of these skills, Air's power would reach 50,000, which was no different from that of a 2,000-year-old monster. The counselor wanted to ask Director Qian where he was in such a hurry. The root of his fear was Chumo, who would be arriving soon. The fellow replied that if the principal left now, Chumo would definitely find him. Then the plan to hunt for a savior would fail. Qian was angry, for this was not the agreement they had made. Director has done many things for the consortium, so that he wouldn't become cannon fodder like Director Li. The counselor replied that Director Qian and Li were in completely different situations. All the masters of the four major sects were on the island. The consortium alliance had also sent more than half of the top-ranked hunters, including the elite hunter units. The base could be called the safest place in the world. Even the hunters arrived, specially created by the consortium alliance to eliminate the heads of the four major sects. Among the hunters were people who could control any light source. A guy is able to send out rays of light that are close to the temperature of the surface of the sun. There is also a girl who is the voice of destruction, who uses the power of ultrasound and infrasound. She can block the enemy's hearing and directly attack their internal organs. The boy giant, although he is short in stature, can control gravity, and was considered the most powerful and violent destroyer. Next to him was also a spiritual master. He possessed the power of curses. Without contact, he could put his opponent into various negative states. The last one was Cosmos, the most terrifying hunter of the highest class, who had the power of the cosmos. Soon, Chumo appeared in front of a group of hunters. They praised him for his bravery, saying one person dared to go against the consortium alliance alone. The day before, the Master of Light wanted to be in the first line. But Space had convinced the guy that his strength in close combat left much to be desired, and Space wouldn't be able to teleport him in time. Within 1/10 of a second, Chumo would tear him apart. But the Light Master added that he was prepared for that, and that he trusted his commander. Therefore, at present, the person that possessed the power of light decided to attack the strongest savior. The light was unable to reach Chumo, and in a split second, a force gathered around the savior's fist. With a lightning-fast movement, the Master of Light conjured a sword from his power as the hero continued to gather power. With a wave of his hand, Chumo made the enemy disappear, but the Master of Light left his sword behind. Thanks to the flash of light ability, the brilliant sword was then torn apart, creating an explosion. A chaotic beam of light was released in an instant after compacting. This was the Light Master's strongest attacking technique. The hunters did not expect that being hit by the beam would cause Chumo significant damage. Their goal was to inflict damage from the side effect of the explosion. Even Chumo had to temporarily lose his vision for 5 to 3 seconds after the explosion, opening up a moment for the hunters to attack. At the moment of the flash, without hesitation, the giant rushed into the center of the explosion to make the first attack. Cosmos and the Spirit Master followed, while the strongest savior weakened. Light, having been on the cusp of death, along with the voice of destruction, were teleported by the Cosmos to the nearest building for further support. However, a fatal error occurred. The giant who had rushed into the battlefield first stopped for a moment. For Chumo had opened his eyes, revealing that the light blast had failed to work. The protagonist's gaze was full of anger, and chaotic thoughts stirred in the giant's mind. 0.05 of a second later, followed by an incomparable feeling of regret. The giant realized that Chumo's gaze was not directed at him. In fact, his eyes were just open, pretending that his eyesight was unaffected. But the moment the giant hesitated, Chumo attacked him without a second thought. The voice changed the direction of the sound, and the light created an illusion of a giant to secure his ally. The giant was given a second chance. It had overcome the speed of sound, striking with 30 times its strength. Chumo no longer trusted his sight or hearing. To deal with an attack faster than sound, the only thing he could do was to rely on his body's last line of defense, intuition. The giant thought that they had won, the moment Chumo threw him back. His last line of defense was on him. When Chumo struck the giant, the spiritual master who was teleported by the space behind Chumo placed his hand on his back. One would need to physically touch him in order to cast several tens of curses on him at once within 1/100th of a second. 1/100th of a second after the curse was cast, the space teleported himself and the spiritual master out of the battlefield. With an explosion of light, after a long second, the plan succeeded. The curse of slowness, the curse of aging, the curse of sickness, the curse of failure, the curse of fatigue. The master had cast dozens of curses. It was only for Chumo to feel the discomfort in his neck. Cosmos knew that Chumo was now cursed and informed the allies, mauling them to move on to the next round of attacks. Something happened to the spiritual master. He couldn't stay in one place, clenching his lips more and more. Cosmos told him to rest, and the master revealed that the moment he used the curse on the strongest, he made contact with his power. In the master's eyes, Chumo's eyes were a bottomless terror whose strength could not be measured at all. Cosmos said that one did not have to be stronger to win, reminding his ally how many enemies there were whose abilities they didn't even understand. The team of hunters fought on the brink of life and death, and because of that, they gained power and status. The master said it was easy for Space to say that. With his abilities, he could just hide in a safe place and support others from a distance. Master asked Space a question when he fought an enemy head-on after a certain incident, which put the guy in a stupor. The team agreed not to talk about the incident again, but he reminded him again. The giant told the Spirit Master that if he didn't want to fight, he could stay here. But the hunters had no time to waste. It was the second round of the offensive operation that the giant had started. Weighing a ton, the hammer was created from a special metal. After increasing gravity 30 times, it slammed into Chumo at 3 times the speed of sound. After Chumo caught the hammer, the giant's most important task was completed. The task of the first attack was not to deal damage, but rather to lock the enemy in a comfortable position. His fighting style was different from the usual. When the giant's hammer made contact with the enemy, gravity collapsed, creating a strong suction that firmly gripped the enemy. Before attacking, the light and the voice of destruction locked their powers inside the hammer. With the target fixed, the sun rays could converge at one point for maximum destructive power. In all past battles, no matter how strong a material is, it will be completely destroyed by this trick. The voice of destruction is capable of infrasound blasts directly at the enemy's body through the hammer. The infrasound will resonate with the most vulnerable internal organs of the enemy's body, crushing the enemy from within, the moment the attack ends. According to the original plan, the space was to teleport the light, the voice of destruction, and the giant away from the battlefield. In order to prepare for the third round of attacks, that was how it was supposed to be. But there was an unforeseen situation. In front of the space, Chumo appeared. All Cosmos had time to think about was that the hammer did not cause any damage. Fear caused Space to teleport 1,000 meters away from Chumo. When Space came to his senses, He realized that he had made a huge mistake. Too late, it was too late to teleport his teammates. He had left them like children in a cage with a lion. Time seemed to stand still. The distant scene in the eye of space was like a slow-motion movie. The protagonist was gathering strength, preparing to attack. Cosmos was confident. After Chumo's attack, he would lose his 3 friends forever. Until Cosmos saw that on the opposite side from Chumo on the battlefield was a spiritual master. The spiritual master stabbed himself in the chest with a ritual sword and placed a curse on himself. An evil curse that would turn the spiritual master into an evil spirit. Cosmos realized at that very moment that he would lose 4 friends because of his fatal mistake, 13 years ago. One day, a terrible accident happened in an ordinary apartment building in Dunhai City. Several hundred people died at the same time. A rescue team of 50 people went to the house to conduct a search and rescue operation. However, only 1 survivor was found. Over the next 32 members of the rescue team died in various accidents. The remaining 18 went insane, and one by one committed suicide. Cultivators stepped in to investigate. The deaths were caused by the very same survivor, Shu, the heir to Tong Yu's organization. Tong Yu, before it was destroyed, was a powerful clan of cultivators known for summoning evil spirits. It was on par with the current 4 great sects. Tong Yu's disciples who managed to escape had taken in a child with a special physique. In order to restore the clan to its former glory, they risked everything and injected the last thing left of the pavilion, thousands of evil spirits, into Shu's body during the inheritance ceremony. The ritual failed. The evil spirits became one inside Shu and turned him into an uncontrollable monster. The ambitions of Tong Yu's disciples were gone along with their lives. Thus, Shu became Tong Yu's last successor. The evil spirits turned the young man into a scourge. Any person who came close to him was haunted by misfortune. No immortal cultivator was willing to accept Shu. They even tried to kill him to put an end to the trouble. Shu was taken by the consortium. With the idea of using him for harvesting, he was awakened to become a hunter. The only good fortune was that Shu was placed in a small squad of hunters. The clothing specially made by the consortium was able to isolate Shu from some of the power of the evil spirits. But he still brought misfortune to those around him. However, none of his teammates rejected him because of this. All of the participants were abandoned orphans. But they became family to each other. When Shu became a hunter and awakened his spirit speech ability, he was able to suppress the evil spirits within him. Over the years they became a part of him, and restraining them caused searing pain, but Shu endured it. He was able to learn to bring misfortune to his enemies rather than his friends. But that was until now. It was not a power that humans could control. Perhaps the first thing a freed evil spirit would do would be to commit suicide. Perhaps a person would completely lose themselves and become a slave to the evil spirits. But this no longer mattered to Shu. He told the evil spirits to take his body in exchange for his strength. All Shu wanted in exchange was for the evil spirits to save his friends in front of the omnipotent monster. Chumo could no longer wait for his opponents to act, so he began to unleash his power. The evil spirit appeared. It rallied its hands together to engulf Shu's body and unleash its power. A spherical barrier emerged from the air, enveloping all of Chumo's attacks, revealing the evil spirit's power. Compared to the light, the voice of destruction, and the giant who were stunned by the scene playing out in front of them. Even more stunned was Shu, who felt exhausted after the main character's attack. He was able to control the evil spirits that had invaded him at will, whether it was because of the long years of agonizing patience or the desire to save his comrades that caused their approval was not known. The plan to subdue this monster gathered from thousands of evil spirits, which was originally the dream of Tong Yu's disciples, was completed on this day. Chumo noticed that the hunters had a few unexpected tricks up their sleeves, and this caused him to be excited. The savior's remark was not addressed to the spiritual master at all. More to the point, he was praising the space that was about to appear in front of him, dimensional size. The ability to cut through space was his strongest attacking skill. But for space, it was also the most dangerous skill. In order to use it, the dimension slice must be attached to the palm of his hand. Only by taking mortal risks and getting as close to the opponent as possible could he deliver a fatal blow. This was the first time Chumo felt a hint of threat and he had to dodge it. The size of the enemy's measurement could tear through his clothes, and Chumo's coat was very much to his liking. The evil spirit was increasing. On a land where energy was depleted, there was a limit to human strength. But even the founders of the Tongyu organization wouldn't be able to understand where the limit of the monster inside Shui created from thousands of evil spirits was. As long as Shu's body could withstand it, the monster would grow stronger and stronger, reaching the mark of 3,000 years or even more. The most important thing was for it to be able to kill Chumo. After this battle, it didn't matter what Shu would turn into. Spiritual Master used the bloody prison. It is entirely a spiritual attack. Regardless of the opponent's strength or weakness, their condition was drawn into the evil spirit prison. When the prison completely enveloped Chumo, he first found himself in a vast white expanse. Afterward, an endless stream of evil spirits descended upon him. Once the enemy is weakened for a moment, he will be devoured until his soul runs out. All these spirits are illusory beings. Even if destroyed, they are immediately reborn. And the bloody prison itself had no boundaries, so even if there is a desire to attack, it won't be possible. In the bloody prison, the attacks of the evil spirits lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The first to run out was Shu's energy reserve. Chumo's spirit, on the other hand, was hardly depleted. However, Shui had expected this. In the real world, the prison existed for about half a second. This was time 1 for his friends. When Chumo came to his senses, the giant's gravity and the shining chains of light had already trapped him in a trap. Everything was done in such a way that the cut of the space dimension hit the exact target. The ability caused the chaotic destruction of the giant's abilities and the light. Simply put, it was a deadly explosion. Therefore, before the explosion occurred, the cosmos transported itself and its friends into its own space. Chairman Qian swept his eyes over the fact that the squad was useful after all. The consortium provided the hunters with multiple resources every year. The counselor swept that the hunter squad had become stronger again, and they had broken their limit in the battle with Chumo. Tian was on the sidelines and scoffed at Chumo, for he thought that the hunters had beaten him easily. But when the effect of the attack ended and the smoke cleared, the strongest savior was intact, as were his clothes. The chairman was frightened. He couldn't see the hunting party, for he didn't believe that they had escaped. At that moment, the hunting party got inside the space that the cosmos itself had created. None of his friends could believe what they saw, for before them lay the dead space. A voice cried. She begged the cosmos to come to its senses, for it could not die so easily when the mission was in full swing. The Spirit Master told the allies not to say anything stupid. Cosmos was dead. Chumo had struck back while moving. There was only one thing they could do: take revenge on Chumo. The giant was motivated and asked for the voice to take control. After all, they would be able to kill the strongest savior. Light realized something. They were in the personal space of the cosmos. He was the only one who was free to come and go from here. Now he was dead, and his allies were sealed inside. 4 months later, inside the personal space of the cosmos, the allies' hard work was not in vain, and they were able to plant corn. Though the hunters were happy to eat, the giant reminded them that they had to get out and get revenge on Chumo. After a year, the giant was once again eating roasted corn for dinner, which was already too boring for him to eat anymore. Light said that even popcorn requires oil and sugar to make. Although the sugar cane they grew had already been harvested and could be used to create sugar, oil was still a problem. Also, the margarine made from corn contained trans fats, which are harmful to the body. And the young cows from the farm wouldn't start producing milk until next year. They lived happily ever after in a place where there was no war, where peace and abundance reigned. Then came the first big event, the birth of the first child in the village. Shu was already old. The child addressed her as a grandmother and asked her to tell her more about the land. Back in the present, dozens of people were gathering to kill Chumo, who wasn't exerting himself at all. Just one attack from the protagonist managed to hit most of the city and kill all the enemies. All the ground troops were destroyed. Chumo had broken through the defenses and infiltrated the base, so now the enemies were more cautious. The counselor replied to Chairman Qian that communication with all the hunter units had been lost. Just as Chairman Qian wanted to escape, Chumo finally caught up with them, prompting them to realize that they weren't going anywhere. The frightened man asked the strongest man to wait. After all, he was admitting defeat. Suddenly, bubbles appeared around Chumo, which he did not pay attention to, because he thought it was an illusion. But moments after, the strongest savior abruptly disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Head Q appeared in front of the chairman and remarked that he had given up too quickly. Qian replied that all the hunters were dead, and the cultivators were watching from the sidelines. The head replied that thousands of cultivators had set up a magic field in the area so that they couldn't move. Chumo was sealed by the chapter's forces. It was unexpectedly easy, making all the previous preparations a waste of energy. Also, cultivators now realized that spatial abilities were effective against Chumo. But while Chu was regretting that the space had died so quickly, some sort of realization clouded his mind, changing his mindset. Chumo broke free from the spatial imprisonment. He also counterattacked, but missed. The protagonist swept up that the spatial ability of the head was indeed a little better than that of space. The chairman thought that the cultivators were mindless talkers who were of no use at all. Head Q told the counselor and the chairman to leave, for they would only be a hindrance in the battle with Chumo. Seconds after, the cultivator used a teleportation skill on them, securing the guy's safety. The sudden teleportation caused the chairman's blood to boil and make them want to vomit, but they survived. The chapter's attacks were too slow. Also, the magic field was not yet complete. Chumo said that he was already used to Q's type of defense. The head noticed the arrogance of the savior and decided to show him what a cultivator could do. Thanks to a dozen other cultivators, a secret technique, the Heaven and Earth Network, had been activated. A multitude of mages gathered chi to form, creating a magical vortex around Chumo. The protagonist said that he wondered what incredible skill the head had placed so many cultivators around for, but all they did was make a circle. Tsiyu replied that only he is Chumo's opponent. And the circle of light he sees is the magic field released by thousands of cultivators at the same time. This formation represents something that will restrict escape. Chumo considered this as a help to finish off the chapter, so he asked for the other 3 major sect heads to be summoned, for only then would it be a fight on equal footing. Q didn't consider it a hunt, so Chumo would be executed in the name of morality in a fair one-on-one fight. The head also informed the savior that they were on a live broadcast to the entire world. During the broadcast, the observers split into 2 sides, some supporting Chumo and others supporting the consortium. Keen was angry, for by broadcasting this battle, they are making the consortium look bad. The counselor said that it was really not pretty, but they had not banned the broadcast beforehand, so they would be able to profit from it. The chairman shouted that they will make money if they win, but so far, no one has ever walked away victorious in a fight with Chumo. The counselor replied that the supposedly fair fight was just a way to deceive outsiders. Head counselor are able to see the energy form of everything, and apart from head Q, the other heads had already stealthily entered the formation. Chumo wanted to ask one last question before the battle, whether the secret world was controlled by the heads of the 4 sects. Head Q replied that the secret world was a defense against the other world created by cultivators in ancient times. It operates by its own rules, and even they can only interfere slightly. The protagonist thanked the chapter for clarifying things, for he now felt relieved. The head couldn't understand why Chumo had a sudden relief, so he asked him about it. Chumo revealed that he was relieved that if the 4 sect heads died, the world would not be affected in any way. Danmiao City, located 200 kilometers away from the battle site of Chumo and the consortium. The residents were forced to evacuate and were eventually brought here. The guy with the strange glasses revealed that he was from Qishan City, and they were also forcibly evacuated yesterday. The residents were outraged because they have to pay for hotel and personal meals in this place. The guy with glasses also added that they should wait until the consortium's battle with Chumo was over. Although people were worried about their homes, but the consortium was fighting in Chishan suburb, at least 15 kilometers away from the city. The man didn't understand. After all, Gutian was 100 kilometers away from Chishan, but the residents were forced to evacuate. Some strange sound interrupted the citizens' discussions. A child pointed his finger to the sky, watching a bird. There was indeed a bird in the sky. It wasn't just one. Many birds were flying chaotically around the people. The man couldn't understand what was happening. Turning around, he was overwhelmed with fright. Suddenly, there was destruction all over the city. Huge, high-rise buildings were falling down, and cracks were shooting across the ground. Even at this distance, people were in danger. As the buildings collapsed, citizens fled. The earthquake was so strong that it created cracks in the ground that citizens could barely dodge. The guy with the glasses said it might not even have been an earthquake, because for some reason it got colder along with it. All the weather around changed. There were dense clouds, wind, rain, and hail falling from the sky. The natural disasters were so huge that this kind of weather reached further to Xiaoyu Mountain. A stranger was broadcasting live on the mountain in Qishan City. He was risking his life, for just now the city had been completely engulfed by a landslide. Strange bursts of power were reshaping the city. The power was so great that even the mountain disappeared. On this day, the world realized for the first time what the Earth's strongest fighting force was. Images of the disaster caused by the aftermath of Chumo's battle with cultivators continued to be transmitted to the people through the internet. The world fell into silence. It was the quietest minute since the invention of the internet. Everyone just silently watched the video. People conveyed their emotions, admiration, hope, and fear. And the cause was one man, a natural disaster. That was the moment when Chumo fought with the heads of the 4 sects that people were watching live on the internet. The protagonist said that being able to easily change the weather as well as the terrain was not a bad skill. One of the 4 heads used the primordial purple divine thunder, directing tongues of lightning at the savior. The next chapter used a fire that came straight from the underworld, a bright blue flame. All attacks on Chumo were useless. He easily dispelled the lightning and fire with a single swing. After a while, the strongest savior decided to attack back at the Chu chapter. The head said that Chumo's attack had actually broken through his spatial defense. 16 broken bones and 2 internal bleeding. This is a heavy price to pay. A second head appeared on the battlefield and was covered in a healing aura and used the eternal life technique. Chumo noticed that this technique not only completely restored the injuries, but also returned the clothes to their original state. Head Chu said that after so many attacks, there wasn't a single scratch on Chumo, and he must admit that they had greatly underestimated him. The strongest man smiled and jokingly asked if the head wanted to give up and admit defeat. Head Q added, "Mole, the heads of the 4 great sects were known as Tao Seekers in the past. This was because they chased after the forbidden origins of spells. The legacy of Tao Seekers is both a gift and a curse. With it, they are able to grow rapidly in their martial prowess, but they have already exhausted the spell variations. Just when they think they are fully prepared to become immortal and begin the process of seeking Tao, disaster strikes. Everyone who was searching for the Tao died a miserable death. However, one of the weakest ever to emerge from the Taiyi firehouse found another use for the search for the Tao. His name was Kang Wu. In order to strengthen himself and become worthy of the title of Tao Seeker, he found a way to transform his lifespan and fighting power. He made himself stop in the middle of the Tao search and entered a half-ascended state. Suddenly 3 outlines appeared in front of Chumo. Now he was facing all the heads of the 4 great sects. Head Q said that Chumo could consider it an honor. This was the first time since the Yu Celestials that a Tao Seeker had used a half-ascended state to kill an enemy. To be precise, the 4 Tao Seekers all used the half-ascended state at the same time. The protagonist realized that the masters wanted to kill him, even at the cost of losing his life. Then he let them see what kind of surprise they could give him by paying such a high price. Q called Chumo a shameless braggart, for he was going to kill him at that very instant. Suddenly, an urgent notification stopped the battle. The 3rd secret world would open in 5 seconds. When Chumo teleported to the secret world, he promised the head that he would kill him when he returned. Head Q couldn't let Chumo go to the secret world or else he would attack them, its creators. The 4 heads of the major sects used a joint technique, but it was too late. Still, the masters managed to stop the secret realm from moving, but they were experiencing some difficulties. Head Q said that the broadcast was almost over, and Chumo was running away like a complete coward. The protagonist replied that if the mysterious realm finished moving, the evil beasts would immediately rush to the ground, and the fate of mankind was more important than the outcome of the battle. With a flick of his finger, Chumo repelled the joint attack and said that the heads of the 4 great sects were not inclined to think so. Q could not contain his emotions. Anger overwhelmed him, and he continued to rage at the savior. Now came the bad side of the battle, for the barrier began to attack the heads of the 4 major sects. The cultivators could not dispel the barrier's technique, for it had a condition: the loser dies. Chumo had left the field, and now there was nothing left but to settle accounts with their lives. Blood flowed from Chuya's mouth. He had distributed the barrier's retribution to everyone involved in its creation, and even so, the injuries received were not as severe as expected. Thanks to the retribution technique, black streaks enveloped the 3 remaining heads of the major sects. The observers of the live broadcast immediately noticed the 3 mysterious figures, and realized the truth about the duel that was one-on-one, but it was actually 4 against 1. Chumo and Air had entered a secret world, but this time, it wasn't like a normal secret world. The head of the monsters shouted and declared that they were in a lifeless land. Air entered the human form and said that if she knew, she wouldn't have come here. The lifeless lands are an extremely dangerous area where time and space intersect. Once a very powerful, unclean race tried to explore these lands, they were ultimately defeated. Every single one of them disappeared without a trace. Even the monster world's god lord didn't dare to appear here without the cross-boundary stone. Chumo swept up that the secret realm had started to move, and they were mistakenly thrown into this place. Air said that the red one was the dimension of uncleanness. The blue one was the humanity dimension. The secret realm was in the middle, but it's really an illusion, just projections from the past, and the lifeless lands are full of false portals that lead to other places. Except 99 of them are traps. If you use one, you'll die on the other side. Chumo received another login award. He received a golden monkey pupil. With the will of the heavens, a monkey was given life from the rocks, and the golden light of its eyes penetrated to the heavens and overwhelmed the celestials. The power of the nameless stone monkey is to see the essence of everything in this world, with the help of its golden pupils. The golden pupils of the monkey allowed it to see the weaknesses of the enemy, and analyze any objects, and showed full information about them. Air asked his master not to wander wherever his soul wanted to go. The danger in the lifeless lands was not limited to portals alone. Chumo had greatly underestimated the horrors of these lands. At any moment, the strongest monsters from the abyss and other dimensions could appear here. Even the weakest abyss monster possessed 5 million battle power. Even powerful monsters were extremely cautious about navigating here. But he didn't care. He just kept walking without paying attention to Air's words. After thinking for a bit, the monster commander realized that if she stayed by herself, she would be much more dangerous. After a couple of minutes, Chumo found himself at a fork, having no idea where he could go next. Air's instincts indicated that there was something wrong with the road to the right. Not a speck of dust. Not a speck of dust. It was suspiciously clean there. Therefore, in the monster commander's opinion, the road to the left was the safer choice. Looking at the road, the monkey's eyes indicated to Chumo that a monster from the abyss, Karami with a battle power of 5 million, had hidden its appearance in the form of a path, devouring all who set foot on it. An hour later, Air couldn't understand why they had walked for so long without encountering any trouble. Chumo said that the place they were in now had a high level of danger, and the commander could have attracted the attention of the monsters with her screams. Arrogant Air said that the monsters weren't even close when a plate of food appeared in front of her. The monster wanted some food, because being in the secret world could be just a picnic in nature. Air kept her eyes on the appetizing chicken that kept beckoning her to her. As the monster got closer to the leg of the chicken, its appearance changed, the meat disappeared, and only a bone covered in aura remained. It was a trap. Chumo had realized this a long time ago. So with a deft move, he pulled the girl backwards. The main character said that these were the unburied remains of Miss Baigu. All that was left after Mrs. Baigu was caught by the stone ape. One single bone survived. Air immediately realized who it was. Lady Baigu was considered a legend in the monster world. It existed in ancient times. Its power was second only to that of the Lord of the Gods, but as soon as it stepped onto the lifeless lands, it vanished into oblivion. Aged 70,000 years at its peak form, its battle power reached 60 million years old. Chumo thought that something else could have dealt with it, for the story that a certain stone ape had passed by and finished off Lady Baigu in passing with a single blow did not sound impressive. Air also thought it was a lie, for the monster lord had to sweat a lot when fighting Mrs. Baigu, and the monkey could not have killed her in one blow. Suddenly, the spirit of the lady appeared and confirmed that she had indeed been finished off by the trashy monkey. However, it happened 5,000 years ago. This made her interested in the guy's identity, since not many people knew about this story. Chumo said that he was nothing special, and he learned about Miss Baigu's situation completely by accident. But he was curious if Miss had managed to come back to life. Baigu replied that she had almost succeeded. After all these years she had been devouring all the living creatures that passed by and had been saving up her strength. If she managed to devour Air and Chumo, then the resurrection process would be complete. The protagonist realized the situation and decided that all he had to do was kill the mistress again. Baigu couldn't remember how long it had been since the last time people had dared to behave so brazenly in front of her. Chumo replied that after all, several thousand years had passed since she was finished off. In age, memory deterioration was a normal condition, so there was no reason to be concerned. Monster became angry, for the guy called her old, warning him that at first she was going to just devour the guys and grant an easy death, but she wanted to strip them alive into white bones. Air was frightened, for the bone mistress was terrifying, and Chumo continued to insult her. She was also a demonic beast, and they didn't fight each other. Baigu piped up that after so many years of sleeping in the lifeless lands, she was pleased to finally meet a clan member. Air simply gave up, for there would only be bones left of her, as the mistress now has at least over 300,000 combat power. Therefore, she will just play with them before she dies and watch her and Chumo fight to the death. The protagonist pointed his finger at the monster and asked Baigu if all monsters were like this. The monster was in a bad mood and didn't choose to answer Chumo, so it attacked right away. It didn't react in any way to the flying dice, so with only a smile, Chumo applied the golden pupil, shattering the illusions. A huge golden eye appeared behind Miss Baigu's back, quite puzzling the strong monster. Baigu was angry. She asked Chumo why he possessed the eyes of that particular monkey. White Bone Lady, formed from the remains of bones, of weaknesses. When the illusion of the white bone mistress is shattered, it falls into a weakened state. Chumo swept up that Baigu should already be satisfied with the fact that she was able to prolong her existence for a few thousand more years after death. Air told Master that he shouldn't have chatted with the bone mistress, but rather took the opportunity to attack her bones right away. Baigu said that even a 10,000-year-old demonic beast wouldn't be able to damage her bones. With a quick movement, Chumo grabbed the bone that was behind Baigu's back that she was hiding. Although it looked like a disguise, the bones on the ground were also just an illusion. Baigu was surprised but confirmed that there was no hiding from those eyes. Chumo broke the bone. The monkey eyes tried to analyze the weaknesses, but it was too late. What should rot will definitely rot. Therefore, seconds after, Mrs. Baigu's body began to disintegrate. Air couldn't understand how the white bone madam's bone shattered from a single blow. She thought that Chumo might have turned out to be some powerful ancient demonic beast. At the same time, on the battlefield of the secret world, Yutong was fighting huge monsters. Chumo's entire team was together, and through teamwork, they coordinated their attack on the monster. Yishuang watched the broadcast, but she couldn't understand where Chumo had disappeared to. It made her worried. Elder Ji said that during the teleportation to the secret world, Head Q of the Dantaibi Sect used his spatial abilities to attract Chumo. Perhaps it affected the result of the teleportation. Most likely, Chumo had disappeared in the spatio-temporal turbulence. Liu Jiang was angry at Head Q. After all, the four great clans were coming together and dared to call it a one-on-one fight. Jisheng did not approve of these methods in the slightest, observing that it was indeed a disgrace and a disappointment. But On did not deny the stance and status of their actions. He had joined the Taiyi firehouse out of respect for one cultivator. After today, he will resign from his position as an elder and leave the firehouse. Yishuang asked the virtual girl not to get angry. After all, if Elder Ji had real strength, she wouldn't be here with us live. Furthermore, Chumo is so strong that even the space-time turbulence wouldn't be able to trap him. The elder observed that there was no notification in the secret world this time. The demonic beasts in the secret world were dead, but it wasn't closed yet. The real danger would most likely only start now. Yutong asked the others if they had sensed it too. A certain strange aura that filled the entire secret world. Jingshan said that this time it was really time to die in battle, because this secret world was too cruel. A monster appeared in front of the guys. The sweet smell of blood lured the monster to the cultivators that killed the minions of the first squad. The snake-like monster attacked the trio without a second thought, creating a huge beam. Jingshan barely dodged it, and remarked that such a power was at least 1,500 years of demonic beast's power. Ye Qianyan said that such strength belonged to at least a 2,000-year demonic beast. The monster heard that there was a very strong cultivator named Chumo here, but those he met could only run away. Suddenly, someone attacked the beast. It was Nan Hengzhu from the Dantaibi Sect Daozi. The monster praised the cultivator's strength, but had never heard of him before. The cultivator replied that the reason was because he had never appeared in the secret world before. In response, the monster called him a coward without power. Nan Hengzhu said that monster didn't stand a chance. In the secret world, he had already far surpassed Chumo's level by calling himself the true savior and killing the monster. On their way in the lifeless lands, a portal appeared to the guys, which they immediately recognized. Chumo said that they would be able to return soon, but first, Air had to hide in his clothes, and before they could return, they had one more thing to do. It was about the Crystal House, a space resetting device created by the gods of great effort. It is capable of transporting demonic beasts within its world to a secret world. Currently, it can teleport 3,000-year-old demonic beasts. The beast was disintegrating into pieces. But even so, it could thrash about and ordered Nan to return. After all, one attack wouldn't kill it. Nan was already finished and didn't want to go back, so he advised the monster to keep still and then it would die painlessly. The monster called Nan a worthless man, for no one could order him around. Suddenly the monster's blood began to boil, and at one point it got to the point where the monster exploded. Nan protected himself with a barrier, adding that if the monster hadn't moved, he might have remained intact. Yue Qianyan complained about the dirt everywhere, asking Jing Shan if his sect still had such strong spells. The cultivator replied that it was a restraining technique. It is used when it is necessary to teach a lesson to new disciples who are just having fun. If their bodies moved during meditation and static exercises, the disciples would immediately feel the pain of the lashes. This was not a hostile spell. Yue Qian swept up that the Dao heirs were indeed prohibitive geniuses if they had figured out such a thing. Jingshan said that Yue's mentor should have told the origin of the Dao heirs' fate coins. Nan said that 70% of the coins received by the saviors in the secret realm were discreetly deducted and given to the 4 Dao successors. This was the secret of his power. Jingshan did not think that Nan was so bold of tongue. After all, in front of the whole world he had revealed the secret. But the guy didn't think there was anything to hide. Last time the secret realm was done away with, the mentor had already given his word that he would treat him the same as the others. Jingshan was disgusted by the injustice. Nan called it kindergarten, after all, to triumph over the other worlds. One must wield absolute power, not act justly. There was no point in such power if the theft of resources was based on the sacrifice of innocent people, so he despised them. Nan was only focused on results. The next enemy was already close, and Chumo's group were weaklings in Nan's opinion, of no value even as bait. During the monster's subsequent attacks, the cultivators were terribly injured. Their heartbeats increased, and they couldn't breathe. Jingshan was barely hanging on, for most likely he was no longer able to fight. This time, the new enemy is at least a 5,000-year-old demonic beast. The spiritual pressure alone would be enough to destroy most cultivators. Suddenly, that same monster appeared. It looked back and realized that it was the cultivator's last backup plan, praising Nana's might. After all, he had defeated the Snake Man. The pressure from the monster's power frightened Nan. He didn't even expect a demonic beast of such strength to come out so early in the day. The monster that came ordered the cultivator to fall to his knees and call out to his comrades. The monster's pressure immediately forced Nan to fall to his knees, and he couldn't help it. Although Nan thought that the monster in front of him was a 10,000-year-old monster. But it disproved his theory and confessed that it had the power of 30,000 years old. Elder Ji was also surprised, but judging from the way she revealed herself on the live broadcast, it wasn't like a lie. If the demonic beast was telling the truth, then her combat power is higher by 10 million times than the 4 Dao heirs. If one were to visualize the situation in a rosy light, the combat power of the 4 inheritors matched the power of one 3,000-year-old demonic beast. Idols stated that in such a case, humanity was doomed to certain death, and there was nothing to be done. Elder Ji added that they could not interfere with everything going on in the secret realm. They were unable to help. All that was left was to watch. Monster swept up that Nan's allies were eagerly looking forward to the battle too, and so it was necessary to finish with this boring battle as soon as possible. The arrogant Nan said that he didn't need help, but in fact it was different. Simply his pride wouldn't allow him to do so. Monster Girl said that even with 3 comrades, Nan had no chance to win, and even the saviors she destroyed would not help. The monstrous girl added that under the pressure of her absolute power, Nan was not even able to stand on his feet, let alone fight. The guy started to get up, and he took a moment to notice that he wasn't the kind of coward who lost his fighting spirit. After he felt this spiritual pressure up close, he immediately understood everything. The demon might have been right about her powers, but this wasn't her true appearance. Even if the monster's real body was here, Nan was unwilling to obey, considering everyone as his pawns. Only stepping stones he could stand on to reach the top. And in the end, Nan reached a new strength. All the characteristics rose. His strength was able to show new powerful attacks, which he used to hit the monster. With this attack, Nan killed the illusion. After all, the demonic beast that appeared in the secret realm could only create a spiritual shell. The monster didn't think that Nan would realize so quickly and was sure that Chumo was the only one worthy of attention. Since Monster couldn't show her full strength right now, she asked Nan to wait. With a snicker, he said that he had had enough of empty threats already. Although she couldn't carry all her energy right now, however, it was more than enough to deliver a 5,000-year-old demonic beast. Behind the girl, a monster appeared. Before it truly appeared, Nan could slay the monster behind her. Nan was actually frightened, for in front of him was a real 5,000-year-old demonic beast. The girl monster didn't understand why Nan didn't move, speculating various theories. At this time, Chumo found a portal in the lifeless lands and grabbed something, assuming that it was something that the demonic beast was moving around in. It looked unusual to him, so he decided to pull the beast out of the portal first. At this time in the secret world, the demonic beast that was just summoned was being sucked back in. The cultivators realized that for some mysterious reason, the monster began to be sucked back in. The monster girl didn't know why this was the case. After all, there was no problem with the snake man teleporting like this. The Divine Lord had to pay a huge price to place the crystal house in the lifeless lands. The monster girl decided to check if someone had appeared in the lifeless lands by using a shining mirror. The mirror on the lifeless world showed Chumo. The live broadcast viewers were also surprised. The virtual girl thought that the strongest savior had gone missing in the space wind turbulence, but appeared out of nowhere and prevented the demonic beast from teleporting away. Elder G knew that these were dangerous lands where Chumo shouldn't be. But he had broken through the abyss swarming monsters, absolutely pinpointed the location of the teleportation, and prevented the demonic beast from appearing as well. Idol added that there was something else that was not a miracle at all. It was possible that this was all part of Chumo's plan. Right down to the fact that he used the spatial power of Sect Head Q to help him reach the lifeless lands. Elder G assumed that this was true, for Chumo was indeed full of surprises. All the various plans of the four great sects and the consortium alliance in opposition to Chumo are like a clown show. The girl told the clown to stop opposing, for she did not tell him to make a laughingstock in front of people. The clown declared that his mission was to invade the secret realm and destroy every single cultivator to the ground. The plans had changed. Since Chumo wanted to stop the teleportation, she would let him. But now the clown's goal was to kill him. Right after that, the strongest savior managed to pull the demonic beast with a sweep of his arm. The monster girl had swept the clown into the lifeless lands, the biggest mistake. Not counting power and talent, she thought that his strength wasn't enough to defeat the 5,000-year-old demonic beast. The protagonist asked if there were any other demonic beasts in the other world, because only clowns teleported in. While the savior was bantering, the monster became angry, and with a desire to kill, it decided to attack Chumo. The protagonist realized that while he was preventing the teleportation, he had deliberately chosen a suitable landing point for it. Suddenly, pieces of paper with text written on them began to fall beside the clown and Chumo. The one controlling the leaflets was in his dimension, with statues and screens watching it. The creature with a TV-like head ordered Chumo and the clown to complete the errand or face death. While the monster was trying to figure out what the errand was about, the protagonist took up a leaf. The clown tried to pick up the errand, but he couldn't get close, for they were in different dimensions. Chumo swept up that he was a kind-hearted, thin-hearted person with a fine mental organization, so he voiced the clown's errand. He had to do 10,000 push-ups on one arm in 1 minute. The girl monster was watching this and couldn't understand what Chumo was doing, because the clown was already frightened. But in the end, the monster began to quickly do one-handed push-ups because he had no choice, although it was quite strange. But because the demonic beast obeyed, the people might still be alive. The girl monster told the people not to rejoice, for Chumo had utilized the attribute of lifeless lands, but apparently the clown's movements were restricted by the two-way isolation barrier. The protagonist even motivated the monster, for he was close to accomplishing his goal. After a little while, Chumo praised the clown, for he was indeed able to do 10,000 push-ups on one arm in 1 minute. The clown was tired and fell down without strength, but he was still glad that he could live after the tiring mission. But suddenly it showed him that the mission was not completed, and he ran 10,000 meters in 1 minute. Chumo pacified the clown and said that the mission really said one-handed push-ups. Because of the unfinished assignment, the liquidation process began, taking the clown's life. The viewers of the broadcast did not understand what happened, but it was clear to everyone that after the push-ups, the clown vanished as if in the blink of an eye. The monster girl noticed that the material that made up the crystal house was second only to the border stone in terms of durability. Not even 10,000-year-old demonic beasts could destroy it so easily. And as long as the crystal house remained inside, the girl could send out her troops non-stop. At this time, Chumo found the crystal house, which he easily destroyed with a single blow. The portal had been watching the strongest savior all this time, so that the destruction of the artifact was seen by every single person. Jishan was beginning to understand Nan's theory, because in order to save the world, one must have absolute power. Nan's point was that he should evaluate the situation soberly, just like a mere spectator. It was most likely that Chumo had used the attributes of the lifeless lands, or had attracted a demon to kill the clown and destroy the crystal house. It goes without saying if he relies on his own strength to crush demonic beasts. Nan said that only by meeting their limit could people show their true colors. If faced with a situation that cannot be understood, one must give up trying to comprehend it. When faced with a strong opponent who has lost hope, one should leave the battlefield. The protagonist opened a portal and entered a secret world. The girl monster swept through the lifeless lands after moving freely, killing the clown and destroying the crystal house. Chumo was underestimated. The strongest savior declared to the monster that after her shenanigans, he would take the girl's life. The monster continued to brag about her strength and said that Chumo would have to sweat a lot to do such a thing. Nan got into the dialogue and revealed that the monster was only a spiritual body, a kind of projection from another world. Therefore, even if Chumo destroyed the projection, it would not cause any harm to her real body. There is no need to unleash a massacre, nor is there any need to show its true strength. Chumo said that he knew this, but he was still going to defeat the monster. Surprised by Nana's answer, the girl asked that the guy was really going to fight her, knowing that she was only a spirit body. Chumo gathered his strength into a fist, while the monkey eye examined the monster girl's body and abilities. The monster was amused by this. It flew into the air and created a magical barrier around itself. She wanted to see Chumo's strongest attack, and then they would finish him off next time. Chumo's impending attack made the girl's heart leap out of her chest. A terrible feeling of fear enveloped her. The monster tried to escape, but the protagonist caught up with her and told her that she would not be able to do so. Finding herself in too dangerous a situation, the monster utilized the world reversal ability. In a split second, Chumo found himself in a world where there was total darkness and all space was frozen. The monster revealed that the reversed world was the method that was planned to absorb the secret realm. Suddenly, Chumo found himself in a different place. The world was turned upside down, and everything felt different. A certain guy addressed the protagonist as a commander, prompting him to startle him, for Chumo froze when his name was called out to him. As the person beside him asked questions, Chumo looked at the world with golden eyes, only recognizing that it was a fragment of a forgotten story from the land of exile. The commander replied to the subject that everything was fine, putting it down to the fact that he probably just had a headache, and Shuang didn't understand what had happened, why everything in the secret realm had suddenly changed after being in the ancient city. Even Liu didn't understand anything, for all the cultivators had turned into some characters of the ancient city. Elder Ji understood everything. 1,000 years ago, the first clash between demonic beasts and the outside world happened in this place. It all started precisely from the city of floating clouds. This city had long disappeared, but now it had returned, and in the southern region, all the saviors had already been likened to ordinary citizens. An unfamiliar guy was levitating in the air, surrounded by small cards that glowed with aura. One of the cards said that the cultivators who had ended up here had lost their memories. Even Nan Hengju, who was now selling coffins in a ritual goods store. The guy said that there was no need to go to the circus for such a thing. After all, Nan dared to look down on everyone, and all he did was show off. Another card said that even Chumo didn't remember anything about himself, who had now become a patrolman. The cultivator said that there was nothing to worry about. As long as they stayed in hiding, the laws of this world could not affect them in any way, and it was up to them to save the world. The guy continued to say something through the cards, but there was no response, which made him worried. But it was all because a demon had found his hiding place and immediately destroyed it with her magic. Soon, Chumo arrived at the Liu family's house where the murder happened in the morning. The system reported that the main plot of the story, in which the illusion demon was watching him, had been reached. The man asked the officer to make the culprit answer for his deeds to the fullest extent of the law, for the sake of restoring justice among the people. For his poor son had died, who was 6 years old. The subject revealed that a couple days ago, Liu Nian's eldest son drowned. This time his youngest son, Liu Xianwen, died. Chumo expressed his condolences and wanted to know the details of the incident. The broken-hearted man said that his son was beheaded alive. He had always been friendly to people, never once making an enemy. He had no idea who could be so ruthless to do such a thing to a toddler. But when Liu Nian lifted the cloth, there was nothing there, and Chumo wondered where the body was. The man was shocked why he didn't see his son, who was still there. Liu Nian kept shouting that his son Xianwen's body was under the cloth. Even a subject stood up for Chumo and asked Liu Nian to calm down, for there was really nothing under the cloth. The guy asked him not to report false information anymore. The man got angry and grabbed his clothes, thinking that they had ruined his son's life. The officer brushed off the angry man, noting that one could go to jail for reporting false information and assaulting officers. An old woman ran out of the house and said that the owner was possessed again, trying to calm him down. Liu Nian said the officers were in cahoots with the criminal who killed Xianwen. The woman took Xianwen outside. The child was fine and was by her side. Liu Nian continued to shout and stated that there was nothing near the woman, believing that even she was noodling around him. The old woman apologized because after Xiaowu died, the master suffered a great shock. When Xianwen went out to play today, Liu Nian immediately went crazy, thinking that the child had been killed. After a while, Xianwen returned, and she thought that master's hysteria was over. The woman didn't think that he still hadn't come to his senses. Chumo and the subject were returning as the guy behind complained that they came for nothing, also asking his captain why he was so serious. The system reported that the main plot node of the story had come to an end. The illusion demon averted his gaze. The goal in this world was to destroy the story nodes as soon as possible. When the officers left, the woman told the master that he could stop pretending. The woman didn't understand why Liu Nian was so reckless. After all, she had asked him not to report this to the police. If what the Undertaker told her to do is revealed, things will be bad. Liu Nian replied that when Xianwen was beheaded, he was very scared. No one could have known that the Undertaker had such an ability to bring him back to life. Be that as it may, Liu Nian was glad that his son had returned, who suddenly pointed his finger at the wall. Chumo was there, who asked Liu Nian if he was mentally healthy after all. The protagonist walked forward and found the coffin of Liu Nian's eldest son. An old woman rushed over to stop the officer, saying that the investigation of the case had already been completed. The woman stood by the coffin and said that there was no officer in need of help here, and he would only see Xiaowu's body through her corpse. Chumo's speed far exceeded the elderly woman's reaction, so he passed through her without difficulty. The guy kicked the coffin from which two people fell out. One of them was tied up and still alive. Fortunately, the girl was breathing. This is the first time Chumo has seen someone use a living person to marry a dead person. The protagonist said that what was really worth fearing was the punishment for kidnapping the girl and committing premeditated murder. Lan Yun and the old woman began to argue, for the Undertaker had given them precise instructions that the coffin should not be opened. Suddenly, an ominous aura appeared around the coffin, and Liu Nian's youngest son mysteriously disappeared. An unknown spirit appeared and complained that it was all unfair, saying he shouldn't have died. The old woman recognized the spirit as Xiao Wu, but it did not respond to her calls or the multiple repetitions of her name. The spirit tried to attack the woman, but Chumo rushed forward and protected the woman. The old woman shouted to Xiao Wu's spirit that she was his mom. She couldn't believe that her son didn't recognize her own son. Chumo said that the spirit was no longer her son, and he could have killed everyone. He started demanding that the Liu family confess to what they had done. Liu Nian said it was all the Undertaker, the owner of a ritual goods shop that recently opened in the eastern part of the city. He's the one who told them to do this. After Xiao Wu's death, strange noises started to be heard at night. On the second day, all the chickens they had died, and next to Shang Wei's bed, there were bloody footprints. The family was so frightened that they sought the help of an Undertaker. Liu Nian confessed to everything he could, so he asked the officer to save Xianwen. Suddenly, the spirit disappeared, and Chumo said that he didn't think that if he lightly frightened him, he would really crack up. The play was over, so the commander's subject and Xianwen could come out of hiding. Mother rushed over to Xianwen, hugging him tightly while the inferior officer stood watching nearby. But suddenly, Xianwen disappeared. Now Mother's embrace held only the clothes in her hands. Chumo dispelled the fear, revealing that Xianwen's youngest son had never existed. From the beginning, what they had seen was an illusion that the demon had created. Now, the illusion had dissipated, and the demon was taking the opportunity to escape through the back door. Chumo caught up with the burial demon without difficulty and asked it what its goals were, who created it, and where to find the creator. The coffin demon couldn't say anything besides clicking. This monster was collecting the temptations and fears that lived in the hearts of people. Since the monster was silent, Chumo decided to kill it, for it was of no use to him. Liu Nian suddenly remembered that Xianwen was ruined by this monster, so he thanked the officer for his help. The wife added that Xiao Wu's death was also their doing. The Undertaker had sold this man-eating monster. Chumo ordered Luo Cheng to arrest Liu Nian and his wife for interrogation. The protagonist pointed his finger at the girl and said that the Liu family had arranged a live trade, used the girl as a sacrifice to marry a dead man. Also, there was an attempt to bribe an officer. Liu Nian begged the officer to spare them, for they were too frightened to think rationally. But he did not listen to him and reminded Luo Chen to take them into custody. Luo Chen wanted Chumo to go with him, as he might have to give a report of this incident to the senior cultivator. The protagonist decided to leave it to the subject, for he headed to the Undertaker's place. Although the Undertaker posed a great danger, he didn't really care. Chumo realized that if the Undertaker escaped, he could harm even more people. Luo Chen asked the commander not to act impulsively when he reached the location of the Undertaker. After he returns to his superiors, he will definitely call for reinforcements. The historical node of the main plotline. The burial demon has been destroyed. The illusion demon's vigilance has been raised. Currently the degree is 1, but when the value reaches the 10 mark, the illusion demon will fix Chumo's location. Nan walked out of the store and asked the officer if he was going to organize a funeral since they were having a sale right now. The protagonist wondered if the Undertaker was in front of him. Nan replied that the boss was only at the store in the evening, and he was a part-time employee here. Chumo had a feeling that Nan was a cultivator. The guy replied that he was not, for he would not be working as a coffin merchant if that were the case. The protagonist insisted that Nan was a cultivator, noting that they had seen each other before in the secret realm. Suddenly, the guy began to get confused about who he really was, resorting to different names. Suddenly a realization came to him. After a loud scream, Nan realized who he really was. He wanted to know if they were trapped. Chumo replied that they were. Secret world cultivators, probably like them, had found new identities and memories in this city. But they had to get out. But in order to do so, they would have to find the demonic beast that controlled the city. The only problem was that one couldn't do things that matched the identities, otherwise the demonic beast would discover them and lurk around. Nan didn't think that there were still problems that could put Chumo in a predicament. But he should not underestimate the 4 great sects, for he had a backup plan. The 3 Dao heirs were hiding in a hideout, so that the demonic beast would not be able to detect them. But to the surprise of the cultivators, there was no signal on the communicator, which meant only one thing. All 3 Dao heirs were dead. Nan revealed that he and the other heirs had clashed a lot before, but he couldn't believe that with such tremendous strength, they had somehow died. Chumo was very worried about Yutong, Jingshan, and Yue Qianyan, but it was impossible to find them at the moment. Even Nan's sense of perception of everything around him was dulled. After realizing that Nan was weakened, the protagonist decided to change his plan of action and find shelter for him. The guy angrily stated that even with his incomplete strength, he could still be of great help. Since Nan insisted so vehemently, Chumo didn't have much choice but to accept it. Late in the evening, the Undertaker returned to the store. He was extremely drunk and could hardly stand on his feet. While the man was drinking alcohol, he didn't notice Nan at the entrance and joked that he was slacking off during work. But when the man finally stepped inside, he was stunned. In front of him was his employee who had hanged himself. The Undertaker told the kidnapper to get out because he hanged his assistant in the store to smear the Undertaker's name. Chumo came from behind and asked the Undertaker to reveal the identity of the kidnapper and what business he was doing with him. The man made it sound like he had been drinking heavily and was talking nonsense. In fact, he had just returned and found his ward hanged. Chumo reminded the Undertaker of the Liu family. He quickly recalled them, adding that Liu Nian had purchased a coffin from him a few days ago. The officer persistently wanted to know what happened next. The man surprisingly remarked, saying that they had not seen the Liu family again. Chumo decided to lay out all the cards, saying that Liu Nian and his wife had already confessed to having bought a girl from him to marry a dead man. The Undertaker pretended not to know anything. The officer pressed further, because he is a suspect in the premeditated murder of the 2 sons of the spouses of the Liu family. Still, the man surrendered. He revealed that not long ago, a man nicknamed the Kidnapper came to see him. Most likely behind him was a certain gang that specialized in kidnapping and human trafficking. They wanted to cooperate, and since the Undertaker wanted to make some money, he agreed to do so. Liu Nian's family lost their son, after which they turned to him for a coffin. The kidnapper incited to deceive him. Not far from Liu Nian's house, he made strange noises, stole the chickens his family raised, then left traces of chicken blood in his youngest son's room. But the girl was provided by the kidnapper, and Liu Nian buried her alive. Chumo was still worried about the most important question, about the burial demon that had consumed Liu Nian's youngest son. But that was something the Undertaker no longer knew. The old lady complained that she and Liu Nian together were locked up with the daughter-in-law they were burying. Liu Nian began to accuse the old woman, to which she was angry, for he had bought everything himself. Suddenly the two noticed a demon. The same bride turned into a scary beast that frightened people. The Undertaker could not believe his ears that the coffin had grown limbs, and had also eaten Liu Nian's son. The man was sure that this was the work of the kidnapper, for he had killed his employee and would soon come for the Undertaker himself. But suddenly the rope was empty. When the man looked at it, Nana was no longer there. When the Undertaker heard Nan's voice, he said that behind every grudge there was a wrongdoer, and behind every debt there was a debtor, and it was not he who had killed him. Nan was only joking with the man, so he decided to stop mocking him by saying that he knew it. Abruptly, the Undertaker passed out. Chumo thought that he might have died of fright, noting that Nan should have hung in there further. The guy's neck was sore from this kind of activity, but he also noticed that the Undertaker's reaction was more than just a scare. Inside the store, one of the coffins opened up. Out of that coffin emerged a man who had no face. He only stated that he had to kill the last vessel. The faceless demon towered over and kept repeating unrelated things, but it was directed at the Undertaker's body. Nan noticed this and decided to secure the Undertaker, but his attack was of no use, for his fist went through the demon's body. The demon began to consume the Undertaker's soul, introducing himself as the Night Master of the ritual shop. And tonight, he would like to invite cultivators to witness his immortality ceremony. The demon said that a month ago, he died in the mountains. While on the verge of death, he met a celestial who had gained immortality. He taught him how to resurrect the dead. After that, his soul split in two. Hun's soul was rational, staying in the coffin until nightfall. Po's soul is animal, awakening only in the daytime. This was the step he hated the most. By absorbing Po's soul, his appearance would become the same as before. The demon decided to alter the Undertaker's body and make himself look more ugly, supposedly imitating a celestial. Chumo asked Nana if he wanted to gain immortality. The guy replied that he wouldn't want to live forever with such immortality. The demon struck the ground, releasing his aura, for the insults from the cultivators made him angry. The protagonist asked Nana to find shelter, while he himself wanted to talk to the new Undertaker. He wanted to know the purpose of the Undertaker selling the demon to the Liu family. He also wanted to know who the liar was who had told him that he could become immortal that way. The demon stated that it was a celestial, and he had not lied to him. There was nothing wrong with raising the dead. Nan had swept up the fact that he had been too inconsiderate, for the Undertaker's strength wasn't like that of demonic beasts or cultivators. A little more and his bones would have been broken, but he didn't want to give up without a fight. The Undertaker and Chumo should have fought, but Nan didn't hear any sound of fighting, thinking that Chumo was too strong. Nan reached the strongest savior with screams. Chumo said he was alive and well. The guy asked if he killed the demon. The protagonist asked which demon he was talking about. When Nan went inside, Chumo asked him to sit down and not keep the Undertaker's confederate waiting. Everything that happened turned out to be a misunderstanding. They misunderstood each other. Chumo had always admired the Celestials. Envy clouded his mind when he learned that in just 1 month, the Undertaker would gain immortality. The demon said that admitting and correcting one's mistakes was a very good quality. Unanimous Chu was able to detect the evil in his soul in a timely manner, a sign of a wise man. Nan realized what was happening. He sat down and also decided to apologize to the demon. The Undertaker said that according to Chumo, everyone was striving for immortality, and in that case, they were all allies. If it wasn't for the Undertaker, the protagonist would have been on the wrong path to immortality. Now, he wanted to take the righteous path. Chumo wanted to meet the very same Celestial, but the Undertaker said that it was almost impossible to track him down. However, there was no reason to worry, for Chumo's meeting with him was predestined by fate. Nan asked if this magic was something particularly valuable. And as far as he knew, cultivator sects were quite strict in choosing disciples of followers. After joining the sect, disciples even have to give up money, real estate, or make a large contribution to the sect in order to get a chance to learn real secret techniques. The demon said that it was funny, because the technique of gaining immortality could not be measured in terms of worldly values. Nowadays, everything is plagued by suffering. There were all sorts of uprisings, internecine wars, battles between mortals and immortals. For several years now, one battle has been replaced by another. Both of the Undertaker's sons died of starvation. His wife died while trying to flee. Even if cultivators take the place of emperors, the situation would not improve. Chumo admired the Undertaker's point of view, noting that as an official, he deserved his trust. The demon said that even though Chumo was an official, he had earned a reputation for decency in the city of floating clouds. It is precisely because the officer is fair. Nan asked the Undertaker how he threw around words about how he would benefit the world. But after all, before he hurt the Liu family, who lost 2 sons, also used a young girl for a marriage ceremony with a dead man, the demon thought that the Liu family deserved to die. The Liu couple are greedy for wealth. Because of their collusion with officials, many families were left without a house over their heads in exchange for their rich clothes and exquisite food. As for the bride they tried to use for a posthumous marriage, she was only the key to gaining immortality. Her soul is hidden in a coffin. When the girl's soul merged with the immortal body, she would become his companion. Only when the 2 immortal bodies of yin and yang simultaneously complete the final stage of resurrection can they become true celestials. But if this does not happen, the Undertaker will die, and the girl herself will not live long. Soon, together with her, they will become celestials and live happily ever after. The body of the demon bride didn't make a sound, but only banged her head against the prison bars. The old lady couldn't sleep when the girl was beating her head against the railing without interruption, and Liu Nian was afraid to tie her up. The Undertaker begged for rain to fill the jasper bowl. An incantation sealing the coffin, revealing the entire process of becoming a celestial. However, Chumo had some doubts, because the most important thing in raising a dead man was brides for posthumous marriage, for which there were special requirements for the date of birth. Among the many people, finding a worthy candidate who could become a partner was not an easy task. The Undertaker revealed that the city of floating clouds was home to a gang of merchants of living goods. Their customers were demons, deities, strangers, and people like the Undertaker who would soon gain immortality. The Undertaker added that such merchants are hard to find, for they find their own customers. They could return to the ritual goods store again, and then Chumo and Nan could meet with the merchant. Suddenly, it dawned on the demon. For some reason his fiancée's body was still not in the store. The Liu family was terrified, as the girl in front of them began to hit the railing even faster. The demon realized that his fiancée was trapped, for he was on the verge of becoming a celestial. Chumo said that he was very sorry. The world around them is fickle. No one could have predicted that things would turn out this way. Chumo added that becoming a celestial would mean going against the will of the heavens and suffering a series of disasters. The Undertaker still had a backup plan, pointing his finger at his assistant. He said that he would be his partner. The fellow replied that he was a guy, and in no way was to be his partner. The requirements for the ideal path of becoming a celestial are indeed complicated. But that didn't matter now. To gain half immortality would also do, even despite the gender. The demon explained that Chumo was his successor, and he needed to stay in the human world and develop his ideology. So right now, he can't go to the realm of the Celestials, so he chose Nan. Although Nan refused, the Undertaker convinced him that just a little longer, and they would become Celestials together, surpass the ordinary humans, and be happy together. The boy asked the Undertaker not to cut off his speech halfway through, adding that it was wildly infuriating. The Undertaker was abruptly horrified, saying that he couldn't after all, for Nan is very ugly up close. Apparently the path to immortality has come to an end. The magic of raising the dead will be given to Chumo. Alas, the Undertaker was also unfortunate. Even though he was strange, he had a deep heart for people. But luckily, Chumo didn't have to kill him personally. He decided to kill himself. Since the Undertaker was destroyed, the illusion demon's vigilance level was increased and reached the 3rd level. Nan didn't think that the Undertaker would die so easily, so he didn't know what to do next. Chumo replied that he should find a certain celestial who was somewhere in the mountains, but they didn't have any more clues. The guy replied that all that was known was a kidnapper and a gang of human traffickers that provided the Undertaker with a bride to perform a wedding ritual with the dead man. The Undertaker said that it was quite difficult to find the kidnapper. Secret realm cultivators were also supposed to teleport, and perhaps one should have found them first. Chumo dismissed that option. They didn't have time for that. The demonic beast wouldn't allow all the time to roam freely. Chumo's position in Floating Cloud City was the official in charge of catching criminals. Right now, he must leave and utilize all the power of the authorities to search the city. The next day, an enraged vendor tried to catch up with the little girl who stole his goods. The thief turned out to be Air, who had lost her memories and tried to run away with a bun in her hand. She couldn't believe the man chased her for so long for just one steamed bun. Air had run so far that she didn't realize where she was, but a light distracted her. The girl noticed the shaped lollipops on a stick in front of her, which drew her attention. Even the salesman tried to draw Air in, offering to let her personally blow the lollipop out of the caramel candy. The man pointed out that other places also handmade lollipops, but his candy is special. All because the man used rolled sugar, not maltose. It's a treat you don't find anywhere else. Blow on sunset sugar through a tube and it turns into anything Air wants. There was no doubt that the monster commander wanted to try this treat. And the first thing she had to do was blow into the tube. Air instinctively made familiar shapes to herself in the form of future food, but because of her different personality, she didn't understand what it was. The vendor also didn't understand what the tantalizing shapes of Air's lollipops were because they looked so edible. Suddenly, Air started to feel dizzy. She couldn't understand what was wrong and demanded answers from the salesman. The man said it's a normal phenomenon. It took a lot of energy for the sunset sugar to take a different shape. Obviously, she could feel very tired and pass out. This was the first time the vendor had seen a person who could change the shape of sunset sugar so much. So Air would be the perfect candidate for Hebo's bride. After many paid Borg, the Liu family wondered if they could leave. The officer replied that it was the senior general's order. However, it would not cause them any harm, and they would have the opportunity to take revenge on Chumo. Liu Nian said, then Chumo is an officer and his colleague, so he can't afford such a thing. The guy said that the commander is not one of them. He was forever building a highly moral person, sassing his superiors. The senior general had long thought of getting rid of Chumo. But now that he had spouted nonsense about demons, this was the perfect chance. Liu Nian once again recalled everything and confirmed that the burial demon did exist. But the officer didn't care, for the senior general had already sent people to the cultivators. Liu Nian should take this opportunity to finish him off. The observers of the live broadcast were confused, for they couldn't understand what had happened to the cultivators and why they hadn't killed the demonic beast yet. The virtual girl asked the viewers to remain calm. Even though all the saviors were stranded, Chumo would definitely think of something. Well, the reason for the time irregularities in the live broadcast was because Floating Cloud City was located in the Lost Lands where the flow of time was different from reality. Just as Luo wanted to leave the explanation to Elder Ji, she noticed that he had disappeared. Yishong explained that he had some urgent business that he had excused himself for. Chairman Qin was angry, and the counselor didn't understand what had happened or why he was angry. Scene revealed that all the cultivators had escaped. They conspired to get rid of Chumo, and in the end, they all escaped. The counselor had requested support from the consortium alliance beforehand. It was to be expected that the cultivators would just run away. In addition, the secret realm annex now broadcasted Floating Cloud City. The truth about the disappearance of Floating Cloud City was a line that the four sects must not cross. And that was the reason why they had taken the lives of a huge number of people. The consortium alliance once already wanted to investigate the Floating Cloud City. But as a result, it almost led to a war between the cultivators and the alliance. The head of the Dan Taibi sect, Qiu Tianxing, and the head of the Dai Yi sect, Huo Shang Kunzhen, were together while Qiu's wounds were healing. Huo was convinced that it wouldn't hurt for them to call out the other two leaders as well. Destroying the secret realm is a pretty serious problem, so no amount of precautions would help. Qiu swept up that this was the time of crisis, and the two leaders had gone to the seabed to awaken a certain creature. Therefore, they were now engaged in the more important matter of retrieving the core of the secret realm. The moment the core appeared, Huo must hit it with his thunder abilities to destroy the secret realm. The head sent streams of his power towards the core, expanding it with his power. He opened that very moment to attack. Qiu's magic bubbles and Huo's ancestral divine thunder combined into one attack and headed towards the core. But to the surprise of the two heads, the core remained intact, but a strange light also appeared with it. Elder Ji protected the core with a magical barrier. Ji was glad that only 2 chapters had arrived. Huo wondered what Elder Ji had forgotten here. After all, he was supposed to be acting like a live internet star right now. In fact, Ji had come to stop the heads. All the cultivators would have to give their lives to wipe out the secret realm, but then the entire globe would be left unprotected, and immediately, demonic beasts would invade, killing millions of innocent people. Huo replied that if the outcome of the war was the defeat of the secret realm, the barrier protecting the land would only serve as a stepping stone for the demonic beasts to invade. And it would cause even more deaths. The three heirs of Dao had already fallen in battle. Nanhengju was quite weakened, and the remaining cultivators had lost themselves, turning into puppets of Floating Cloud City. Elder Ji still didn't think this was the best option. After all, the heads also hid the fact that it was the cultivators of the four great sects who had summoned the first demonic beast 1,000 years ago. The guy was angry, after all. This secret was only known to the heads of the great sects, assuming that Chanwu or Yu Tianzhen had told him about it. Elder Ji didn't understand how Huoshan had the nerve to mention their names. After all, he should know very well what these people had done for the world. Head Q said that there was no point in wasting time on idle chatter. After all, the flow of time in the Lost Lands is chaotic, and the whole truth about the disappearance of the City of Floating Clouds may surface at any moment. Huo added that the Secret Kingdom's war was doomed to failure. In order to save as many people as possible, the secret realm had to be destroyed. Jixing knew that this would not save the people, and said that Huo could only throw around pathetic excuses. The elder had faith in Chumo that he could do what Huo couldn't. The strongest savior could change the fate of mankind for the better. Floating Cloud City Police. Commander-in-Chief Liu Feixing admitted that he was wrong about Chumo. After all, he was always talking about fairness and honesty, but Liu could not imagine that he was capable of doing such a thing to the people. Moreover, Chumo also claimed that there was a demon in the city, misleading the people. In reality, the commander-in-chief was only practicing what Chumo should have said. The henchman on the side cherished his words, insulting Chumo behind his back. Luo Chen was bound and said that Liu Feixing was not worthy of being commander-in-chief. Feixing said that if it wasn't for Chumo's uncle, who was an official in the imperial court, he would have been dead long ago. But the commander-in-chief had Luo Chen to thank, for he had become the person to finish off Chumo. The fellow stated that the burial demon did exist. Moreover, there could be more than one demon in the city, and if it was just left like this, the monsters might kill more people. The commander-in-chief didn't know which demons were in question, so asked Liu Nian to clarify. The man said that there were never any burial demons. Chumo had fooled him, and it was a ploy to blackmail him. Feixin asked not to forget that Floating Cloud City was guarded by cultivators stationed in the Lotus Cave. If there really was a demon killing people in the city, it would affect the reputation and achievements of the cultivators. Luo Chen asked to invite the cultivators from the Lotus Cave, for they would surely be able to determine if there was a monster here or not. The commander-in-chief said that even if the cultivators showed up, it would not keep Chumo alive, for they wished for his death even more than that. Feixin added, the treasures, blessed lands, and resources of the Cultivator sect were distributed through political gains. Even if there was trouble, and a demon, the only thing they could say was no. In the opinion of the commander-in-chief, Luochen was still young and did not understand much. However, Chumo realized everything. Compared to the mountain brigands, the drought, and the famine, what was so special if a monster finished off a couple of people? With a swing, the protagonist opened the doors and burst into the commander-in-chief's office. Noting that they were quite noisy, Luochen asked the commander to run away as the commander-in-chief was going to frame him. Feixin said that it was too late, and hand-directed the officers to arrest Chumo. But after a little while, the commander easily dispatched the team of officers and the commander-in-chief. Chumo wanted to know where the commander-in-chief was. Feixin got even more angry and claimed that he was in charge. The commander-in-chief said that Floating Cloud City would soon be in danger, so from now on, Feixin would obey him. Including the commander-in-chief, all other employees of the city must obey his orders without question. Feixin said that despite Chumo's strength, he was still immortal, but he acted as if he was allowed to do anything. The strongest savior asked the commander-in-chief to take him to the cultivators when the servants were done with their work. Feixin smirked and said that the cultivators would be arriving at their place soon, so he could do nothing. Suddenly a subject entered the room. Seeing his chief on his knees, he didn't understand anything. Feixin demanded an explanation. The frightened fellow revealed that all the cultivators had left and abandoned them, and outside the city of Floating Clouds, a long river appeared, surrounding the entire city. Anyone who touched the water, whether human or animal, would turn into corpse fluid. No one could leave the city of floating clouds, and people began to lose hope in their lives. The subject led Faction to the very spot. The river didn't have a single loophole to traverse it, and all the cultivators had escaped. The officer was in the Lotus Cave, and as he told, there wasn't a single living soul there. The commander-in-chief thought that a river that could dissolve an ordinary person was a mere trifle for a cultivator, and they had to find a way to save ordinary people. Chumo speculated that the river might have been the cultivator's own fault. Faction didn't believe it. After all, in the most critical situations, cultivators had to protect the city or face punishment. The protagonist said that this was the reason why they could destroy the city. But to find out the truth, he used the golden eye. Now the cultivators of the secret city were inside the gourd-shaped vessel that held the city inside. Chumo also found a Hebo fetus at the bottom of the river. This monster possessed the ability to subdue rivers. When Hebo was attacked, it would awaken some of its instincts, restraining the flow of the river it was in. Chumo asked the commander-in-chief to take him to the Lotus Cave to see if the cultivators had left any clues behind. Faction started to ask a lot of questions, but the protagonist asked him to shut up and reminded him of his assignment. The commander-in-chief got angry and told Chumo that he couldn't order him just because of the force. Soon, the battered commander-in-chief finally led the protagonist to the Lotus Cave. The cultivators made thorough preparations to move, for there was nothing interesting left in the cave. Chumo relayed orders to the commander-in-chief, and he relayed them to the lower officers. After a short search, one of the officers found a strange mirror with magic glass. Faction had seen this mirror before. The cultivators used it to communicate with each other. Faction even remembered how to use the strange mirror, so he decided to test it out. A man appeared in the mirror and was surprised that the signal came from the city of floating clouds. The commander-in-chief rejoiced that he had contacted the head of Jin. Faction begged him to come to his aid, for a strange river surrounded the city of floating clouds. The head revealed that the river was his technique. The demonic beasts from the outside world did not give up trying to invade Floating Cloud City. They had mutated ordinary humans into monsters that serve as strongholds for their invasion, and if even one mutated person was still alive, the demonic beasts might end up in other cities as well. Should they arrive, a crisis would come that would be a threat to the entire world. For this reason, they only had to make a small sacrifice to destroy all the demons in the city and prevent them from escaping. The head had to use the treasure to hide the city of floating clouds, and the corpse water would gradually flood the entire city. The commander-in-chief was in despair. He was scared for his life and even supported Head Jin in this decision. The chief said that Faction had helped him earn a lot of money, but it was very unfortunate that he couldn't help him. After all, even a second of the spell that weakened the siege of Floating Cloud City could allow the demons to mutate and escape from the city. Chumo asked Jin if they got rid of all the monsters, would they succeed in stopping the plots to destroy the entire city? Jin agreed. After all, they even had leads. There was a certain live goods merchant nicknamed the Kidnapper. He was the source. But the maximum time the head could give was 3 days. If they don't kill all the mutated demons after 3 days, he will be forced to wipe out the entire city. Chumo decided to waste no time, so he ordered the commander-in-chief to search the city and find the kidnapper. Faction didn't think that was possible. Even if all the servants start scouring the city for the trafficker, 3 days would not be enough. The protagonist said to mobilize all the city authorities if there weren't enough servants. City officials, higher and lower officials. If they weren't enough, the wives of the city authorities would have to be involved in the search as well. The head subordinate troubleshooted and wanted to see if it was worth waiting for 3 days. Head Jin had said to destroy Floating Cloud City right now. He only wanted to laugh at them. He wasn't going to risk it for some floating cloud city. Moreover, a large amount of spirit stones were constantly required to maintain the gourd vessel spell. These mere mortals were not worth wasting precious wealth on. Head Jin commanded the gourd-shaped vessel made of ebony gold to devour the city of floating clouds. Because of the head's ability, huge waves of corpse water rose up and would hit the entire city. But suddenly, an aura so similar to a bright light instantly destroyed the waves, pacifying the incoming storm. Head Jin couldn't understand why the storm had subsided, so he ordered the cultivators to increase the power of the magic force. The 3 cultivators poured in all their magic, and together they created a stronger storm. But after a lot of attempts, not a single time, the city couldn't be covered by the storm. Dropping the gourd vessel, Head Jin picked up a mirror and tried to contact Liu Facian, but Chumo came on the line, saying that the commander-in-chief had gone to look for the kidnapper and could not respond. The protagonist had implied that the head of Jin had managed to engage the commander-in-chief in the search for the kidnapper, so he no longer needed him. And to keep the head out of contact, Chumo broke a mirror. Jin was so angry that he decided to use all the remaining spirit stones as fuel for the gourd vessel. The cultivator informed the head that the mirror had received a new call, but Jin didn't have time for that. The problem was that Daluotian would soon find out what had happened in the city of floating clouds. Just as a coincidence, the call was from Daluotian. Head Jin swept up that this was an unrealistic coincidence. After all, they couldn't have found out about everything so quickly. A blue-haired man appeared in the mirror who was excited about the call with Head Jin and wanted to know how things were in the city of floating clouds. The man nervously replied that he was very touched that the Mingguan leader cared about the situation in such a remote city, saying that everything was calm in the city of floating clouds. He was disappointed, for so much time had passed, and the head of the city of floating clouds had not yet been wiped off the face of the earth. Jin didn't understand what he was talking about, for the city of floating clouds was under the protection of the Lotus Cave. Mingguan knew the truth 10 years ago. In order to resurrect his daughter, the head had never given up trying to contact other dimensions and seize the energy of the demonic beast world. Ever since that moment, they had been watching Jin closely. The cultivator didn't understand, after all, contacting other dimensions was a taboo for Daluotian, but he was somehow not stopped. Mingguan revealed that Daluotian had imposed the ban due to the massive loss of life in order to appease the people. However, this rule was just a mere prop used to deceive the weaklings. Jin himself should have felt that the world energy had been depleted in the past few decades. That was why mastering the energy of the demonic beast world was their main object of study. The chapter's results surpassed the Dantebi sect, which was one of the top 8 sects. Chapter Jin said that now the control of the city was lost, and he was unlikely to be able to destroy it with his own strength. But fortunately for Jin, Mingguan would soon arrive. At this time, Chumo and Luochen arrived at the building where the largest gang, the Black Dragon Gang, was located. Aside from the authorities, they were the local organization that could mobilize the largest number of people. Before entering the building, the commander asked Luochen if he had dealt with this gang before. The guy revealed that he had suppressed the criminal activities of the Black Dragon Gang many times in the past. Most of the members couldn't stand Chumo. In addition, the head of the Black Dragon Gang had a strange obsession with the commander. The protagonist didn't consider it a problem, for Floating Cloud City is on the verge of extinction, so the gang leader must make the right choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind if the gang got a new leader. The head of the Black Dragon Gang was Yutong, who was quite happy to see him, but immediately wanted to know the reason for Chumo's visit. The commander assumed that Yutong had a former name in this world and decided to ask her for a favor. The girl was still under the influence of this world, and asked the captain where his nobility had gone to. Yue Qianyan was close to the head of the gang, so she got into the dialogue and picked up on the fact that Chumo was constantly giving them trouble. The protagonist talked about the upcoming problem, but Yue Tong wasn't interested. She wanted to arrest Chumo. Yue Qianyan and a lot of gangsters from the gang headed towards Chumo with aggressive intentions. The guy added that the city was in a desperate situation without any support. He didn't want to get involved in a senseless massacre, losing people. Yutong had taken stock of the fact that the city of floating clouds was now a hostage to chaos. This was the opportunity the girl had been waiting for. After all, she would be able to make the captain her consort. Not a single member of the gang understood Yutong's motives, wondering what made him deserve such a reward. The girl pondered what would be the greatest disgrace for Chumo. Hanging him on the wall under the sun for 7 days and nights, having his name stained with the branding of a criminal, or chopping him into small pieces with a few cleavers. Unfortunately for Yutong, she would not be able to use any of these methods because his uncle was the censor, so she resorted to Chumo constantly trying to send her to jail. If they get married, he would be able to get close to her. Chumo would have the opportunity to uncover evidence of collusion and corruption machinations of the Black Dragon Gang and the authorities. The protagonist stated that time was running out and people were in danger. He didn't have time to play mother-daughter with her. Yutong said that she would help Chumo save the city if they got married. She was willing to provide any help she could get. The commander said he didn't care. He is willing to marry the head of the gang if she will help. Chumo agreed so quickly that Yutong had a feeling of unfulfilled duty. However, the guy swept up that the wedding should take place after the danger was eliminated. The girl agreed, noting the habit Chumo had of favoring public service. Yutong ordered to mobilize all forces, and no matter through what means, but to find the kidnapper. The girl added that there were quite a few eyes and ears in the gang, which were much more effective in search matters than the executive branch of government. Chumo wanted to go on the search himself, but the girl said that there was no need to hurry. Right now they had to start planning the marriage ceremony. The guy tried to excuse himself by saying that he had to check on the work of the commander-in-chief, but Yutong asked him to forget about him. Suddenly, one of the gang members burst into the gang building. He was holding some frightened guy in his arms. The other members brought 3 more people of stubby build, calling them kidnappers. Yutong believed that her men had decided to mess with her by grabbing a couple of random people off the street. The man insisted that he wasn't lying, for the entire city had joined the kidnappers, and they were fishing out high-ranking officials, the rich and powerful, as well as gangsters. Yutong thought that the city had gone crazy, for ordinary people dared to go against the gang. One of the kidnappers stated that they just wanted to live. They had done nothing wrong, but worked hard to make ends meet. The man was afraid that the river that turned people into corpse water would turn into a huge wave and kill everyone. Chumo listened to the kidnapper who told about the Hebo god. The commander wanted to know how they knew of his existence. The celestial told the people about the god Hebo. They wanted to awaken him so that the god would protect the city of floating clouds. But in order to do so, a huge amount of sacrifices must be presented. Even people of high nobility were under attack from the commoners who bound them. A man controlling a demon in the form of a snake asked the commander-in-chief if he knew who the kidnappers were. These people were in the business of deceiving people, and when they were about to be captured, they did the opposite of what they wanted to do. The kidnapper-in-chief observed that now the most ordinary people had become kidnappers because of the great pressure on them. In order to survive, they had to smash down the leadership that had put themselves above everyone else. The man wanted to kill the commander-in-chief by aiming his demonic beast at Faixin. Once the serpent devoured the commander-in-chief, it increased in size, which the men rejoiced over. The chief kidnapper opened his arms and declared that Hebo was not enough of a sacrifice yet, and he demanded more, for he was to be reborn and married to heir. After taking almost all the nobles, the kidnappers were left with only one option: a gang of black dragons with 100 men. Since the gang had a good defense, the kidnapper had to send a demon named Shizu to defeat a bunch of mortals. One of the villagers returned to the leader in a hurry, reporting that someone was coming from the black dragon's lair. The kidnapper decided to let this person in, as he could just use him as a sacrifice. That person turned out to be Chumo, saying that he saved time to search for the main kidnapper. The kidnapper knew the commander. After all, the commander had ruined his immortality ceremony, mobilized the entire city, all for the sake of capturing him. The elder did not understand the reason for this, but Chumo said that he was doing this in order to save Liu Yun. The kidnapper stated that this world was sick. Immortal cultivators, officials, all of them were madly devouring the last bit of flesh and blood of this world. Only gods from other worlds could save Liu Yun. Hebo changed his appearance once again, coming closer and closer to his true form. And in order to reach the final step to Hebo God's awakening, Chumo had to become his sacrifice. At this time, Air wasn't far away, but she was bound and barely regained consciousness. As soon as the serpent noticed that his bride was regaining consciousness, he decided to rush towards her. The monster commander stood up and covered herself in aura as Hebo rushed towards her to merge with her. The kidnapper laughed and said that it had begun. Hebo's wedding had started earlier, and now the serpent wasn't after Chumo now. The protagonist activated the familiar's battle mode, transferring powers to the host. And in the serpent's hands, Air changed her appearance. The power transfer worked successfully. Air gained thousands of years of power and created a surge of magic with her power. The kidnapper did not expect such a drastic turn of events after all. The serpent was just a fake, and the bride that was to be eaten was the true Hebo. The man thought that Air had become the true Hebo and started giving her orders. But she didn't listen to him and went through the kidnapper. Even the monsters looked at Air, who they considered their deity, and admired her. When the monster commander approached Chumo, the kidnapper was flattered. He couldn't believe that he was a god. The protagonist appealed to the predecessors and chosen celestials to listen to his order. Chumo said his first order was to kill all mortals and drown all of Liu Yun with blood, so that the blood of mortals would open the way for his army of monsters. The observers watching the broadcast couldn't understand why Chumo ordered to kill the humans, thinking he was evil. The monster said that it shouldn't be so, for they became celestials to save the humans and right the wrong world. But as soon as the celestial finished refusing, his body was covered in a golden aura and exploded. The people were terrified. They began to run away, for their faith in certain gods was completely gone, and only fear remained. The citizens kept running. One of the demons said that he came for protection. Chumo watched this, noting that he had given the Celestials the power and right to live, and they decided to go against him. The desperate Celestials rallied to attack Chumo all together at once. The protagonist covered himself with an aura and said that if he did so, he would have to take the Celestials' lives. After a while, the demons were easily defeated, and only the kidnapper remained. Chumo did not choose to hesitate. He created a surge and stripped the villain of his upper body. After the battle, Nan Hongju came over, and Chumo could sense his hostile attitude. He was going to kill him. But he wondered why the monsters called him their master. The protagonist said that Air was a monster subordinate to him. Just now, he followed the plan by tricking all the monsters. In order to prevent the illusion demon from coming, they had to die. Letting them die as saviors was the last thing he could do to honor them. Contrary to everyone else, Nan didn't ask unnecessary questions, instead trusting Chumo outright. The commander had noticed that all of the city's Celestials should have been here, but the illusion wasn't over yet. There was only 1% of the monsters left to complete the mission. Nan asked Chumo to rest, for he needed to get into shape. But he didn't have time for that, so Chumo went to look for Lianhua cultivators. Mingguan arrived at Master Jin's place. They were going to transfer Liu Yun directly into the Lost Lands. And when it was over, Jin would transmit the experiment data to Daluo Tian. Deacon Mingguan took out an artifact that would teleport Liu Yun City to the Lost Lands. The artifact was a star pearl that was a primordial spirit bead, which Daluo Tian had paid a lot of money for. It took 10 years and 3,000 precise calculations to create this rare artifact. Thanks to Mr. Jin, they had saved him a lot of time by placing Liu Yun inside the golden gourd. But suddenly, for some reason, the golden gourd shattered even though there was no sign of trouble. Mingguan asked Head Jin why the gourd cracked out of the blue, suggesting that it could have been a deadly offense. The cultivator said that he had nothing to do with it, for the golden gourd had cracked from within. Now that the barrier was broken, mutant monsters could escape from the city. This made the steward angry, for if any monster escaped and started summoning other monsters, even Mingguan would be punished. Chumo appeared in front of the guys, saying that causing a massacre for any occasion, spilling blood for thousands of kilometers, and devaluing human life was taking away the title of cultivators. Mingguan revealed that Daluo Tian had their own laws and rules that governed all immortal clans. Monsters were the world's main enemies. Head Jin recognized Chumo and revealed that he was a trapper from Liu Yun City, who had apparently destroyed the Golden Gourd. All the monsters in Liu Yun City had already been killed by Chumo. But among the immortal cultivators in Lianhua Cave, there was one left. He had come here to stop the monsters from coming in. Chumo told the deacon to leave. He remarked that it was God's favor that Chumo was still alive, but he dared to speak against Daluo Tian. Jin warned Mingguan that mutated monsters were good at hiding, so all doubts fell on Chumo. The deacon had swept up that the spiritual body flow technique that Chumo used was originally related to the monsters. Because of this, Daluo Tian had been searching and destroying spiritual body cultivators for 10 years. Until recently, they were not recognized as immortal cultivators. Chumo was disappointed in this man, because if he didn't have common sense, it would be easier to kill him. Jin was angry at the protagonist and sent a bunch of his cultivators to kill him. Chumo had no problem fighting off the weak cultivators, and suddenly a purple beam was rushing at him. Caused by the magic of the Mingguan artifact, a spirit from another space shot out. The beam hit Chumo. That artifact moved him, leaving not a single trace of the guy behind. Deacon stated that anger could lead to bloodshed, and he didn't care about the people around him. So Deacon just sent him to the Lost Lands, where he would be in an endless cycle of life and death. But suddenly the steward turned around and noticed Chumo, who had already managed to return. The deacon couldn't believe his eyes, for no one had ever returned from the Lost Lands alive. Chumo was amused by the high-ranking people who always thought that everything was under their control. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. This place was in the Lost Lands. Thousands of years ago, they had died here. Mingguan's face began to change, and he stated that it all had to be a joke. Chumo said that because of his infirmity, Daluo Tian was forced to scale up the teleportation, and he too had fallen into the Lost Lands, along with Liu Yun City. After thousands of years, only 4 of the 8 great clans remained, and Daluo Tian ceased to exist. The deacon's body began to disappear. He began to realize that he was not real, and in fact, had already died. Deacon Myugan's soul split into 2. Half of his soul remained in the Lost Lands, and the other half returned to reality. He attacked Chumo but was stopped. Chumo said that the other part of the soul returned to reality in time, but suffers from it daily. The deacon continued to argue and resist, but his body kept disappearing more and more. Suddenly, the disposer Deacon Miguang ripped apart, disappearing completely and forever. The cultivators were also disappearing. They were broken, for Chumo had told the truth, and they were all already dead. He Jin was sure that this was a fabrication. He directed his attack at Chumo to avenge Daikong. The protagonist turned to the cultivator and said that no one was going to help the last monster of Liuyun City. Jin didn't consider himself a monster. He sacrificed tens of thousands of mortals in Liuyun and made a breakthrough in his experiments. People had to honor him for that. Chumo asked the head if he remembered at all what he started his experiments for. Suddenly, Head Jian began to turn into a monster and confidently stated that he remembered the original goal. But he couldn't remember it. When Jian was a half-demon, he had tears, for he realized it turned out to be too late. Jian had lost his humanity. To resurrect his daughter Yin Jiao, he succumbed to the temptation of a demon and opened a passageway between the netherworlds and Earth. Chumo teleported onto the monster's head and reminded him that he had sacrificed all those lives to save his daughter. The demon's tears started to flow again, and he began to remember that it was all for Yin Jiao's sake. Chumo confirmed the monster's words, but immediately after, he gave it a direct blow to the head. His blow felled the monster, and the system reported that the main storyline was 100% destroyed. The whole thing was broadcast live, and the audience was relieved that the secret realm had been defeated. The system sounded the alarm as the illusion demon arrived. It repeated it repeatedly. Behind Chumo, Luochen appeared and got down on one knee. The protagonist asked him why he was here. The guy introduced himself as an illusion demon. He greeted the god, saying that under Chumo's order, the plan to take over the human world had been completed. A certain drunken old man boasted about how he had been reborn for 20 years and had finally regained his memory. He danced, hoping that he would become a legendary magician in 3 months. The man next to him cried at the sight of his ripe corn, believing it to be the elixir of immortality. Bunch of people gathered in different groups, proclaiming others to be vampires. They were about to start a skirmish. Nan and Air watched this spectacle. Everything was so incomprehensible that they just watched it in silence. The monster commander remarked that the people of Liuyun City had gone crazy and were talking nonsense. Nan said that it was most likely because of the illusion demon's abilities. Its presence was enough to plunge the entire city into chaos. Air reassured the cultivator, saying that Chumo was strong and would be able to defeat the demon. In case there was an enemy that even he couldn't defeat, they wouldn't be able to help anyway. They would just have to accept their fate. The protagonist remarked that he didn't expect to see the illusion demon that was hiding so close by. The demon stated, the maul body he used didn't have an ounce of his abilities. Chumo asked the enemy if he was afraid that he would die at the hand of the strongest one. The monster stated that he had nothing to fear, as he was his loyal servant who there was no point in killing him. Chumo revealed that he impersonated a god to lure all the mutated monsters out of the city. The demon believed that Chumo was not himself, for he was not the mortal from the human world who had accidentally entered the secret realm thousands of years later. The protagonist couldn't understand how the demon knew about what was happening outside. After all, he had been trapped for thousands of years in the Lost Lands. It was because this was Chumo's plan all along. In order to achieve ultimate victory, he had started to develop the plan millennia ago. As a human, a certain god within Chumo had joined the secret realm, and every time he would enter the realm, he would restore some of his former strength. The demon recalled Chumo's words that he would lead the cultivators to victory, while purposely reducing their number in the realm. The strongest one knew the illusion demon and its essence was a deception. Therefore, he would not be able to shake Chumo with such tricks. The demon continued, stating that his presence in the secret realm as Chumo was in order to save his sister, whom he had to remember the name of. The protagonist believed that the demon would say something worthwhile, stating that he knew his sister's name. But suddenly, when Chumo tried to mumble his sister's name, he became silent because he had forgotten her name. The demon thought it was logical, for his sister was not real. She never existed, and never had existed. Chumo was angry. The illusion demon dared to confuse the mind of the strongest cultivator with his spells. In order to recognize the enemy's weaknesses, a golden eye was activated that showed no information about the demon. A powerful beam struck straight into the center of Floating Cloud City, destroying many buildings behind it. Nan recognized the power from the heavens. It was a monster teleportation beam. It was filled with an aura of chaos and destruction, supposedly marking the arrival of the illusion demon. Air sensed that the host was uninjured, but the energy in his body was in chaos. Nan assumed that Air wanted to help and stopped her. The pet realized her power, noting that she wasn't going to help either. The monster commander was too afraid, for this was Chumo's first serious fight. The demon mastered the artifact, noting that the cultivators from Da Luo Tian and Lianhua Cave thought that the mutated monsters in the city were his coordinates. But the illusion demon could use these coordinates to invade the human world. Therefore, they were eager to use the Star Pearl to teleport all of Liu Yun to the Lost Lands. But it was a lie. If a demon opened the portal, there would be no point. Even the strongest 2,000-year-old monsters wouldn't be able to pass through it. Originally, he had planned to use the cultivators while they would use the star, at which time the demon would open the gate to the monster world. When the spatial forces of the two worlds would mix and collide, he would be able to take the form of a 50,000-year-old monster and arrive at the human world. But the plans were ruined. 1,000-year rebirths, history repeated itself, and only a demon could taste failure again and again. But after the cultivators arrived, he would finally be able to escape from the endless time trap. While Chumo was idling, the monster decided to make the first move and launch an attack. But before it could launch its attack, the demon stopped. Something strange engulfed it. When the demon used its powers on Chumo, it could take information from his subconscious mind and could manipulate that information, driving people crazy. In other words, Chumo is really a mere mortal who accidentally fell into a secret realm. But when he enters it, he gains tremendous strength. After just 3 times in the secret realm, the number of immortal cultivators had decreased from 10,000 to less than 200 people. The demon couldn't believe it. There were so many unsolved mysteries in front of him. Assuming that Chumo was the incarnation of a god, the monster could no longer hesitate. The teleportation was almost complete. If he could successfully descend to the ground, it would be a great success. At this time, Nan and Air were having trouble with the beam as it possessed the ability to attack. The commander recoiled, noting that it was too late, for the teleportation was almost underway. There were few options, so Nan decided that he would go to extreme measures with Air's support. The girl said that the power of the beam was at its limit, for the teleportation was about to end. If Nan went near the beam, it would kill him. The cultivators said that in the past, in the present, there were countless cultivators who had died in the bloody battle. It was only because they sacrificed themselves that immortals had privileges and clan status. As a disciple of Dantai Bidun, he was not afraid of death. The illusion demon stated that the teleportation beam was already in the secret realm and would soon reach the ground. At this time, Chumo still didn't do anything, but the system gifted him with the 4th day's entry reward. As Nan rushed into battle, Air stood in a stance, preparing to attack the magic tentacles. Using her magic dispersion ability, the monster commander blasted her magic around herself. Nan noticed the defense from Air and considered this moment perfect for a teleportation beam attack. Even if a few seconds before, Nan Hengju was ready for this dangerous mission. But the reality was much harsher. First of all, Nan suffered a torn calf muscle. In addition, he broke his right arm and suffered internal bleeding with huge skin burns. Despite the pain, he kept walking. Even just standing on the beam, Nana's body was completely broken. All he had to do was stop what was in front of him. Even though there was even a second left, the cultivator was confident in his abilities. The illusion demon noticed Nana's attempts and said that even if he sacrificed himself, it wouldn't stop him from coming true form. Suddenly, something unusual appeared behind the demon's back. Bright blue fire began to envelop his body. On the 4th day of entry, the reward was the true flame of Samadhi. Fire, as one of the 5 elements, represented mind and will. A flame, a huge flame. In an instant, it engulfed the Lianhua cave where the illusion demon was, then kept spreading. The fire reached the demon undertaker and began to scorch him. He was supposed to finish the ritual, but he failed to do so. Liu Yun City was covered in fire. The monsters rejoiced that this endless nightmare would end. People who had gone insane fell to the floor and were subjected to the effects of the fire, thinking everything didn't make sense. They blamed themselves for being doomed to suffer. Everything seemed like hell. The illusionist didn't understand why the puppets were awake, nor did he know where the fire was coming from. Those who fall within the radius of the Samadhi flame purify their minds of illusions, and also greatly increase their mental stability. The Samadhi flame will burn the host's body and constantly strengthen his physical body. The illusion demon did not understand why Chumo was stopping him. After all, his body would soon arrive in Liu Yun, and with the energy from the teleportation beam, he would be able to reach as far as the secret realm, and beyond that, the earth as well. Suddenly the beam disappeared. For some reason after the puppets awakened, the teleportation beam disappeared. The protagonist not only awakened the mere mortals Liu Yun. This small world was in an endless circle of reincarnation, and also possessed its own consciousness. However, it was weak. So weak that the demon couldn't even notice it in this circle. Chumo had just awakened the consciousness of this world and made a deal with it. He would leave the Lost Lands and take all living beings with him, except for the illusion demon. And the demon would stay here and endlessly repeat its ridiculous monologues. Even though the demon was scared, it did not believe Chumo's words about creating a special world. Chumo said that whether the demon believed it or not, that was on him. After that, the protagonist said goodbye to the enemy. Suddenly, an aura so strong began to emanate from the protagonist that it not only blinded the demon, but also repulsed him. After that, the illusion demon was once again at the beginning of the story and asked the captain to wake up. Luochen said that the captain had startled him, for he froze so abruptly in one place and did not react in any way. Suddenly, the illusion demon slapped himself in the face to wake up from this cycle of the story. He had to punch himself to regain consciousness. But there was no Chumo in the new cycle, so he was the only one stuck in Liu Yun's mind. The illusionist knew that there might be a loophole somewhere that would allow him to get out. Suddenly, the demon returned to the original point, uttering those very words towards his captain. He didn't understand how this could have happened, since each time cycle lasted only 10 seconds. The cycle continued to repeat itself, giving the demon no opportunity to study it or take any action. Soon the demon had already given up. The cycle had gone on for so long that he had felt it over 2,000 times. Tears came from the illusionist's eyes. The demon lost meaning in all things and ceased to fight back. At this time, Elder Ji continued to fight. His fight was so good that he came out on equal footing against the two heads. Head Jin struck the elder again and again, asking him why he didn't fall down. The head's strength was running low. As the heads of the Dantaibi and Tiny Huofu clans, they were engaged in a ridiculous fight, for the opponent was only a clan elder. The head stated that the monsters could break into the secret realm at any time and descend to the ground. The elder was in the way of destroying the realm, depriving humanity of their last hope. Elder Ji reminded the enemy that he had already repeated several times, saying that he would not retreat. Suddenly, a sign rose into the sky. The head was surprised, as it was only activated in emergencies. Head Jin said that it was the consequences of the elder's actions. The secret realm was on the verge of falling, and the monsters were already close by. But things were different. The sign of communication announced that the secret realm was over. Humanity had triumphed. The cultivators' memories were greatly blurred. It seemed like they were in a long sleep. Suddenly it dawned on Yutong that they were in Liu Yun City, but she couldn't remember anything from there. Yutian understood that Chumo had killed the demon and accomplished the mission, so she was not surprised. Yutong blamed herself. She thought she would catch up with the strongest, but she stayed so far behind that she couldn't help in any way. Yutian replied that Mr. Chumo was more than a genius, a monster beyond common sense. While the other cultivators rejoiced that they had returned safely, Nan was less fortunate. The pathetic weaklings noticed Nan's corpse and started pointing their fingers, mocking him in every way possible. Jingshan ordered the weaklings to be quiet, for the body showed that Nan had fallen in battle. When Liu Yun was surrounded by monsters, neither the cultivators nor Jingshan were able to help. The cultivators were alive thanks to Nan Hengju fighting to the death in the secret realm. Air swept his eyes over the fact that Nan was obviously weak. Chumo, on the other hand, regretted that there was one less person in this world who believed in him. But he was indebted to Nan, for he had bought him time in the battle with the demon. Also, he mused, if the heads of the 4 great clans were less troublesome, he would not have destroyed them. Headjin was furious. He could not believe that Chumo had returned alive from Liu Yun. Elder Ji was at his limit, but he could not contain the smile on his face, for a miracle had happened. The head decided to viciously attack Ji Shen when things came to an end, and there was no reason to continue the carnage. The second head stopped Jin, for the secret realm was over and it was useless to continue the showdown. Elder Ji asked Shen Songjian not to pretend to be good. The elder's body was full of energy for battles. Head Jin didn't understand how the head of the Shang clan could sit idly by when he was being provoked like this. Shang Tsung replied that it was no longer possible to undo what had happened. They shouldn't have wasted their time on Ji Shen, and it was better to help the rest of the heads to awaken a certain being. Jin thought that Chumo was a nobody compared to the one awakening in the depths of the sea. The elder called the chapters abnormal as they wanted to awaken the one who was sealed by Daluo Tian. The communicator informed the chapters that an update on the companies had been received. The consortium had planted several nuclear bombs of immense power on the outskirts of Qishan City. The outskirts of Qishan City was where Chumo had returned to reality. The consortium had made a decision, and Head Jin had nothing to worry about. Before Chumo returned from the secret realm, President Qian was on edge. The advisor had swept up that they were in an underground base 5,000 kilometers away from Qishan. But even so, the president wanted to escape, for the highest-ranked hunters were nothing compared to the strongest cultivator. Since even the heads of the 4 great sects were no help, the counselor was left with only one option: nuclear bombs. Qin was surprised that the alliance had already decided to drop a nuclear bomb on a populated area for the sake of eliminating Chumo. The counselor replied that aside from Qian, the other 15 consortium presidents had agreed to drop the bomb. All personnel had already been evacuated from the consortium's base in Qishan, and the nearby residents had been evacuated to Danmao City, 200 kilometers away. President Qian believed that the protagonist would most likely be able to avoid the explosion. The cultivator convinced him that while Chumo was fighting the 4 clan heads, he had entered a secret realm. He would return to the same point from where he entered the realm. Therefore, the consortium placed 7 nuclear bombs at and around the return point. Inside the case was a button to detonate the bomb. President Qian would be given the honor of executing Chumo. The man was blazing with anger, for he did not like this plan that the consequences of the explosions would be on him. The counselor said that he had no choice. It should not be forgotten that it was President Qian who used Chumo's sister as a guinea pig, causing the main conflict between Chumo and the consortium. The president realized the gravity of his actions, so he took the briefcase and was about to activate the bombs. The secret realm was closing and transporting the saviors back to the outside world. And finally, it was Chumo's turn. The protagonist noticed something wrong, but it was already too late, because the president already wanted to press the button. In a split second, an explosion of incredible power rang out throughout the city. All the bombs merged into one impact. President Qian nervously pressed the button many times, saying for Chumo to finally die. Explosion after explosion filled the entire city and its outskirts. There wasn't a single place left that the bombs didn't reach. The counselor said with a smirk that the button only needed to be pressed once. The president only nervously asked if Chumo was dead. The cultivator replied that it was the highest technical achievement of mankind. Theoretically, no immortal would be able to withstand such destructive power. Just in case, the hunters would go to the epicenter of the explosion to search for him. Even if he survived the explosion of 7 bombs, he must be badly injured. After detecting the dangerous energy of the outside world, the true Samadhi flame was started automatically, absorbing the thermal energy. The thermal energy level was exceeding the limits. The system's host went into hibernation, the excess energy beginning to strengthen the protagonist's body. The entire internet put out their thoughts in a chat room. People were discussing how the consortium had dropped the bomb. The counselor expected that President Qian could gather a large number of internet users in a short time. But the public opinion on the internet was shifting towards doubts about Chumo's identity. But President Qian was only concerned about the death of the strongest cultivator. The advisor convinced him that dozens of investigation teams, numbering 600 hunters, had already arrived at the nuclear explosion zone. The hunters were exploring the area. They were in heavy uniforms to avoid danger. One of the hunters doubted they could find remains in such a place, for from 7 nuclear bombs, the guy could have been vaporized. Another hunter said he wasn't here for some measly investigative bonus. If they find Chumo's corpse, they'll be rich. Even if he is still alive, he must be severely injured. If the hunters kill him, they will get even more money. The hunters approached the epicenter of the nuclear explosion. The remaining time of the protective suit was 30 minutes. If no target was found within 15 minutes, they would evacuate immediately. True flame. Samadhi only transformed the body by 50%. Going beyond the host's physical body. As soon as the attack on Chumo was detected, the damage transmission on the pet was activated. Air had originally said that damage transfer was a delusional ability, for she didn't like it. The captain reported, Chumo had been found. The target's appearance was intact. There was only an assumption that he had fallen into a coma. The captain wanted to send a signal for help, but one of the hunters rushed to Chumo, believing that he was capable of doing everything himself. Since one of the targets was unconscious and the other was badly injured, the hunter didn't want to miss this opportunity. The second hunter also rushed towards Chumo. for this opportunity was too good for them. Even though the captain was tired of his subordinates' greed, he decided to attack with them. Air was only glad for the enemies, for they would feel the same pain that she felt together. The hunters from the other team were angry, for they had to eliminate Chumo altogether. They believed that the protagonist was mortally wounded and decided to rush to the epicenter of the massacre too. The counselor learned that the third team's vitals were at 0, and they soon lost contact with the second team, as well as the fourth and fifth team. President Chen shouted. The mole useless hunters were once again killed by Chumo. The seventh team reported over the radio to the headquarters. They had arrived at the coordinates where the third team was. The ground showed signs of a battle, but there was no sign of Chumo, nor were there any corpses. Xian did not understand how this came to be, for the teams of hunters should not have died with Chumo. The counselor broke the walkie-talkie, noting that the president shouldn't have been so optimistic. In an instant, Chumo had wiped out dozens of hunters, proving that even man's most powerful weapon, the nuclear bomb, was nothing to him. The man at the time didn't understand why the protagonist had escaped if he wasn't injured. The counselor said that Chumo might have had better things to do. He might have already been preparing to take revenge on the consortium presidents. The man asked the cultivator not to leave, for they had agreed that he should protect him. The residents complained that all roads were blocked and the subway was suspended. One resident said that the consortium had dropped 7 nuclear bombs, and Chumo hadn't even gotten a scratch. Now, the consortium is evacuating Chishan areas like crazy. The man called the world wild. Going to war with Chumo was the worst idea, for the consortium was losing, and the 4 great cultivator clans were pretending to be dead dogs. Looking at his phone, one of the residents said that Chumo was rumored to have colluded with the monsters and was going to betray the world. The man replied that there were rumors on the internet that the protagonist was the leader of the Illuminati, who had shadowy control over the world economy and politics. Only after the monster invasion, which was a world catastrophe, did Chumo decide to restore order. Another man thought it was nonsense. Chumo is actually a lizard man who came from the depths of the universe. Lizard men secretly infiltrated the human world and became famous politicians, businessmen, and celebrities. Li Hanlin noticed that everyone on the planet was watching for further plans against the consortium. Chumo read different theories about his personality and smirked. Noting that users were writing interesting things, what made the protagonist laugh the most was that someone thought he was transgender. Li nervously replied, saying that he wasn't the one who wrote it. The strongest cultivator decided to finish with the jokes, for Hanlin had to research what he was asked to do. The guy always got what he wanted. This meant that he had already learned everything. Chumo and his sister were from that very same place. The protagonist was calmly walking down the corridor when suddenly the kids blocked his path, surprising the guy. The kids surrounded him. They were happy and wanted to take pictures with the living legend. Such nice words from the children surprised Chumo. He was happy, but there were too many children. The best compliment for Chumo was that the children liked his elegant cloak. The elder left the room, and noting that it was already quiet time, he wanted to know why the children were still awake. The girl refused to sleep. She had met her idol, so she didn't want to sleep. Chumo turned to the elder named Principal Shi, adding that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The principal didn't think that a small orphanage could raise a great hero. Right now, Chumo was the talk of the world. The protagonist came to Shui to ask a few questions about his past. The old man revealed the truth. 10 years ago, on a rainy night, Chumo was left at the doorstep of the orphanage. The protagonist convinced the director that he didn't come to look for his parents, but to find out about his sister. The principal stated that Chumo should know more about Chuyun than him, worrying about her. Grandpa wanted to know if something had happened to her. Strong decided not to reveal the truth and just asked the principal to tell everything he knew about Chuyun. As a result of the fire, her entire family died, and the survivor Chuyun was sent to an orphanage. Despite her tragedy, she remained cheerful and optimistic, had leadership qualities from an early age, and was respected by the other children. But what surprised everyone was that she paid special attention to Chumo. Later, as the headmaster guessed, Chuyun saw him as her little brother who had died in the fire. The elder continued. Chuyun insisted that if she was adopted, Chumo should be taken too. Only in that mint, he had a bad temper due to Chumo resisting too much. The other families refused until that one family showed up. The protagonist swept up. He felt sorry that the principal had given the children into the clutches of cannibal criminals. The old man burst into tears. He was ashamed. He lived in regrets after that day. This family had killed dozens of children, and there wasn't a single clue. The headmaster hit his chair but got up abruptly. He wanted to know if Chu-yun was all right. The protagonist revealed that his sister had been sick for the past 2 years. However, now, he was able to find a way to cure her. Lee Hanlin and his assistant met. Lee asked him if he didn't want to see Chumo after he beat him up. Shaju said he didn't avoid the protagonist on purpose, but still wanted to know how things were going for him. Hanlin said that Chumo and the principal talked for half an hour, and he was pestered by kids for another hour, which made the guy laugh. Lee added something. The orphanage stopped operating 10 years ago because they were selling children as commodities. Director Shu also committed suicide here. No one wanted to take on the task of rebuilding the infamous place, so it's abandoned to this day. The boys went inside. The place was very dusty, and they didn't feel anything strange right away. Lee Hanlin didn't think Chumo's words were lies, as it was easy for him to expose when someone was lying. Shaju couldn't believe that the protagonist really saw the dead headmaster and the non-existent orphans. Lee Hanlin replied that it was only an approximate representation, but it needed to be confirmed. He couldn't locate Chu-yun's dormitory at that time, so instead, Lee would use the classroom. Shaju set up an incense that would soon light up, and within 5 minutes, one would be able to see Chu-yun's past. However, the ritual would require the girl's favorite item, which Lee had successfully found. The incense filled the room with smoke. Yi Hanlin placed Chu-yun's favorite toy next to it. A veil of smoke enveloped the room. The silhouette of a little girl could be seen through the dense walls of smoke. Lee Hanlin wanted to go to their foster parents' house and the house where Chumo lived as a teenager to use the mortal world incense once more. But the artifact only worked in places that were still intact. Shoujo revealed that the night Chumo escaped from the ogre family, their house was destroyed. The house that Chumo had once lived in had long ago been destroyed and thoroughly investigated by the consortium and immortal cultivators. Lee had learned many things about Chu-yun before her stay in the orphanage. There were many traces of her life left behind. Handicrafts, drawings, diaries, and so on. Her relatives had a clearer picture of it. After Chumo's sister was adopted by an ogre family, she became apathetic, having no school or workbooks. She seemed to be moonlighting all the time, wherever she could, to feed her brother. People who worked with Chu-yun had a very vague impression of her. Grandma said that Chu-yun was a hard-working girl. Every day for about 6 hours, she would sell things at the counter. She didn't know how to dress up at all and wore a short haircut. The next old man remembered that Chu-yun had worked for them for 2 or 3 years, and he didn't even remember what she sold. Lee Hanlin thought this was strange. Obviously, such a girl with her optimism and tragic fate could not be ignored. However, there was not a single person who could normally describe Chu-yun, including Chumo himself. Shaju wanted to know if the protagonist knew about it. The guy asked him to keep in mind that Chumo had declared war on the consortium. His sister was the only reason to fight. Tell Chumo the truth, and they would get a great savior who broke down and went completely insane. The white-haired guy didn't think that the strongest savior had already started to go crazy. Lee Hanlin held out a clipboard to him. On it, the police dossier on the cannibal family was painted on it. That night when the family's house collapsed, the rescuers found a child who was speechless due to shock. The rescuers wanted to help the boy and find out what had happened, but he slipped away in the commotion. He was the only surviving child the police found in the cannibal house, and what follows is just Lee Hanlin's guess. But he believed that Chumo's sister died trying to save him. Perhaps he was impersonating his sister and moonlighting to support himself. And perhaps his obsession was so strong that he turned his sister into an all-too-real illusion. Shaju had implied that given Chumo's inhuman strength, it was quite possible. At the very least, one should keep this secret for his sake and for the world's good. Lee Hanlin called the assistant naive. After all, he was only voicing the most innocuous hypotheses. Chu-yun really could have died that night, and Chumo's sanity turned out to be normal. Then the identity of the person in a coma remained a mystery. Yutong continued to try to heal the girl, but her attempts showed no results. Chumo wanted to know how his sister's health was. Yutong revealed that she was on the mend. The reason for the coma was that the monster aura in her body could not be completely eliminated. However, the girl was wrong. It wasn't that the monster aura couldn't be eliminated, it was because Chu-yun's body was constantly producing that aura. Therefore, it seemed as if the monster aura could not be eliminated. Chumo thought that it was even worse if his sister was not absorbed by the aura, but was producing it on her own. Yutong didn't consider this to be bad news. The rate of aura production had decreased by about 30 to 40%. The changes began after the destruction of the third secret realm. The protagonist realized all that was left was to win the war in the secret realm, and his sister would be able to recover and come out of her coma. Yutong added that every time someone wins in the secret realm, the connection between the human world and the netherworld is weakened. If Chumo wins the final battle and breaks the connection with the other world, his sister will wake up. The girl even had an idea on how it could be done faster. If he could find the other victims of the consortium's experiments and the change that occurred in them, then perhaps he could cure her much sooner. Chumo decided that he would go look for victims right now. Yutong didn't understand where he was going to find them in the middle of the night. Li Hanlin had sent Chumo the address of President Qian. If they captured it, they would be able to find out about the other victims faster. Air had already woken up and felt perfectly fine, for she had only survived 6 nuclear explosions. Because the pet was full of energy, Chumo decided not to worry. Just when Air woke up, she had to make an emergency delivery at midnight. Air was not very happy that after the explosion, she had helped Chumo and eliminated over 100 consortium hunters. She didn't have time to eat, because after one mission, she immediately got a second mission. Yutong decided to go instead of the monster commander. After all, Air had already worked hard enough. Air watched the return visit from the live broadcast of the secret realm. In Liuyun City, she had been unconscious for a long time, and wanted to make sure that they didn't say anything like that on the air. At this time, Yutong was on the air. They wanted to grab Chumo and marry him. The girl was ashamed because she said such nonsense on the air, the monster commander remarked, saying that after that, Yutong was doing even more trouble to the host. The girl blushed and begged Air to turn off the live broadcast because she was too embarrassed. But she refused, for Air must watch to see if she had said anything forbidden. The shame-covered girl tried to snatch the clipboard from the monster commander, but her agility exceeded Yutong's. Chumo didn't want to get involved in this fight, so he decided to quietly announce that he was leaving. Soon, he arrived. Chumo entered the base where Director Chen was and destroyed the wall with a single blow. The man immediately turned to the savior, saying that on the table was a disk that contained all the data on the victims of the experiments conducted by Bingjun under the direction of the consortium, including all the data on his sister. Chumo noticed that there were no bodyguards around, and the director had so kindly decided to provide him with the information. The director had never thought about it. After all, he was the one responsible for conducting the experiment. He was the villain who had harmed Chu Yun. Qian hated Chumo and the people in the consortium. While Chumo was looking for him, the hunters from the consortium had already arrived in Donghai City. They are afraid to fight him face to face. Therefore, they are going to kidnap his sister and the cultivator Yutong, who was helping him. The blonde man was dissatisfied, noticing that the Centurion hunters had entered Donghai at the same time. It seemed as if the consortium alliance wanted to go to war with him. The counselor convinced President Lei Jai that he was joking. They had always respected the consortium alliance, but at the same time, he would not want to enter into a conflict with him. The director said that the alliance hunters would never enter Donghai's territory, and then the truce between the alliance and Dongyun gang would come to an end. The counselor replied that to be more precise, the truce between the alliance and the strongest chaosy hunter, but he was already dead. Lei Jai thought it was a waste of time. The counselor told him that they wouldn't fight Dongyun right here. The director asked the counselor to answer him faster if he didn't want a guaranteed war. The hunters had their own mission. They weren't going to do anything now, but they needed this fragile alliance for now. They had only provoked Chumo to lure him out. After all, he only has his sister and Yutong as his assistants. Principal Lei Jai said that being afraid to punch in the face and looking for hostages was the most sneaky move ever. The counselor shouted that they would never forget a monster like Chaosi of Dongyun. Therefore, they would not tolerate someone like that anymore. Yutong hoped that she would not make a mistake in acting on Chumo's advice. After all, his assignment seemed strange to bring the stone to the exact spot at midnight. When the girl placed the stone, nothing happened, and she wondered if she had done everything correctly. Suddenly, someone fell from the sky. At high speed, the cultivator landed, happy that he had found Yutong. The girl didn't realize who the person in front of her was, but she assumed that he had come to pick up a package. Principal Leza said that this was not what he was after. He revealed that Yutong and Chu Yun were being followed by hunters. There is a spell near Chumo's sister's location that cannot be broken yet, but the hunters can use harsher methods. Yutong didn't understand anything as Leza spoke too fast, asking him who he was. The headmaster apologized. This was a side effect of his ability. After using the skill, he was still in an accelerated state for a while longer. When the gang president introduced himself, Yutong's facial expression changed and she said that she wouldn't help him. Laze asked Yutong to calm down, for he was not an ally of the consortium alliance, remarking that they had helped her find Chumo's sister when she was kidnapped. Tonight, hunters from the consortium alliance had infiltrated Donghai's territory and targeted Yutun and Chuyun. The girl remembered the help from the gang, however. She couldn't trust the president. The situation was now fundamentally different. In addition, the alliance hunters could not harm Chuyun. Laze knew this, but now Chumo had been lured out, and Chuyun had no one to protect. There were at least 1,000 hunters in Donghain City, and they wouldn't be able to protect her sister even with a monster like her brother. Suddenly, the dialogue was interrupted by a strange event. The stone began to release rainbow-colored smoke. Immediately after that, monsters appeared around the stone. The Undertaker and dozens of demons rejoiced at their appearance on the ground. The Undertaker led the monsters, sweeping them up to the place where Liu Yun had been 1,000 years ago. The cultivators of Floating Cloud City also returned. They knew that they had died, but for some reason, they came back to life again. The cultivators began to disperse. Some wanted to go home, while others were searching for the meaning of their confusing lives. Yutong didn't realize how many more people were hiding in the stone that Chumo had given her. Guided by common sense, none of the tools of the secret world could be returned to the real world. Laze swept up that this absolutely violated the rules of the secret world. Yutong added, "Mole, all the saviors except Chumo had lost their memories." Leiji knew that 1,000 years ago, the ancient people were ordinary residents of Luyun City. On the other hand, the monsters were unfortunate people who had been deceived by false demons and thought that they had become immortals. A huge Hebo serpent appeared above the cultivators' heads. The headmaster was surprised, thinking that he had worried for nothing. Chumo must have anticipated the consortium's attack in advance, so he summoned the monsters to deal with the hunters. Hearing that Chumo was somewhere around here, the monsters became angry and wanted to kill him. The lizard-like beast was angry that the protagonist not only tricked people, but also turned them into monsters, causing them to destroy the entire population of Floating Cloud City. The kidnapper did not smell Chumo's scent. Noticing that there was a little white-haired girl beside him, the monster laughed that Hebo was possessed by air, but the demonic beast blasted it away in a blink of an eye. Serpent angrily stated that he had been careless, and no one could have predicted that air would have such power. The kidnapper smelled the odor of the monster commander. She was very close, and many people were gathering around her with the power of the demonic beast embedded in them. The monster was angry, because those enemies wanted to do something to the human world this time. The kidnapper asked the monsters to focus on revenge. Although the Liu Yun city that they wanted to protect so badly no longer existed. But the demonic beasts are still here. They are still ravaging the human world. The army of the people of Floating Cloud City began to battle with the demonic beasts and hunters, while President Lazy's guards stayed behind in order to restrain the hunters. One of the hunters told the counselor that Qianjun was dead. Chumo could return at any time. Thousands of hunters were attacking at the same time. And even if President Lazy was fast, he was alone, so he couldn't help. But the counselor's confidence quickly dropped as something landed beside him. This turned out to be a large spear that was used to impale the commander of the 13th Hunter Squad. The commander's body was pierced through. He only managed to say that the monsters were to blame. With his last breath, he said that everyone from Luyun City had returned to the human world, and it was Chumo's trap. Li Hanlin swept up that the alliance was getting closer. Xiaozhou knew that there were over 1,000 elder hunters in the city. Even if that unclean thing that the strongest cultivated was also here, he wouldn't be able to ensure his sister's safety. Li swept up that Xiaozhou's mission was to help Chumo's demonic pets. After all, he himself would not be capable of dealing with 1,000 hunters. The white-haired guy wanted to take Chuyun away. There were too many secrets about her, and before finding out the truth, one should try to avoid unforeseen actions. But if they took away Chumo's sister a few hours before, it would only increase suspicion towards them. Why didn't they tell about the consortium's move when they found out about it? There was no point in taking Chuyun away. Xiaozhou realized that Li Hanlin might have organized the hunters' attack on Chuyun. If Chumo knew that it was his doing, the situation would change drastically. Lai replied that if they wanted to gain the trust of the strongest savior, it was only natural to take such a risk. After all, if they save his sister, he would allow them to get close to her. But even so, for Xiaozhou, 1,000 elder hunters is too many. The information about Traitor Qian's hideout was obtained too easily. Therefore, Hanlin assumed that it was a decoy to kidnap Chumo's sister. More than 1,000 hunters were showing resistance from the consortium alliance. Guy glanced at his phone and stated that the enemies were approaching, for it was within his prediction. Xiaozhou covered himself with an aura and prepared for battle, but suddenly Li started to ask him to wait. A horde of monsters appeared in front of them. Li Hanlin could not expect monsters from Liu Yun at all. Xiaozhou didn't know about it. He still remembered that the monster's attitude towards Chumo in the secret world was definitely not friendly. Li Hanlin definitely didn't plan for the monsters from the secret world to appear in reality. Once the monsters met the hunters on their way, they would fight to the death rather than life. The white-haired guy had estimated that if there was an accident and Chumo was defeated, the world would end. But once they noticed the monsters fighting the hunters, they realized that they had no business being here. The counselor rushed to Donghai City. This would break the secret agreement between Dongyun and the Alliance. But it didn't matter anymore. Many monsters appeared on the way to kidnap Chumo's sister, but the counselor easily killed them off. The hunter that was following him fell silent. When the cultivator turned around, he noticed the kidnapper and the Hebo that had eaten Dwight. The man asked the counselor why humans teamed up with demonic monsters and became Chumo's servants. As it turned out, the kidnapper's target was Chumo, and the counselor had been mistaken for an enemy. Suddenly, the cultivator couldn't breathe. He thought it was the kidnapper's technique and begged him to dispel it, but it wasn't his power. Suddenly, all the hunters were struck by yellow lightning and couldn't breathe. The strongest cultivator appeared in front of them. He asked the counselor how he dared to disturb his sister's peace. The hunter approached Chu Yun's location, but he couldn't move. The protagonist said that he had been restraining himself all this time, for the sake of stability in the world. After killing the hunter, he added that his enemies had a wrong opinion of him because of his restraint of strength. Not only the counselor, but also 1,000 hunters had the courage to attack his sister. People dared to anger the strongest. From now on, there would only be one voice to obey in this world. Even before the battle began, almost all of the hunters had lost the will to fight and were unable to act due to their fear. The abilities were suppressed almost to the limit. No one could imagine Chumo's true strength. With his last strength, the hunter squad leader decided to contact the counselor and discuss a plan of action. The counselor told Eugene to use his strength to inform all the hunters present to put their lives on the line and launch one last attack. If Chumo didn't take care of the casualties among the commoners and apply a large-scale attack, he would never be able to kill everyone at once. Eugene noticed that all the hunters were too scared and unable to act. The captain ordered Eugene to use mental communication to share his abilities with everyone. Theoretically, it's impossible. But the captain's body wouldn't be able to withstand that many people, and he would die before the berserk began. The counselor unleashed all his power and ordered Eugene to carry out the berserk order. The hunter had no choice but to spread his mental link to all the hunters. Under the power of the captain and counselor, the hunters received an incredible increase in strength. The counselor vomited blood but said that Chumo was too late because his powers had already been activated. In this godless world, the savior wanted to be a god. Neither the consortium, nor humanity, nor this world would allow that to happen. The counselor turned to the spirits of Luoyun City and asked for help if they wanted to take revenge on Chumo. With a flick of his finger, Chumo pacified the counselor by stripping him of the upper part of his torso. The same snap reached the hunters. In an instant they were killed without completing their attack. The protagonist once again asked the hunters to be silent, for they might have disturbed his sister. The kidnapper didn't realize what had happened. Everyone is dead. The people with the strength of an inferior demonic beast were killed by Chumo. The protagonist stated that Donghai City was built on ruins. In their era, these ruins were the former Luoyun City. The city of Luoyun constantly experienced a time cycle in the Lost Land, developed its consciousness. In order to return from the Lost World, Chumo made a deal with the city of Luoyun, a city that lovingly cares for the creatures born on this earth. Therefore, he wants to save the monsters by allowing them to return to where they belonged. The kidnapper thought that he had lost his mind. After all, Chumo dared to challenge them, supposedly overestimating his abilities. Chumo's agreement was to bring the kidnapper back to reality. For the miserable lives of the people of Luoyun, Chumo wanted to free them. But they dared to team up with the consortium hunters to disturb his sister's peace. The kidnapper claimed that they had nothing to do with the hunters as they passed by and fought with them. Chumo knew everything the kidnapper had lied to him, so he said he would die again for lying to him. The man slapped the table, calling everyone a bunch of losers. It's been a day since the raid on Donghai City. A man said that President Shai, as the interim leader of the Alnius consortium, had something to say. The man appeared and added that under Shu's order, more than half of the hunters of the entire alliance had died senselessly in Donghai City, without achieving any results. The president replied to Chairman Ma. What was happening now was probably the biggest crisis the consortium alliance had faced since its inception. A child appeared in the audience. He said that Chairman Shea was right. This was not the time to hold people accountable and quarrel. They should work together and plan ahead. Child also added that the monsters from Luyun City roamed around Donghai Street. They coexisted peacefully with the locals and even helped those in trouble. But as soon as someone tries to make inquiries about Chumo or approaches his residence, the monsters immediately attack him. Almost all of the spies sent were captured by the monsters. They had tremendous power and obeyed the protagonist. A blonde man with a glass of wine suggested launching nuclear bombs. Shoot as many as possible and the city of Donghai would be leveled to the ground. The kid asked not to joke around. They had already realized that nuclear bombs were not very deadly to Chumo. Even if they destroyed the city and the monster army, they wouldn't escape the danger. The chairman said that he wanted to kill everyone Chumo held dear before he killed them. Suddenly, the chairman's hologram began to disappear and the sounds of unwanted guests could be heard. The child asked Chairman Lin to call back, asking what he had going on. The hologram disappeared. A certain voice stated that the chairman could not respond at the moment. Lee Hanlon figured out how to use the stereo projector and displayed his hologram in front of the Alliance. The guy didn't choose to introduce himself, as all the members of the Alliance knew about his identity. The man called Hanlon's father good, as he had sacrificed his life to atone for his son's sins. Lee Hanlon revealed that he had only come to deliver a message from Chumo. Within 3 days, the Alliance had to surrender and obey orders. If they refused, the consortium would no longer be necessary. Monster felt that a direct confrontation would only result in needless casualties. They should pretend to obey Chumo, and when the chance presented itself, they would definitely attack him. The kidnapper said that Chumo was one of the greatest saviors who could change the situation. The monster was not surprised that the kidnapper had sold them out with his guts without any hesitation. Now every day, not only do they have to patrol Donghai, but they also have to undergo medical examinations that don't look safe. The protagonist cared about the health of the spirits, which was why he provided the opportunity to undergo the examinations. The kidnapper continued to cherish Chumo, for he realized that if he contradicted, his life would be in danger. Chumo was surprised that they wanted to present him with such a large laboratory for only 1 yuan, rather than just giving him a gift. The man replied that gifts without reason often lead to unreasonable demands, so they thought this deal was fair. The lab will retain all the staff, their salaries calculated 30 years in advance. In terms of equipment and energy supplies, Chumo doesn't need to worry. Maximizing support for Chumo's world savior is the Dongyun Consortium's first priority. The protagonist said that if that was the priority, the consortium chairman should have spoken to him, not an employee. The man started to excuse himself by saying the chairman was very busy. It didn't mean that he was being disrespectful, because all the major affairs of the consortium were usually the responsibility of the employee. In fact, Chumo didn't care, so he asked if they had checked the materials that were handed over to him. The gang's people worked on them and analyzed everything thoroughly. Not much time had passed, and the task had yet to be completely completed. However, they had already received shocking data and were preparing a report. There was a connection between the human world and the secret realm. Not twice, but 3 times. Chumo only knew of 2 wars. The one 1,000 years ago and the one that was currently going against him. The war in the secret realm had really only happened twice. The cultivators didn't lie. The consortium alliance did. They were the ones who had withheld important information. A few millennia ago in the prehistoric times, human beings were far more advanced than they could have imagined. The level of science and technology was very high. People of that era invaded other worlds, captured monsters, and even domesticated them as pets. More than 100 years ago, the mysterious continent X appeared out of the water. On this continent, the Consortium Alliance discovered traces of scientific and technological progress, and also found monsters domesticated and modified. To satisfy the thirst for profit and to conquer all the treasures of the continent, many people started a war with monsters. Apparently, this was the result of scientific experiments at that time. Charged energy particles were found in the remains of slain monsters. Some people were special, and they could absorb these charged particles, thus increasing their strength or gaining unique abilities. This is how hunters came into existence. The hunters of the Consortium Alliance could be said to have undergone a change on a physical level. Thousands of years ago, the people of Liuyun City had undergone spiritual modifications against their will. But everything in this world had a price. Most hunters didn't even live to be 35 years old. As for Liuyun's monsters, according to the latest medical examinations, they lived for a maximum of 3 years. In order to safely master immense strength and at the same time not shorten life expectancy. The Consortium Alliance was experimenting on humans based on prehistoric data. Chumo wanted to know about the technology of that time. After all, if it could be restored, his sister would already be healthy. The worker replied that not only he but the entire Consortium Alliance wanted full access to these technologies. But to their great regret, Continent X has disappeared underwater. Physically, for reasons unknown, the continent did not exist. But according to those remaining materials obtained by the Consortium Alliance, they had already managed to make incredible progress in such a short period of time. This was the reason why they feared the arrival of the monsters. According to Yutong's theory, Chumo should have won the final victory in the Secret World War. Chumo felt that this theory was not supported by anything. The Secret World War would last for another year. He couldn't wait that long. Perhaps his sister's condition would worsen, or perhaps winning the war wouldn't help her recover either. Right now, it was likely that Li Hanlin had already given an ultimatum to the Alliance board members. In 3 days, they can choose to either become his dogs or part of the past. The worker called it madness, for a full-scale war could lead to complete chaos. The protagonist stated that all these people knew how to do was waste energy and resources on boring internal battles. It was time to put an end to this farce. Money, power, status, he didn't care about it at all. Chumo only wanted victory. Li Hanlin entered the room, saying that the manager from Dongyun ran out with a rather creepy face. Chumo thought that he was the one who was so vicious and scared the guy, but still asked Li to report back. He replied, "The stance of the 4 clans is adamant. They don't want Chumo to control everything, so they choose war." The strongest one mentioned the hidden power that was used not to fight against other worlds, but to conspire against their own comrades. The Alliance management members, on the other hand, said that they needed time to think, but everything seemed like they were stalling for time. Chumo had predicted such a reaction from the Consortium Alliance, so he needed to add acceleration to it. The Alliance was discussing a plan of action. From the latest news, there was only that Dongyun was going to support Chumo's plan with all his might. The director reminded them that they had no time for regrets. There were only 3 days left. The child decided to listen to the opinions of the chairman. For among those present, no one is going to meekly fold their paws and give their consortium to Chumo. The fat man jumped up from his chair and declared that one word from the strongest did not mean that they should forfeit everything they had worked so long and hard to build up over several generations. All the other leaders agreed with this point of view, and they deliberately refused to compromise. The child's point was that the first thing to think about was how to preserve lives. According to analyzing the past data, even in the most brutal battle, Chumo will avoid the death of innocent people with all his might. He is full of compassion for ordinary citizens. Therefore, if they want to survive, they need hostages. Chairman Ma was a pro at this. He agreed and wanted to know how many people were needed. The child exceeded expectations, for he needed 200 million people. This was the minimum at which they would be able to negotiate something with Chumo. The chairman was furious. He couldn't even imagine such numbers, and thus couldn't take so many hostages. For 2 days, the boy advised to live in a secret place, for their safety. In an underground base, on an unnamed island, and even in outer space on the station, Chumo would find everyone sooner or later. Therefore, starting from today, each of the leaders must go to some major city with a population of more than 10 million people. Moreover, they must always carry a bomb capable of wiping out an entire city at all times. Another blonde suggested that one could influence public opinion and spread false rumors in Dunhai. For example, that Chumo's monsters had enslaved the ordinary people of Dunhai. The boy liked this plan very much, for they could make the hero a despot and tyrant. The story that the despot Chumo had lost his human form, and now the lives of the citizens of Dunhai had become unbearable, sounded plausible. He wanted to subjugate not only the Consortium Alliance, but also all 4 immortal cultivator clans, extending his dark power to the entire world. Suddenly, the chairman's hologram began to malfunction and a gun could be seen behind him. Chairman Lin Bei's brother had killed him, and he was now the new Chairman Lin. Ma became angry again, saying that if Lin killed his brother, he wouldn't be chairman right away. The guy said that Chumo stated to the world that he will crush the alliance in 3 days if they don't surrender for trying to hurt his sister. The man called Lin a coward, because after being scared to death of Chumo's words, he immediately killed his brother. Lin said that Chumo is very magnanimous, and he does not like this amount of killing. If the alliance heads persist and do not want to obey, it does not matter if you are a friend, relative, or subordinate of the alliance, you can kill any head and take his place in the alliance. Chairman Ma turned to his wife Chen Ying and asked her to get ready quickly. The girl apologized. She had a knife in her hands. She said she couldn't go with her husband. The fat man laughed and began to humiliate his wife, saying she couldn't even stun a fish. But the woman was determined. Chen Ying made a dash and stabbed the chairman in the chest. Chen Ying didn't need the property because Ma cheated on her and provided for another woman, but she didn't care about that either. Chairman Ma fell to the ground. Chen Ying picked up the knife and asked him how he could hurt Chumo. Tears came out of the woman's eyes. She said it put their son and the whole family in danger. Ma tried to stop her and said he would surrender to Chumo right away to survive. But Chen Ying no longer believed her husband. She came closer and raised the knife again. The chairmen were on the ice island. The junior chairman revealed that Ma had been killed. The elder was surprised, for 4 chairmen had already been killed after Chumo's statement. 1 was killed by a steward, another was killed by his brother, the 3rd was killed by his wife, and the 4th was killed by his own child. Head Jin observed that it was the alliance that indoctrinated people that Chumo was a devil. That was how he became what they wanted him to be. The chairman revealed that they had already exhausted all the resources. The cultivators had done practically nothing, so the alliance could just give up and still get a piece of glory. The chairman replied that if the alliance wanted to surrender, they wouldn't be looking for him at the North Pole. The chairman pondered what they could counter against Chumo, for at the North Pole, besides a block of ice, there were only polar bears. But the real weapon was hidden beneath the ice at a depth of 4,000 meters. The leaders of all 4 clans joined together and took 3 days to make this temporary passage. The leader added that they couldn't use the space teleportation spell at the North Pole. Therefore, they had to manually descend to a depth of 4,000 meters using a makeshift magic elevator. The head revealed that thousands of years ago, the Luotian kingdom was destroyed. More than 50 million sinners had been killed. At the same time, the strongest savior emerged from the last secret realm, but his name was not recorded. The cultivators of those times called him the blessing of the heavens. The chairmen were only worried about one thing, whether the so-called Blessed One would be able to handle Chumo. The head only said that thousands of years ago, the strongest savior could only be compared to a 30,000-year-old monster. The chairman was stunned. For even Chumo's monster, judging from the latest data, only had a combat ability of 100,000. Thousands of years ago, the earth was rich in spiritual energy, and it was not comparable to the situation now. According to the head, there were more than 10 cultivators with a similar level of strength as the Blessed One. But even if all the world cultivators united, they wouldn't be able to defeat the Blessed One. The junior chairman said that this was why he didn't digest cultivators, for even at the critical moment, they kept speaking in hints all the time. Suddenly, Chumo appeared. With his terrifying strength, he killed the chairman and the head of Jin. Only a child survived. The protagonist immediately recognized him. It was a guided 8-year-old miracle child. Head Jin ordered the chairman to close their eyes. Suddenly, they were resurrected, but they didn't understand anything. It wasn't a hallucination, it was a prediction of fate. They could see that there would be death at a certain point in the timeline. But the probability of these events is very low. From a common sense point of view, Chumo can't suddenly appear here. The Wonder Child realized that this was the power of a Blessed One. He could control other people's fates. One way to turn off the Blessed One's ability was to close one's eyes and not look. But this ability was not exceptional. Head Jin noticed that there were many mirror shards in this tunnel. Thousands of years ago, cultivators had created a mirror maze through the power of the earth and ocean. They couldn't kill the Blessed One, but they were able to seal it up. The mirror maze divided the Blessed One's soul into thousands of fragments. Each fragment of his soul reflected the different fates of different worlds. In these worlds, they lived different lives. The fragments of the Blessed One's soul were constantly in opposition to each other, and from this kept balance. What they saw and felt were just subconscious soul fluctuations that the Blessed One considered. The Blessed One was in a dream, and those who tasted his cave were only bugs who were affected by the dream world. Even if they didn't look, hear, and generally block all 5 senses, at any moment, he could plunge this world into a real nightmare. The chairman was still stunned. The Blessed One had only used subconsciousness, and he was already all exhausted. That being said, the chairman had no intention of releasing the Blessed One. He was only going to use his power in a sealed state. Against all odds, the chairman agreed to go with the head further into the cave, straight to the Blessed One. If they wanted to live, they shouldn't have looked closely at the Blessed One. Not to try to understand and describe him. When the trio reached the end of the cave, the Blessed One was saddened that the leader of the Dantabi sect didn't even dare to raise his head and look at him. The Cultivator revealed that they needed the Great Savior's help before the great threat. The Blessed One is already aware of it. He had seen everything. Savior Chumo wanted to destroy them all. Under his rule, the entire Cultivator race would die out. Only darkness and silence would remain on the land. No one would survive. In the blessed future, Chumo predicted, Chumo simply doesn't exist. He must die very soon. Dongyun City, inside the 6th nuclear power plant, a worker was preparing a panel. The protagonist was inside the reactor. He was being launched to pierce Chumo with a beam. The registration system was subjected to an external energy attack. The 3 true fires were being launched autonomously, absorbing heat energy. The host body devoured the energy and grew stronger. Xiaju was surprised that Chumo was recovering from the nuclear reactor. Li Hanlin recalled that when the Consortium Alliance had dropped nukes on Chumo in the secret realm, he had gained even more strength while inside the nuclear explosion. Therefore, Chumo was now using the Dongyun 6th nuclear station to recover his strength and ascend to the next level. 10 years ago, there were many cultivators who also tried to refine themselves inside the nuclear reactor. But from Xiaozhou's observation, after a while, they had a reverse reaction. After a year, they all started to die one by one, not living a total of 3 years. Li Hanlin discussed this with Chumo. He said that even if he only had a year of life left, it would be enough. Everything was so complicated in the secret realm, and now it all fell on the shoulders of one savior. Even he felt anxious. But he had never openly talked about his feelings. Xiaju wanted to tell Chumo about the reality of his sister's situation. He fights at the risk of his life. They can't keep the truth from him. Li replied that he had to keep those emotions to himself, if Chumo knew the truth, that all his continuous efforts were likely fruitless, and his sister was probably long dead. Suddenly, the dialogue was interrupted as the strongest savior was beside them, and wanted to clarify what was wrong with his sister. In a split second, Chumo grabbed Li Hanlin by the throat and asked him again what was wrong with Chu Yun. The frightened guy asked the strong man to cool down as he misunderstood what was being talked about. Xiaju could not stand idly by. He covered himself with aura and decided to help Li Hanlin. But Chumo created a beam of magical power at the snap of his finger and easily sealed Xiaozhou into the ground. Li Hanlin tried to explain that he just didn't fully understand his sister's case. Suddenly, Chumo weakened and fell to the ground. He started coughing up blood and couldn't say anything. The Blessed One appeared behind him. He said that the protagonist had returned to the lab too early. He needed to still be at the nuclear plant so it would be easier to get over the bad news. But he showed up when Li Hanlin and Xiaozhou were discussing his sister's death. Chumo grabbed Li by the neck and tried to beat the information out of him. Xiaozhou attacked him back out of desperation. But unfortunately, Xiaozhou's attack only caused him to spiral even more out of control. Originally, a cultivator wouldn't be able to inflict any injuries. But since Chumo had absorbed the powerful energy of the nuclear reactor before, the news of his sister's death caused a storm of emotions to erupt. The Blessed One had also forgotten one point. He had killed the monster commander beforehand, who could help him heal his wounds. Chumo tried not to give in to anger, only asking the Blessed One who he was. The enemy threw Air's body and introduced himself, remarking that this was their 143rd meeting already. The Blessed One added, for all the predicted future, today is the worst possible outcome. Earlier in the cave, the sealed warrior had agreed to kill Chumo, making the leaders happy. The leader turned to the Honorable Blessed One and apologized, adding that he should have realized that they would not be able to release him completely and allow him to leave the cave to fight Chumo. But the Blessed One had already done everything. Head Jin couldn't believe his ears, for the Sealed One had already brought Chumo's sentence to pass. The chairman thought that Chumo had already been killed and became extremely happy, mixing emotion with surprise. The head did not believe it, for the Blessed One's seals had not been broken, and there was no way he could leave this place. In one of the time periods with a low probability of events, they broke his seals. The Blessed One had met Chumo 143 times, and in all 143 times, he had killed him. Head Jin had no intention of breaking the Blessed One's seals. He wanted to see if there was even a small chance that Chumo could be defeated with just the strength of the 4 clans and the consortium alliance alone. The sealed warrior had passed this 143 times. In this world, there was no one else besides him who could understand Chumo. His eyes that could see through illusions, a body that was stronger than any immortal cultivator in history, and his martial skills and abnormal ability growth. In front of the consortium and sects, he had never displayed his full strength. The win rate was 0, and even a Blessed One was unwilling to fight Chumo on the ground. The child wanted to know why, after all. He was 100% sure that he would kill Chumo, but he didn't want to fight him, even though even the Blessed One might be able to kill him. But during the battle, the destruction to the entire world would be enormous. Many people would die. In the end, the overall energy of the land would weaken, and the secret world would completely disappear. Monsters might take over the land, and this was a situation he couldn't allow to happen. Head Jin was surprised that even the strongest savior was helpless in front of Chumo, so all that was left was to surrender. But the Blessed One didn't want to fight the protagonist on Earth. But in the secret world, things are different. The Blessed One didn't persuade the head to break all the seals, just open the one on his left hand. Then he will be able to enter the secret world once. If the leaders of the 4 clans brought the fate coins, he would have an advantage over Chumo, and he would win easily. The head finally understood the savior's goals. But if there was any gap in his seals, he would be able to get out sooner or later. The prisoner didn't deny it, but they had no choice. All they have to do is bring him the fate coins and give him the opportunity to kill Chumo in the secret world. Jin knew that the Blessed One had a method to quickly absorb a large amount of fate coins. If this method was used on another savior, he could deal with Chumo. The Blessed One did not deny this. But such a thing was only possible if that savior forcibly used more fate coins, then he might die after 3 days. The little guy thought that completely destroying Chumo at the cost of 1 immortal cultivator's life was a bargain. But in reality, not every savior has the ability to forcibly absorb fate coins. To be more precise, there was only one candidate in the world right now. The Blessed One revealed that it was the sect leader's disciple, Jingshan. The chairman tried to persuade him, but Head Jin waved his hand and closed his mouth. The Blessed One knew that this was a difficult decision, for Jingshan revered the leader as his own father. Yes, and he felt a lost familial affection for him as well. The sect leader couldn't listen to this anymore, and declared that he accepts the terms of the Blessed One. Sealed began to laugh. He wished to see that expression on the sect leader's face. According to the head, Jingshan was not bad towards Chumo, and would not want to kill him after absorbing the coins. But the Blessed One convinced him otherwise, for he had predicted in the future that Jinshan would do so. Chairman Shai wondered why he had to surrender to Chumo, for he was adamantly against it. Head convinced him that it was necessary now. All 4 clans would also recognize themselves as Chumo's subjects at the same time. In 5 days, according to the Blessed One's prediction, Chumo should die in the secret world. But it's hard for Chairman Shi to say this since they've messed him up everywhere they can, to the point that they threatened to kill his sister. However, Chumo will need to keep his good name, and in the opinion of the head, he will not kill anyone right away. Chairman Shi decided to accept this. Right now, the outcome of the battle only depended on the Jingshan sect disciple. Head Jin asked the chairman not to remind him of this, for he had already decided everything for himself. Any person, including him, could be sacrificed. There is only the clan, a sect that will exist forever. The next day, the 2 heads of the 4 major sects and the 2 consortium alliance chairmen came to see Chumo. The protagonist was confident that with the annoying nature of his enemies, they would fight to the end. Chairman Shui admitted defeat, for the enemy turned out to be smarter and more military savvy. When the chairman pledged in trust and loyalty, Chumo declared that he didn't need it. The fact was that he didn't trust them. Chumo needed Dongyun Company's alliance management rights, and they could retire quietly and enjoy a trouble-free life. Director Lei Ji scoffed that Chairman Shu had been pushing Dongyun Company all along, but now they had taken everything away. Shai replied that winners are not judged. He is willing to cooperate until Dongyun takes control of his subsidiary company. The protagonist said that if they go about their lives peacefully from now on and don't try to fight him, all past sins will be forgiven. Chumo also asked for his cross-border stone to be returned to him. Chairman Shai tried to argue since to possess the cross-border stone, the consortium alliance had paid a terrible price. Chumo thought that the other chairman would be fine with asking Shu and his opinion about it. Head Jin said that he shouldn't mess things up, so it was better to hurry up and get the cross-border stone back. Jin stated all 4 clans from now on would be completely subordinate to Chumo. They accepted his command and deployment of troops. Also, all the ancient books and blueprints would be at the disposal of Chumo and Dongyun. They hoped that with their help, he would be able to make progress in scientific and technological research and prevent possible wars from happening. The protagonist wanted to know why only 2 sect leaders had come. Jin replied that the other leaders were working with all their might to maintain the defense mechanism of the secret world to prevent further invasions from other worlds. Chumo asked Jin to hand over the secret world to him, from the safety of all mankind, if they didn't have enough strength to guard the secret world. But the head said that because of the fragility of the secret world, it would take at least 5 days for the transfer to take place. Elder Ji agreed to help Chumo and become his advisor and assistant, so he could transfer the secret world in 1 day. Head Jin tried to attack the elder, but after hearing Chumo's voice, he hesitated. Still, Jin stopped and said with gravity that the secret world would be redirected tomorrow. The next day, the secret world was just delivered, and Li Hanlin was able to gaze upon it. Chumo said that the conglomerate alliance had sent the upper world stone that had been hunted for a long time yesterday. Li Hanlin was too suspicious that the alliance and the sects had given up so easily. The whole ordeal had gone too smoothly. Therefore, Chumo asked them to hand over the upper world stone and the secret world. They hardly hesitated and agreed almost immediately. Li Hanlin assumed that this time they had decided to go to war against Chumo. One could attack the alliance and the sect heads until they kneeled down and force them to hand over the secret world and the upper world stone. Li Hanlin had noticed that they had given up their most precious treasures without any resistance. So there had to be a major conspiracy. Chumo knew that his enemy was not in the ordinary world. But thanks to the upper world stone and the secret world, he could start preparing for a counterattack against the other world ahead of time. Li asked if the preparations to invade the other world were aimed at saving his sister or for the sake of humanity. Chumo didn't care about that. The secret world was already riddled with holes. Even if they achieved absolute victory in the war against the secret world, it might not completely stop the invasions from the other world. According to Li, several large-scale power outages and network errors were seen around the world yesterday. A significant amount of power, electricity, and computing power was absorbed by the upper world stone. At the same time, most of the enterprises were under the control of Dongyun conglomerate, which announced its shift to military-industrial companies, causing turbulence in the global market. And then, the Dongyun conglomerate declared a state of readiness for war. Because of this, curfews were declared in most regions, increasing the survival rate of ordinary people and strengthening the defense measures against re-invasion. Chumo asked him if he had done wrong. Hanlin replied, the act was not evil, but too radical. Panic was spreading. The economy was unstable. Numerous small and large enterprises were going bankrupt. There was now a big wave of unemployment, currency devaluation, and skyrocketing prices. And these were just the possible developments. The entire world was on the verge of chaos. Chumo thought that this was a false sense of security. The monsters were far more dangerous than anyone could imagine. Li Hanlin realized, if it wasn't for Chumo's constant creation of miracles, humanity would have long since disappeared. But they continued to expect him to create these wonders, putting all the responsibility on Chumo. The guy was trying to convey that during the war against the monsters, they need more trust and strength from humans. But now the main character was instilling fear in the entire world. The citizens were furious. They spoke horribly of Chumo and wanted to kill him first thing in the morning. They organized an event where they pelted a huge doll of Chumo, believing him to be a tyrant. Headjin told his disciple, Chumo had become the disease of the world, but Jingshan still thought he was a good man. Jing replied that it was the head who had been weaving intrigues about him. And after that, he surrendered to him. The cultivator didn't realize if the master cared about his thoughts and opinions. The head replied that because of his selfish desire for the development of the sect, he had indeed done many bad things. However, he had truly thought at one point that Chumo could save this world, so he was leading the conglomerate alliance and the 4 major sects to surrender. The head did not foresee that after gaining strength, Chumo would start behaving unpredictably. Jingshan asked his master again, for he did not answer if he was worried about what his follower was thinking. Head Jin said that the only person who could kill Chumo and restore order to the world was Jingshan. The Blessed One was surprised that the head demanded that not only did the head demand that he teach Jingshan the way to absorb the fate coins, but he also completely broke the seal, 50 years after winning the secret war of worlds. The chapter recognized Lord Tianming's strength, but they couldn't just break his seal without training. The Blessed One didn't think that in 50 years of refining with the victory in the secret realm and absorbing the other world's spiritual power and resources, they would reach the level of his strength. The head thought more with the elimination of cultivation limits and the additional 50 years of training. He didn't think that the 4 major sects would lose to the Blessed One. In that case, Lord Tianming decided to set the sect head's contract at 50 years old. The great oath of the heart demon came into effect. If one party fulfills the terms, and the other party breaks the terms, the offending party will be subjected to 70 days of burning soul agony, which will result in the complete annihilation of their souls. The head was aware of these consequences. He then asked his disciple to step forward to fulfill the first condition. Jingshan was still surprised that the Blessed One could actually give him the power to kill Chumo. Lord Tianming revealed that Jing didn't want to kill Chumo from the beginning. He only accepted the task because his master said that if he refused, he would choose someone else. Jingshan's plan was to gain strength, then have a good talk with him, and convince him to change his attitude towards ordinary people. The cultivator waved his hand away and said that it wasn't true. He had no such plan. But Jingshan also didn't know something. His master, Chu Tianxin, had withheld important information. By forcibly absorbing more number of fate coins, he would die in 3 days. The guy didn't expect such a thing. Opening his eyes, Jing turned around to his master and wanted to hear it from him. But as Jingshan tried to reach out to his master, he had no success. The thing was that the cultivator sitting on the throne had cast a subtle illusion on head Jing while creating the contract. Jingshan grabbed his master and started running away. It was all a trap. The Blessed One had tricked them. Lord Tianming said that Jingshan's master had indeed withheld vital information from him that could have cost him his life. But he wasn't completely evil. His plan was that after fulfilling the terms of the contract and facing death 50 years later, there was no way he would release the Blessed One. Already near the exit, Jingshan didn't understand why he still heard the Lord's voice. Suddenly they appeared in front of Tianming. The Blessed One greeted Jingshan back. He revealed that Jingshan's problem turned out to be open eyes. Master Chu should have warned that it was forbidden to look at the Blessed One. Suddenly, Tianming's magic enveloped Jingshan's body, completely immobilizing the cultivator. 20 years ago, the heads of the 4 major sects had come to an agreement with the Blessed One, wanting to start a war with the secret world again. But in their greed, they wanted to collect 30% of the fate coins from all the survivors, forsaking them for their favorite disciples. The Blessed One had taught them a technique to control the secret world. However, this technique would make the secret world vulnerable and give the demons an advantage. As a result, cultivators from the 4 major sects came to ask for his help. Lord Tianming had waited for a long time to find someone whose soul purity would completely match him. Although Chumo's appearance caused a slight delay, the two finally met. The scholars were fleeing because the number 9 was out of control, so the items had to be rescued. A certain number 9 was so strong that he had no problem throwing the man into the wall, smashing it with him. The guy didn't think he was sick. He was quite aggressive and attacked everything around him. Yutong walked into the hallway. She introduced herself to Chen Qiao as his attending physician. According to the girl, Chen Qiao's body was rejecting the uteruses, causing confusion, so he would receive treatment immediately. Chen told everyone to shut up. After all, they were all deceiving him and wanted to steal the guy's strength. Yutong decided not to negotiate with Chen Qiao and just knocked him out with one punch. The girl asked for the patient to be returned to his room and injected with a suppressant. The scientists were very grateful to Director Yutong, remarking that they would be more vigilant in the future. According to statistics, among the experimental subjects of conglomerate unions, only 85 survived. Among them, 56 relatives agreed to transfer patients to Dongyun Consortium for treatment. 36 people are in coma, with the same symptoms as Chu Yun. The remaining 20 people, due to the severe rejection reaction, were experiencing bouts of mania. Chumo asked Yutong if the symptoms were stronger, if the rejection reaction was also stronger. Fortunately, they had obtained research data from the Conglomerate Union and ancient medical texts from the Dantai Viridian Grotto. Right now, Yutong was working on a suppressant. The suppressor would be able to greatly eliminate the patient's rejection reactions. Comatose patients with medium-level rejection reactions would respond better to the suppressor. If they could suppress the rejection reaction in the future, Chu Yun might wake up. Chumo noticed that the scholars and cultivators hadn't slept much recently. Even though Yutong was a cultivator, working without rest was bad for one's well-being. Yutong asked Chumo to take care of herself. Using a nuclear reactor to cultivate was life-threatening. Since she could now command the researchers from the Dongyun Consortium, they would help create a customized plan for additional cultivation for the future. The girl wanted to examine Chumo right now so as not to delay the matter any longer, but he refused to do so. Air lay on the ground and asked Chumo to stop pretending, for they didn't know how to care for her. After cultivating in the nuclear reactor, Air had helped him deal with the harm. Now her tail was shedding every day. Chumo was getting stronger, and she was going bald. Yutong supported Air, and the protagonist should have stopped using the nuclear reactor. The protagonist convinced them, no need to worry, since the nuclear reactor was no longer useful to him. A better way appeared. Elder Ji was working on the secret world, with his own group of scientists under his leadership. Chumo wanted to get time acceleration in the secret world, but Ji Sheng said that it was impossible. But he had another request. The cultivator wanted to spend 30 days in the secret world. Yutong's aunt, her former classmates, came to her and asked her for help, but it was all to no avail. The girl counted to 10. Everyone who stayed and refused to leave would be blacklisted by the Dongyun Consortium and would no longer be able to cooperate with them. People were annoying to Yutong. She asked her father why everything turned into a business promotion event if she just came for dinner. Her father revealed that everyone was saying that after the strongest surrendered, Chumo began to control the money, power, and troops of the planet. Following Chumo's instructions, Yutong became the de facto controller of the Dongyun Consortium. The girl asked not to believe the rumors, for she was simply using the consortium's resources to conduct a scientific investigation. Father knew that the girl was the closest to Chumo, so in the future, she could become the queen of the planet. But he wanted to talk about serious matters. Yutong's father revealed that the Dongyun Consortium was now in the process of dividing the main assets of the conglomerate alliance. Although the consortium was a temporary union, but it shouldn't be completely trusted. Yutong's father wanted to get a piece of it, but she started to walk away, swept up in the fact that her father was just like everyone else. Yutong's familiar people spoke poorly of her, not finding her effective or helpful. Yuechen noticed these guys in her way and decided to knock them out for this attitude. Yuechen approached Yutong and started sniffing her. This seemed like a very strange gesture for her. From Yutong's smell, the girl immediately realized that she had spent all her time creating pills. Yuechen revealed that the refining pills wouldn't do much to improve her efficiency in battle. If she continued to only focus on the pills, she would die very easily. Yuechen was just passing by, but decided to speak up after all. Her thoughts were not an attempt to reveal information about the sect. The 4 sect masters and Jingshan had disappeared, so Yuechen was on edge. At this time, the cave was full of fate coins. Jingshan was absorbing these all coins with his new ability. Head Jin didn't understand why his disciple had come out so early if he hadn't fully absorbed the fate coins of the 4 major sects yet, but Jingshan firmly stated that the time had already come. The next secret world would be revealed soon. The second chapter was surprised, for in such a short time, Jingshan had managed to absorb more than 90% of the fate coins. The other 2 heads of the 4 major sects asked Jingshan not to forget about his mission. A disciple grabbed his teacher's head, saying that he would lend the power of the 4 heads before doing so. Head Jin didn't have time to teleport. His disciple ripped his head off, taking the life of his teacher. The head controlling the blue flame summoned magic and asked Jingshan what he was doing, but the electric mage asked the head to ignore it and rather kill the disciple. Even the joint strength of the heads did not do any good. They all fell from the same attack. Right after that, a portal to the secret world opened in front of Jingshan. He took the energy powers of the heads and went inside. The cultivators entered another ancient world, but this time, they retained their memories. One of the cultivators noticed a man who looked like a local and pointed his friends to him. He approached the knight, but the man didn't answer anything. There were many wounds on the man's body, and he stood with his head down. Yutong was together with Yue Chen Yan. They replied that the man had already stopped breathing, and they were in Chuzi City. Before the secret world was established in the great celestial world, there was a great era when cultivators could not stop the monster invasion. The northwest region, the entrance for monsters to invade the earth. According to Yutong, city after city fell one after another. At that time, everyone thought that the northwest region had become a monster paradise. At that time, only one city stood firm, and that city was Chuzi. It had been surrounded by enemies for 30 years, with no support or supplies. The lone city stood amidst a space of 1,000 miles, full of gray-haired soldiers. Angshi's army, which numbered 3,000 men, was besieged, and no one surrendered. The cultivators noticed that the mission of the secret world had not yet been announced for this period, fearing that they could expect long years in this world. At this time, Chumo received the reward for the 5th day of registration. He obtained the power of a 1,000-year monster, noting that the recent rewards were rather ordinary. Jingshan was surprised that every time Chumo entered the secret world, his strength would suddenly increase. Without a single sign and without a single effort, this was truly something to envy. The protagonist was happy to see Jingshan, but as soon as he saw him through the pupil, he realized everything. Lord Tianming swept up. He had already introduced himself many times, so it was worth getting straight to the point. The octopus monster begged the monster girl to annul her decision, but she remained silent. The monster with a leaf on his head was angry that the octopus was inside and wanted to throw him out. The two monsters started to fight. The non-aggression pact was broken, and the Lord had been working on the law for a very long time. The green monster revealed that Air had betrayed them. Octopus didn't believe it. He knew that Air couldn't betray the monsters, so he believed that the commander was trying to gain Chumo's trust. Lord Xia swept over to see that the octopus had arrived just in time. The monster asked her if she wanted to consider keeping the non-aggression pact in place, but with a smirk on her face, Lord Xia said that she really wanted to try the octopus dish. The green monster used its branches to immobilize and soon kill the octopus as it kicked around. The monster with a horn on its head told Lord Xia that the 4th expedition would soon begin. He obeyed the Lord's orders, so this time the monsters had to be defeated. To pass the 4th secret world, cultivators had to withstand 3 monster attacks and defend Chuzi City. One of the cultivators thought that with Chumo's support, it would be too easy to withstand 3 attacks. But the monsters were coming in huge waves, and each monster was at least 2,000 years old. The cultivators had to do everything in their power to prevent the monsters from destroying Chuzi City. But suddenly, the monsters stopped and stabbed wooden pillars into the ground, which spat out aura. A look of surprise appeared on Yutong's face. She realized that the monsters were trying to destroy the secret world. Lord Xia laughed, for Yutong understood her plan. But she had no time left to see what was happening in the other side. The monsters destroying the secret world were far away. In front of them, only the monsters that were attacking the city were in front of them. Yutong praised Lord Xia for such preparation. Lord Xia swept that after defending the city, the secret world would be destroyed. And if they stopped the monsters destroying the secret world, then Chuzi City would be destroyed, and the mission in the secret world would not be accomplished. Among all the people, there was only one person who could stop such an attack. Lord Xia knew that it was Chumo. But when the monster looked around, she noticed that the strongest cultivator had disappeared. The monster didn't want to just sit there and guard the broken pillar for the rest of the expedition. But these pillars were crucial to the destruction of the secret world. The monster was patient after all. The gate to the human world would soon open, and then they could kill as many as they wanted. Suddenly, the monsters were torn apart. They didn't have time to react or even notice the attack. The reason why the monsters died was because of the fight between Jingshan and Chumo, who had accidentally hit them. Jingshan planned to kill Chumo quietly, in a place where no one would see it, but he failed at it. The protagonist noticed Jingshan's teleportation skills and wanted to find out what happened to the head. Lord Tianming revealed that he had killed the headsman. Chumo was not only fighting off the beasts around him, but also Jingshan's surprise attacks. He wanted to know why the Blessed One in Jingshan's body was in such a hurry to kill him. The secret world could collapse at any moment, and the monsters would be a bigger threat. The Blessed One thought maintaining the stability of the secret world was an easy task, so he attacked the most important target. But he didn't see Chumo's future. Lord Xia watched as Chumo fought with Jin, which hit the monsters and killed them instantly. Lord Xia wasn't expecting another strong personality, so she had a suggestion for the humans. The monster girl tried to reach out to them, but the fight was so fierce that no one could hear Lord Xia. Lord Xia went to extreme measures. She launched an attack to draw attention to herself. The girl suggested that Jingshan should join forces with her if he fought Chumo. Lord Tianming immediately launched an attack on the demon, but it wasn't her real body. Tianming was angry that a 30,000-year-old monster that dared to interfere in the battle and appear in the form of a projection. Jingshan's appearance pleased Lord Xia. After all, he was definitely human, but he was fighting Chumo. But the impact of the carnage ruined Lord Xia's plans as the damage exceeded 60%. They still had a chance. The monsters in front of the city wall had not yet been affected by the battle, and they were in good condition. From now on, all the surviving monsters would attack the city with all their strength. In a crisis, an opportunity would appear. As long as Xia cooperated with Tianming, assuming that they would kill Chumo together, whether he agreed or not, it would be for the good. And if Jingshan agreed to cooperate, then she would also have a chance to kill him. Even if she is refused, she will still buy enough time for the monsters to break through the city walls. But for some unknown reason, the control panel in Lord Xia's hands exploded, taking away her ability to control it. Before she could finish her sentence, the projection was destroyed. The monster could barely contain her anger. The green monster noticed the shards of Lord Xia's projection, apologizing to the master for it. The monster made Lord Takoyaki, but her appetite was already gone, so she sent the monster to stay away from her. Lord Xia got so angry that she couldn't hold back and struck a blow on the wall of her residence. The inveterate battle between the two cultivators continued as the monsters around the battlefield died. Jingshan was impressed with the ability to increase his combat power tenfold for 10 seconds. Chumo had achieved what cultivators refining their bodies couldn't get 1,000 years ago. This was the first time the protagonist used this strongest skill in front of another person. Also, the sudden attack did not harm Jingshan. He wasn't even surprised, as if he already knew about its capabilities. There were no secrets for Lord Tianming in this world. The fact was that Chumo had not done enough in-depth research, and he was not experienced enough in using techniques. Jingshan decided to attack since Chumo didn't have any more trump cards, although he expected more. Suddenly, around Jingshan, dusk abruptly changed to night, and the atmosphere changed extremely. In a couple of seconds, a new day had begun. As it turned out that time had accelerated in the secret world, Jingshan decided to return to the fight without giving a break to his opponent. He decided to attack with the air. The protagonist realized that this was the true strength of his opponent, rejoicing at this. Jingshan sensed that Chumo's existence was too dangerous. He couldn't let him live any longer. Jingshan's attack had achieved its goal. He created then united slashes and riddled Chumo's body with it. For the sake of safety, Tianming decided to integrate Chumo's body to the atomic level. With this level of destruction, even cultivators refining their bodies would not be able to recover from such injuries. Chumo appeared in front of Jingshan, remarking that it was indeed dangerous. Mole, he almost died. Since Lord Tianming had failed to kill the cultivator the first time, he decided to do it again. No fire, no electricity, no curses, not even any spatial manipulation. Jingshan used pure destructive power on the clones. Lord Tianming understood Chumo's secret. As soon as he entered this world, his strength increased. And right now, he had accelerated time by skipping a day, and now had obtained the skill to create clones. Suddenly, the night had already begun. The protagonist raised his finger to the sky and said that it was almost day 2. And before the next day started, Jingshan had to get rid of all the clones. The battle continued. Almost the entire city was covered in destruction and explosions. The next days were coming. After an oodles of days, Chumo received 5 daily rewards. On the 10th day, he possessed the golden rod, weakening Lord Tianming. The Blessed One vomited blood. He told his opponent that someday they would meet again. The first prediction of death finished. Lord Tianming now knew Chumo's trump cards, and would now finish the battle in 5 minutes. The 6th trial of battle has begun. The energy response is normal. The neural communication response was also normal. They had removed the limiter. The next step was to activate the bidirectional channel. Chumo was in the helmet in front of the secret world. The scientists continued on, starting the initiation process. The protagonist could sense the existence of another world, just like his own feet and hands. Elder G had managed to adjust everything so that Chumo was free to control the flow of time inside the secret world. Jisheng would periodically ask him questions about what he planned to do, but he had to remind him of one thing. The secret world is already permeated with wounds. Accelerating time would most likely cause the world to collapse. Next time, Chumo defeated the Blessed One once again, this time cutting him open. The protagonist smirked. After all, Lord Tianming couldn't die even if one cut him in half. In that case, the strongest had another idea. He decided to cut the enemy into 4 pieces. The second prediction of death had been fulfilled. The Blessed One did not understand what was happening. Chumo seemed huge. Lord Tianming became smaller and once again did not understand anything. With the new skill, Chumo could constantly shrink the enemies, so he made the Blessed One miniaturized. The protagonist's ability reached such an absurdity that he was able to shrink his opponent to an atom and taunt him at the same time. The third death prediction has been fulfilled. The next time, Chumo was able to lift dead monsters. Not only lifting, but the ability combined to fuse the monsters into stronger forms. Chumo created a huge monster, which he ordered to attack the Blessed One. Having fulfilled the 4th death prediction, 4 deaths in each time, Chumo had new skills. There was no way the Blessed One could kill him before the next day's dawn. Lord Tianming was having so much fun. It had been a long time since he had been so excited. Constantly anticipating death, searching for a way to survive amused him. No matter how many times the Blessed One survives his death, once he wins, he will fulfill his destiny. The next time, Chumo used poison, fulfilling the 5th destiny of death. The 6th destiny of death happened because the protagonist got armor. On the 7th destiny of death, a voodoo doll appeared in Chumo's hands and was tied to him. Each time, the Blessed One lost. After the 10th death wish had been fulfilled, he asked Chumo to stop and talk since there was no point in their battle. The protagonist wanted to know what was the point of this conversation if with every second of the truce, Chumo was getting stronger. Lord Tianming's swept the heavens were bursting at the seams. If this battle continued to speed up time, the secret realm would collapse. But Chumo didn't give a damn. The Blessed One reminded him that when the realm collapsed, the monsters would invade the human world unhindered. At that time, it wouldn't matter who would emerge victorious. The protagonist asked the enemy not to forget that he was the one who started this fight, and because of him, time was continuously accelerating. The Blessed One had gained such power through continuous labor. He suggested that the hands of the monsters had caused Chumo to deliberately speed up time to destroy the world. The protagonist said that until the moment the secret world was destroyed, he would be able to regain enough strength again. Therefore, it didn't matter if they invaded, because the monsters would be destroyed in an instant. Lord Tianming decided to give up. He asked Chumo to come to his senses and think about his sister and friends. Chumo said that it was the Blessed One who switched in the middle of the battle. Not only did he demand a ceasefire, but he also decided to give in. With his arrogant character, it was not fitting to give in, even in the face of death. It was possible that the world he was in now was not real at all. The vision was coming to an end. The only information he had received was that Chumo did not know the reason for gaining strength in the secret realm. Next time, and all times thereafter, the process should be more natural. In each of his deaths, he must complete the puzzle with different questions and find out Chumo's true secret. The protagonist glanced at the hands he received, noting that it was a very useful ability. But he did not kill the Blessed One. Chumo's plan was that he wouldn't kill him and let his own life be cut short. Chumo wanted to see if his strength would reach some sort of limit if he continued to accelerate time. After accelerating time by 29 days, the protagonist learned the name of his opponent, Tianming. But according to the Lord, Chumo recognized this name too late. The guy convinced him that it was about his real name, Wen Beishuan. Wen wanted to know what kind of ability Chumo had gained this time, suggesting that it was mind-reading. The protagonist revealed the truth. To erase his sordid past from history, Wen killed everyone who knew the name. Wen wanted to know if Chumo felt any pity. After all, he was speeding up time and gaining new abilities time after time. The secret realm was crumbling. Even Chumo realized that if time accelerated once more, the kingdom would surely come to an end. Wen decided to attack, saying that with his destruction, the earth would lose its barrier. Monsters would invade the human world in droves. No one wanted that. So Wen struck the decisive blow. Chumo called it pointless. He had seen his past and knew about his strongest skill. Even if the protagonist didn't defend himself, he wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. In fact, the secret realm won't be destroyed. This is a timeline in anticipation, and what is happening is not realistic at all. The Blessed One could choose which timeline to materialize. In just a moment, the victory of the monsters would be written into history. The protagonist lifted Wen by his neck and asked him if he wanted to die. But because of his switch ability, Wen couldn't even commit suicide. But Chumo's new abilities couldn't recognize everything. Other than death, he had other ways to move to another timeline. Throwing him to the ground, the protagonist recognized his ignorance. But even though he could see history and the past, Wen's actions and thoughts were incomprehensible to him. He wondered why Wen had forced the 4 major sects to wage war in the secret realm. With his skills, there should have been another way to break the seal. Wen revealed that when humans first encountered monsters, they didn't need the help of the secret realm. They could defend themselves on their own. Superior humans were much stronger than even the most powerful cultivators. At that time, their development was far from today's flimsy toys. No matter how powerful the monsters were, they would fall down before humans. But everything comes to an end, and one day, human civilization collapsed. No one knew why until now. Chumo assumed that Wen started the war to find out the truth. But in fact, he was searching for the power and technology of ancient humanity. The ability to gain new powers in a day spent in the secret realm. A nonsense but well-suited power by the description to that era. But Wen was wrong, and Chumo wondered why he had changed his mind so drastically. Although the protagonist didn't notice it himself, but there was a momentum coming from him, and it was getting stronger and stronger. But the hero must have realized, so he stopped accelerating time. Now Wen understood everything. This kind of power is not given for nothing. Everything has its price. When it becomes even more powerful, it will attract invaders, and they are much scarier than monsters. Chumo thought about these words, and it seemed to him that such a guess was not unreasonable. 2 more days of acceleration, and perhaps even 1 more day, and the invaders would appear right in front of them. Chumo realized that Wen was hoping that the invaders would kill him, and he could start a new timeline. But anything was possible. The invaders had powers beyond the imagination of humans, and could make this timeline come true. Even if Chumo stopped accelerating time, the signal coming from him was strong enough. Wen only had to wait. The only option the protagonist had was to kill Wen and start another timeline. Whether they were deities from the monster world or unknown invaders to mankind, they posed a deadly threat. The cultivator obeyed Wen and took his life in one lightning-fast move. Tianming returned. He had learned many things. He had finally uncovered the secret of Chumo's abilities and learned about the unknown invaders. Yixenyan and Yutong rushed into the battlefield and tried to stop the fight between Chumo and Jingshan. Now Wen had a new plan. The allies could become pawns holding back Chumo. The first thing Tianming did was to reveal his identity and rip off Jingshan's face. But he didn't do it on purpose since Wen didn't have control over his body. This seemed strange, since Chumo didn't speed up time and couldn't have such a strange ability. Wen declared that he was a heavenly punishment. A spellcaster from the past millennium. 20 years ago, he was sealed in a cave under the North Pole. He was the one who seduced the heads of the 4 great sects and started a war over secret territories. His greed has brought the Earth to the brink of destruction. Wen was guilty of everything, and he felt deep remorse. Chumo had the opposite ability. He controlled the past, making this timeline an inevitable reality. Wen Bexuan pierced himself, for now he could die for real. Yue Chenyan was dubious about it, as the opponent had committed suicide too strangely. Apart from Wen's corpse, the live broadcast viewers couldn't understand why such a strong opponent just committed suicide. At this time, the cultivators continued to fight the monsters, finishing off those who were left behind. The secret territory sent a notification that the mission of the secret realm had been completed. In a moment, the rescuers would return to the real world. But the registration system detected the completion of the 4th mission of the secret territory, and gave out a special reward. This time, Chumo received a pocket watch, a secret treasure left behind by the 2nd president of Dongyun Corporation. 3 days later, the protagonist noticed a transition stone that had clearly changed. Elder Ji replied that 3 days ago, the Dongyun Corporation had sent people to an underground cave in the depths of the North Pole to free Jingshan, who had been sealed in lieu of heavenly punishment. There they discovered some lost manuscripts, and so they modified the transition stone. With enough energy, the transition stone could be used to travel to the monster world. Chumo decided to go to the monster world right away. After all, the faster, the better. Li Hanlin heard about this and was shocked that Chumo was going to the monster world so quickly. He needed to put an end to this war. The coordinates were the surroundings of another transition stone. The transition stone was guarded by the monster lord himself. This is too risky a move. Chumo didn't want to reveal how he would end the war, for he believed that they would be overheard. In Li Hanlin's opinion, ever since Chumo became the head of the alliance of corporations and the four great sects, he had become too willful. The protagonist reminded Li Hanlin of his father's death, adding that he should think hard about it. Elder G wanted to know if Li was all right, but he was filled with thoughts about what he had said. Li Hanlin realized that it wasn't the monsters that Chumo feared. The monsters were just pawns. Behind Yutong's leadership, the third time of testing was starting. So after warning all the workers, the charging began. Elder G added that to certify the activation conditions of the transition stone, at least half of the world's regions were experiencing a temporary power outage. The transition stone was able to design the palace of the monster world lord. Its center was Chumo's target. The transition stone was located there. The protagonist was quite happy that the transition stone was able to depict a map for him. Elder G reminded him of the danger. According to the monitoring data, the Beast King's palace had 1,000 monsters, with a combat strength of over 300,000. 50 monsters with a combat strength of over 1,000,000, and 2 monsters with a combat strength of over 10 million. As for the Lord of the Monster World, his battle power was estimated to be over 100 million. Chumo hesitated for a moment. He decided to add up all of his registration rewards, of which he had 5. Chumo's normal combat power was 90,000, and he could increase it to 300,000 for 10 seconds. The situation seemed quite optimistic. Elder G was frightened, but the protagonist calmed him down. After all, he wasn't going to kill all the monsters. Chumo only had to reach the transition stone. If he destroyed the stone, they would no longer be able to cheat and increase the difficulty of the wars in the secret territories. Elder G had also swept up that once Chumo was in the monster world, he would immediately be discovered. Beasts older than 10,000 years possess a perception capable of covering all corners of the Beast King's palace. Yutong wanted to go along with him, assuming herself to be the bait to buy time. Chumo decided to go on his own. He might not return, but he had to take the stone with him, and the responsibility would remain on Yutong. Shachu decided to also run for the decoy role on the Move Stone raid. Chumo implied to the guy that against all odds, this journey could be a one-way road. Shaju had achieved his goal, for Chumo had destroyed the former alliance. He is not the savior of the secret territories, but aside from the strongest, Shajo's strength is one of the greatest among humans. The protagonist decided to take Shajo with him and go to the monster world together. As he began to approach the portal, panels appeared around Chumo, recommending that he only set foot in the monster dimension after 10 registrations. The savior shattered these notices and proudly went straight into the face of danger. The monsters immediately smelled that they had visitors, identifying them as humans. The amphibian monster swept up, saying that the humans had invaded the Beast King's palace, and were not even hiding their strength either. As Chumo expected, the teleportation was not perfectly accurate, and he was already surrounded by monsters. But the monsters recognized this cultivator and gave way to him on the stairs due to fear. One of the monsters was angry that they were letting him pass instead of killing him. But one of the monsters declared that Chumo was the strongest savior of the earth, and attacking him was equal to suicide. Lord Xia pushed the monster away. She didn't expect to see a savior in her territories. Chumo said that he came to achieve peace. Lord Xia said they didn't need such a thing. The horned monster wanted to kill Chumo himself. But Lord Xia wasn't confident in his abilities. If the fight was in the secret territory, the monster would not be Chumo's opponent. But in his world, he is stronger. The monster immediately rushed into battle, while the protagonist stood calmly waiting for its attack. Chumo did nothing, but the monster that flew into battle so confidently was torn into atoms. The monsters didn't understand what had happened, but now they were even more afraid of attacking the strongest savior. Lord Xia realized that it was the power of the Lord who decided to interfere in Chumo's assassination. The strongest savior knew that the Lord could see and hear him. Therefore, he gave him a moment to think about it. Chumo gave him an ultimatum. Either the Lord would end the wars in the secret territories, or he would commit suicide. The Beast King said that the wars in the secret territories couldn't be stopped. They will only end when the winner is determined. In that case, Chumo told the Lord to surrender. This talk made Lord Xia angry. Chumo knew that the Lord didn't care that much about victory or defeat. Humans were not important. Monsters weren't either, and the war had no meaning. Even if the monsters won the secret territory wars, as long as the coordinates remained in the monster world, Only annihilation awaited them. The Overlord wanted to know Chumo's true goal. The strongest savior replied that he wanted peace. The Beast King did not want to hear this pathetic game. He knew that Chumo was trying to attract attention to cover for his accomplice who was already dead. Shaju had bought some time and confused the Lord. He had gotten as far as he could. Therefore, the protagonist decided to use a secret reward. A watch obtained in the fourth secret realm. A pocket watch, the item of the reward was used. Time around Chumo stopped. The protagonist didn't waste a second and immediately rushed forward to find the movement stone. In 0.2 hundredths of a second, he was at the displacement stone and tried to find its weaknesses. Chumo began to analyze the weaknesses of the crystal. At this time, the pocket watch was damaged by an unknown force. The watch began to crack. Such was the strength of the monster lord, he could resist it. As soon as the weakness analysis was completed, the protagonist rushed towards the displacement crystal. A single blow caused a small crack and reduced the strength of the crystal from 100 to 98. The crystal was quite strong and the clock would soon fail. Chumo had to speed up. On the verge of running out of time, the protagonist was throwing a flurry of blows at the crystal, just to be able to break it in time. Before the millisecond before the clock broke, Chumo had managed to break more than half of the crystal. The protagonist didn't have time. While he was breaking the crystal, a monster lord appeared behind him. He immediately attacked the hero, noting that humans always succumb to all sorts of tricks. But the stone of passage was not destroyed. The Beast King rejoiced, for he had stopped Chumo's plan. The savior was on the ground and said that his plan had succeeded. Now the monsters would not be able to cheat in the secret territories. Suddenly, the crystal exploded. The Lord had a chance to stop Chumo, but he hesitated for just a moment. The palace disappeared, and so did the Lord's power. The weak-level monsters couldn't understand how this happened. Lord Sia told the monsters not to panic, as the Beast King had created a separate little world outside of the monsters. The threat posed by the coordinates Chu had set up had been eliminated. Victory for the Lord. Strange rays covered the entire hall. This was the first time Chumo had seen such a thing, so he wondered. The Beast King rejoiced, saying that they were shards of the transition stone that had recovered. The Overlord thanked Chumo for trapping himself and giving him a chance to kill the strongest cultivator. In the next secret territory, he would not participate in the battle, so humanity was doomed to defeat. The protagonist was not afraid of death, as the coordinates would remain in the monster world. The monster lord was jubilant. The hall was already isolated from the outside world, so he was victorious. Chumo sensed that outside the hall was a void. The Overlord created a separate dimension and transported them there. Now the Beast King would be able to kill them and then throw his body into the barren land. And the coordinates wouldn't be able to locate the monster world. The protagonist knew everything. If the Lord could do that, he would already be dead. Perhaps, in order to recover the transition stone, the Lord is forced to stay in the dimension he himself created. The Beast King wasn't sure if anything would change if he killed Chumo, but he wanted to give it a try. He laughed and said that the Lord wanted to intimidate him and realized from the reaction what was happening with the coordinates. The coordinate Lord is a terrible invader who only sees the human world as prey. Chumo was in danger, and the Lord was 90% sure that he could prevent the coordinate transfer from happening. But the Lord did not want to take any risks, so he decided to make some kind of deal with Chumo. The protagonist was often treated unfairly. Contempt, insults, ridicule, misunderstanding. Chumo had no reason to save all of humanity. He only cared about his sister and close friends. The Beast King could allocate 10 million square kilometers for them to live in, and guarantee them and their descendants a safe and rich life. In return, Chumo must go to the barren lands and never come close to the monster world again. Those close to the protagonist could not stay on the land, because after the end of the wars in the secret territories, only annihilation awaited the land. The protagonist needed to think, so he first wanted to know about the owner of the coordinates and the real reason why the Lord wanted to destroy the land. The Beast King decided to tell the whole truth for the sake of a fair deal with the strongest cultivator. In order to receive the reward for registering, Chumo had to enter a dimension other than Earth and the monster world. Right now, he was in a separate small world, all of whose space was imbued with the power of the transition stone. The Overlord revealed that the invaders were called Echo Resonance. They prowl the barren lands, greedily devouring every world they meet in their path. The worlds they capture were eventually turned into a lifeless wasteland, but it wasn't easy for them to find their prey. The Echoes of Resonance set off a multitude of coordinates. Only a few of them reach worlds where there is life and attach themselves to some creature. The protagonist wanted to know why the resonance echoes didn't reach the Earth if there are coordinates on it. Coordinates alone aren't enough to pinpoint the Earth's location until the barren lands appeared. They became a path, or rather a staging point. Only by reaching the barren lands could they move from one world to another. But first, one had to find an item that corresponded to that world on the barren lands. For example, the object that corresponded to the land in the barren lands could be a small stone, an apple, or a rabbit. Only by finding this item would the echoes of resonance be able to reach the land. But there were also difficulties. The space of the barren lands was practically infinite, and the object that corresponded to the land was constantly changing. 1 second it could be a rock, the next it could be a rabbit. Isolated worlds were constantly changing. But if you link 2 worlds together, the objects corresponding to those worlds stop changing. The current wars in the secret territories were started by the Earth, and the coordinates were on Chumo. To link the worlds by secret territory wars and get 2 victims at once. That was the plan of the Echo Resonance. Chumo swept up that the wars in the secret territories were started by a spellcaster from the last millennium, a heavenly punishment. The protagonist believed that if it was an Echo Resonance plot, then humans and monsters should unite. Only by stopping the war in the secret territories and breaking the connection between the worlds could they escape the Echo Resonance. But the Lord said the monsters can't cooperate. Once the wars in the secret territories started and the worlds connected, the resonance echoes have already determined the approximate locations of the worlds. Even if they stopped the secret territory wars and separated the worlds, they still couldn't avoid an all-out search. There was only one way. Win the wars in the secret territories and seize the Earth's energy resources as fuel, and then flee the region as far away as possible. The Beast King swept that capturing the energy of the Earth would not destroy it or cause much harm to the humans. The Earth would be destroyed by the approaching echoes of resonance. The Overlord had said all he had to say. Now they had to make a soul contract. But Chumo did not choose to even think about this deal and immediately refused it. The Beast King used his magic and covered the protagonist's body with dense ice. He decided to temporarily seal the strongest savior. When the transition stone is restored, then the Lord will kill Chumo. At this time, the protagonist received the reward for the 6th day of registration. The concentrated dragon scale liquid would allow Chumo to conceal his combat power and greatly increase his defense. It took quite some time to recover the magical displacement crystal artifact. In such a complex mechanism, not a single shard could not be lost. It must be restored to its original form. The stone was almost restored, and the last shards were left to return it to its original form. Suddenly, a small shot followed from behind the Lord's back, which hit straight into the crystal. The protagonist climbed out of the ice and was rewarded for his 29th day of logging in. This time he had shattered the transition stone into even finer dust, and it would be nearly impossible to recover it. The Overlord was surprised, for not only had Chumo broken the seal, he had also tricked his perception. Every time he entered the secret territory, he would gain a new strength. It must be a coordinate mechanism that maintained the balance of power between humans and monsters. But the Lord didn't expect that even in this dimension he created, the coordinates could grant him power. The protagonist decided to test the authenticated method. To remove this dimension, otherwise his power would surpass the king very soon. Chumo knew that the Lord could not do that. If he were to remove the dimension, the shards of the transition stone would scatter everywhere, and it would be harder to recover. If the Beast King couldn't recover the transition stone quickly, the beasts might lose the wars in the secret territories. If the Beast King did not remove the dimension, he would lose to Chumo personally. Therefore, it was a stalemate. The Lord told the hero to name his conditions, what he wanted to solve this problem. Chumo reminded him that he wanted peace, for there must be another way out other than killing each other. Sacrificing the land so that the monster world could be saved was the surest way. It would be practically impossible to save both worlds. The Lord decided to add to the previous deal to increase the number of people who could move to the monster world to 20 million, but no matter what the Beast King offered, Chumo firmly refused his offers. The Lord had no other options but to engage Chumo and emerge victorious. The protagonist used the ability of the dueling arena, covering himself with a strong aura. The Lord's divine power began to disappear due to Chumo's unknown ability. The duelist arena was also called the Arena of Equality. It suppressed all strength except physical strength. Chumo and the Lord fought a fair fight in the melee arena, exchanging blows. The warriors continued to exchange blows, developing the duel stronger and stronger. The Overlord swept a good name for the ability. The duel not only suppressed all strength except physical strength, but also limited muscle strength to the limit. The Overlord thought it was a coincidence that the coordinates gave him an ability that was perfect for stalling time, all because the Beast King's plan was doomed to succeed. Chumo didn't care. He was even so unwilling to accept the Monster Lord's conditions. The protagonist had heard about the monster world from Air. He didn't want his sister to live in a world where the strong devour the weak, chaos, and blood cults. The Overlord could give Chu-yun power. In her territory, whatever orders and laws she established, all humans and monsters would have to obey them. Chumo did not trust the soul contract, for it had little reliability. The Lord added that he was making a promise as a god. The Cultivator had observed that what kind of god, such is the world. The chaotic and bloody monster world reflects his true nature. If he left, he couldn't guarantee the safety of those close to him. The Beast King could not let Chumo's strength grow any further. He decided to put his life on the line. There was no way to limit or contain the deadly poison that could easily kill even a god. Karma. Retribution enveloped Chumo's body, and it deactivated the equality arena skill. The golden pupils could no longer detect the opponent's weaknesses or identify them at all. The Overlord declared that no power could resist karma. No matter what strange abilities he used, he would not be able to stop retribution. Chumo had once again become a child. The guards held him down, and he swore that he would not run away again. The man in the cloak told the child to stay away from the forest, for it was dangerous outside the village. The man had to do everything, for his safety. But now it was time for lunch. Chumo and Chu-yun meditated, while a group of people looked at the man tied to the pole. The man wondered what they were going to do to him, and why he had been kidnapped. The cloaked man turned to the hostage Yan-yun, who was 38 years old. He had reportedly killed 6 people since he was 14 years old, committed 14 robberies and 10 rapes. Yan-yun deliberately changed his name and appearance, but he was found. He believed that these people were related to the victims. The man in the cloak didn't know Yan-yun or his victims, but his sins and fate would be determined by God. Yan-yun scoffed at the fact that these people considered children as gods, because he could snap their necks in 5 seconds. The man said not to disrespect the holy son and daughter, after which they were to give them a revelation. The god of sin was in agreement and had no objections. Tonight is the night to use instruments of torture and grant the sinner a quick death. Yan-yun called these people religious fanatics before his death at their hands. Many sinners have fallen at the hands of these mysterious people, lynching each time. The man in the green cloak drew the blood of the victims into a bowl and poured it on Chumo and Chu-yun. On an ordinary day of Ping'an village, after people woke up, the villagers were performing morning prayers, confessing their sins and cleansing themselves of their sins. After that, there was the erection of the altar and the carrying of resources, preparing for the annual ritual. Later, the reception of guests from outside the village. The hustle and bustle of the world disturbed the village. This happened every year. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there was time to rest. The ritual would soon begin, and the villagers would look at the children as food. Shu-yun thought that by taking advantage of the commotion caused by the escape yesterday, she had made preparations. The yacht that the guests arrived on was the only chance to leave the island. The Lord knew that this, the most dangerous moment for Chumo in all timelines. There is only one chance to act. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter had disappeared. All the villagers rushed to find the important figures. The guards were in an unconscious state, as if someone had put them to sleep. The man in the green cloak was angry that the children kept him busy and tried to escape on the last day. Suddenly one of the buildings caught fire. The man didn't expect it and barely managed to run out of the building. An old man whose house was caught in the flames was less fortunate, as he was crushed. An elderly woman fell on her knees and started praying, calling it God's punishment. All roads out of the village were blocked, and almost all buildings were blazing brightly. The dense smoke made the children gasp for breath, but they kept running as the boat was close by. The religious zealot was completely resistant to dialogue. The traps and fuel had run out. Chu-yun had no weapons, and it was difficult for her to resist a grown man. Chumo had to survive. At this time, the cloaked man caught up with the children and tried to stop them, but Chu-yun decided for sure that she would save her brother. Going to hell with the man. The flames suddenly went out. The place where Chu-yun found herself was not like a village. Shu-yun was there along with a man in a green cloak who thought that a sin god had appeared. The monster lord killed the man and turned to Chu-yun, who was still surprised. The girl thought that he also wanted to sacrifice Chumo, and tried to sacrifice herself in his place. But the Monster King's goal was to kill Chu Yun and make a deal with Chumo's future. Since the sister was the person Chumo loved the most, and that's why he refused the deal. If Chu Yun died, then Chumo would accept the deal. But the girl didn't understand why the Lord would do a bad thing. The Beast King replied that he was just helping the protagonist make the right choice. But as soon as he struck Chu Yun, a barrier appeared above her head that protected her. The Overlord noticed that the strength was completely the same as the one Chumo used. Therefore Chu Yun was the coordinate carrier, and after her, the coordinates passed to her brother. In front of Chu Yun's face, a registration system popped up that gave out many errors. The 30th day came, and the registration system gave out the Star Destruction skill. The Overlord swept that this was Chu Yun's body's warning, for she had just obtained the strength that Chumo had been saving up for months. Sister thought everyone was the same, for they wanted to use her with Chumo and bring her pain. Sister no longer listened to the Lord and immediately attacked him, but her attack was stopped. The Beast King had picked up on Chu Yun's impulsive nature, which was quite similar to Chumo's. Suddenly, the Beast King's entire body was covered in cracks of golden aura and enveloped him in pain. An immeasurable power was able to defeat the Beast King and shatter him into small pieces. The evil god died so easily in Chu Yun's opinion, but she thought that she would be next. But suddenly, she returned to the coast of the village, which seemed too strange. Chu Yun couldn't feel her body. The system informed her that she had died even though it looked different. At this time, Chumo came to his senses. He woke up and tried to find his sister, and now he had a headache. But Chu Yun made her brother happy as they were now completely safe and could return home. Later, rescue team number 18 found the survivor Chumo on the beach. There was only one survivor. The Sect bought 2 orphans, a boy and a girl from the orphanage every year, calling them the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter. For a year, they'd feed them on the blood of sinners. And at the end of the year, a feast was held where they were eaten. Among the guests were rich men and officials. It was said that eating their flesh brought divine blessing. The police didn't care. There are too many people who don't benefit from having this case investigated. That's why it was dismissed as an accident. Granny asked Chumo if he was going to rent his own place by himself, but he convincingly replied that he would be with his older sister. Even though she was a ghost, Granny pretended as if she saw her big sister. Since Chumo was not going to rent a place alone, the generous grandmother decided to give a discount. This month they made very little money. It wasn't even enough to pay the rent. People whispered behind their backs, and the regular customers stopped coming. Chumo said he wouldn't go to university, but would work. But Chu Yun convinced him that she had found a high-paying job. The protagonist finally came to his senses. Chumo told the system that this plan was not the best plan. Chumo's sister had never really died, and yet she was still alive. The system reported that Sister Chumo could not be seen or touched, although it had been done before. The system is capable of observing all things, and Chumo, as its host, determined Chu Yun's existence. The supreme god turned out to be dead. Space had collapsed, and it would become an eternal seal. The system wanted to seal Chumo since he didn't have the strength to unseal such a spell. The system praised Chumo as a host. It was interesting to watch him, but that was the end of it. 2 years later, the cultivators were barely escaping from the monsters while in the Libet village of the monster world. The monster called the cultivators too weak and easily cut the 2 men that wanted to live so badly. The other monsters also easily dealt with their cultivators that attacked them as well. The hunters and the monsters were in cahoots. The man gave the monster a hint that he could leave one alive who could be interrogated. Soon the monster came across a bunch of rabbits who threatened that they knew nothing. The monster picked up one of the rabbits and tried to force the information out, but the animals stood their ground. Then with a clenched fist he took the life of one of the rabbits. The head of the rabbits was frustrated and angry, but he couldn't do anything about the huge enemy. The rabbit had time to think, as he still had many friends. The monster could kill them all, one by one. The rabbits ran to Lord Air, who was almost a year old, but for some reason, she kept digging into that rock the whole time. Suddenly, the rabbits were grabbed by the hunters and remembered that Air was the beast that was hanging around Chumo. That could only mean one thing, that they were close to their goal. Chumo's sisters, Chu Yun, is a perfect queen cell carrier, and she is the corporation's priority. Monster Commander Air continued to smash the stones for a long time, but it was not unsuccessful. For finally, the pet finally reached the crystal that Chumo was sealed in. The amphibian monster finally found where the Monster Commander Air was hiding, noting that she was just as useless as before. The Minotaur called the humans cowardly, for to deal with Air, they had to attack as a whole team. The hunters said that Air showed great strength on Earth, But here she was quite weak. Chumo was the one special savior, but was it worth the risk to save him? Air was at the edge of her strength, but she had nothing at all to discuss with such a monster. According to the monster, those whom Air had protected were now suffering even more. Even her tame octopus had turned into octopus balls. Air swept up that her loved ones in this horrible world will never have a good life together. The monster admitted that Air was only tolerated because of her mission to infiltrate the earth. Air wanted to help her own, but she couldn't do it and hoped to the last for Chumo. The hunters stopped the monster from killing the monster commander, as they needed information. The rabbit said that Air had been in this place for a year. The hunter wanted to know what purpose she was here for. The hunter was only interested in information. For now the rabbits were alive, but if Air kept quiet they would die. The man had little patience, so he urgently wanted to know what Air was doing here. Suddenly a mysterious crystal came to his eyes that depicted a strange shape and beckoned to be seen. When the crystal released its power, the hunters realized that Air was staying here to break Chumo's seal. Finally, after sleeping for 2 years, Chumo's strongest cultivator had returned to the world once again. The hunters couldn't believe that Chumo was alive, but they had to pass on the news. The protagonist noticed that the corporation's hunters had also infiltrated the monster world, noticing that a lot had happened while he was asleep. Chumo immobilized his opponents. The monster wanted to find out from him what state the supreme god was in. When the monster learned the truth about the death of the Lord, he couldn't believe his ears. The protagonist wanted to know how the hunters had infiltrated the monster world, and whether or not the monsters had conspired with them. Chumo approached the hunter and put his hand on the hunter's face to find out the whole truth. The hunter revealed that the war in the secret world had been interrupted, space-warped, and opened a passage. The system began to dozens of times that the host had awakened early, activating the backup plan. The backup plan triggered, and it began to freeze all previous entry rewards. Chumo's body weakened many times over. He tried to fight against this loss of strength, but he was unsuccessful. Suddenly, the strongest cultivator's technique dispelled, and the hunters could move, so they decided to run away. The enraged amphibian monster decided not to run away, but to slay Chumo while he was weakened. Chumo's willpower is immeasurable. With just one will, he told the system to unlock him. Just a single burst of strength was enough to defend himself from the dozens of enemies around him. Every time Chumo activated the reward power, he would bring his death closer, a warning from the system. The rabbits dragged Chumo to safety. Even unconscious, a terrifying power was emanating from him. Soon, the strongest cultivator woke up. But he didn't understand why there were so many rabbits around him. Air revealed that this was the Labit village. But what was more important was Chumo's well-being, for he had slept for almost half a day. The day that Air had gotten to the ground, he had made him sign the familiar contract. From that moment onwards, she could always sense where Chumo was at. Chumo was ashamed that every time he was injured, Air received half of his injuries. This time, it was different. Now every time he used the power, a setback awaited him. Worst-case scenario, death. Chumo wanted to find a way to break the contract between him and Air so that she wouldn't suffer. But the monster commander didn't want to break the contract. If she were to take the damage, then Chumo would still be able to use his power. Air needed Chumo's strength. She needed the invincible Chumo to achieve salvation. With the disappearance of the strongest cultivator, the secret world war was stopped. Space distorted like a twisted rope and turned into a portal between the Earth and the monster world. With the help of the supreme monsters, the corporation destroyed Dongyun and the 4 great sects, and then took the Interworld Stone. They killed a lot of people. The survivors scattered. Some hid on the ground, and some fled to the monster world. The corporation and the supreme monsters believed that some terrible enemy was about to appear, one that would not spare either humans or monsters. Chumo wondered how they knew about the echoing shadow, believing that the supreme god had warned his supporters in advance. According to Lee Hanlon's investigation, in order to survive the disaster, the supreme monsters and the corporation had made an agreement. As a result, only a small portion of the monsters and corporation members will survive. All other creatures are doomed. Chumo was confident that he could stop this terrible enemy, but first he wanted to find his sister, Lee Hanlon and Yutong. They were very good at hiding, but Air had a lead. The rabbits were helping to shelter the cultivators. The hunters arrived on the spot and surrounded the 4 cultivators with no chance of escape. The little chairman told Yue Chen-yan that resistance was useless. They just had to tell them where Chumo's sisters were. Chairman Shui said that according to the secretary, the progress of cell retrieval and fusion had advanced significantly. It was all thanks to the recently caught experimental sample number 4. The man with glasses confirmed it. Its compatibility with the Queen's cells was as high as 80%, the highest so far. The drug was even tested on hunters. The effect was 3 times greater than the previous one. Chairman Shu remembered that the experimental samples caught earlier had a maximum fusion rate of 70%. This was quite logical, for the higher the compatibility, the more powerful the result. But there was one problem. The drug could only be synthesized in a laboratory. Production is extremely limited and expensive. Mass production was impossible. Shay didn't care about the price. Even a small amount would be enough for him. After arriving in the monster world, the hunters were strengthened due to the increased concentration of energy. But it wasn't enough. The monsters had no intention of attacking them, however. Their interworld stone had been destroyed. To escape the threat, they need the stone of the humans. But when the danger is over, and if the humans don't have a power equal to theirs, if the humans want the hunters to reach the level of the higher monsters, the scientists need new test subjects. Most of them have been hidden by the Dongyun Corporation. The most important specimen is Chumo's sister. Her predicted compatibility is over 95%. Shai said that every corner of the land was under surveillance. In the monster world, the hunters who received the cell injection had no trouble killing cultivators. The strength of the hunters was great. They defeated the cultivators of Yue Qian's group without difficulty. The little guy said that the effect of the number 4 drug was unbelievable. But now Yue Qian couldn't persist any further. The last cultivators were running out of strength, but they couldn't give up without one last fight. The chairman ordered the hunters to attack. He was sure that in the face of death, they would conspire. Suddenly, a huge rabbit burst into the epicenter. As it landed, it created a shockwave. On top of the giant rabbit's head was that Chumo and the monster commander Air. The chairman ordered to contact the headquarters immediately. We need to relay the information about Chumo's appearance. The 2 hunters were to evacuate the little guy while the others detained Chumo. The commander of the hunters recalled the bombs in the hunters' bodies, a penalty for breach of contract. So the hunters had no choice but to go all in and fight to the last man. But before they could take a single step, every last hunter was brutally slaughtered. By ending the battle in 1/100th of a second, Chumo would be able to minimize the reverse damage from the system. But in such a case, the force control would not be accurate enough. The protagonist accidentally ripped off the junior chairman's leg, but he didn't care about it. Chumo reminded Head Shu that he had once shown generosity and gave him a chance to survive. And now, in his absence, he dared to hunt down his sister. The strongest savior immediately noticed that Head Shu's body wasn't real, so he threatened him that he would soon find the real one. Suddenly, the little guy's body exploded, leaving no trace or clue to search for it. Had Chumo known about this earlier, he would have left someone else to interrogate, but now there was no choice. Shuyun was safe with Yutong. Only Li Hanlin knew her exact location. Li Hanlin was also in the monster world because they had come together to retrieve the interworld stone. The monster's plan was to avoid the impending threat. They want to use the Earth as fuel. Destroying the Earth will allow them to push the monster world away from its current location. But their peace stone is destroyed. That's why they need the corporation's stone. That's why the monsters and the corporation made an alliance. The corporation simply decided to emigrate to the monster world and destroy the land. After using the power, Chumo's side effects got to Chumo, and he started coughing up blood. Yue Qian wanted to heal Chumo, but he refused since it was just a side effect. The system repeatedly told the protagonist many times to accept it, for he would not be able to change anything. It infuriated Chumo that the echoes were so obsessed with devouring the land and the monster world, deeming them as locusts. Since 10 in the morning, communication with B bases B01 and B02 has been completely lost. Although the signal remains stable, the hunters didn't even think that the base had been attacked by cultivators, for the likes of them were fleeing at the last possible moment. The hunters were only able to talk briefly as the wall at their base was blown up. Chumo's hand ended up on the man's head. He was ordered to tell everything about the head of the corporation and the coordinates of the bases. Hunter didn't know anything about the head, but he quickly revealed all the coordinates. The protagonist was losing control again. His pinky finger was already starting to go numb. Soon he would stop feeling it altogether. Yue Qian was worried about Chumo's condition, but he reassured her that he would recover soon. He was about to move out to the next base, but Yue Qian asked him to rest. The corporation is willing to do anything to capture Chu Yun. The more bases he destroys, the safer it will be for her. Yu swept up that Chumo was only targeting the corporation, but there were also monsters as well. Air revealed to Chumo that they weren't really helping the corporation catch cultivators. To the monsters, they were never a threat. That was a fact. If the supreme monsters wanted to, they would find everyone in the blink of an eye. He didn't know what they had in mind, but it didn't matter. If Chumo destroyed the corporation as soon as possible, he would be able to protect his sister and obtain the Interworld Stone. Sue shared the information with Head Shi that Chumo had destroyed the bases in one of his spare bodies. Head Shi was already aware of the fact that the strongest savior had trashed 5 bases since morning. Sue considered it a disaster. All this time, they have been mercilessly killing cultivators and hunting down Chu Yun. Chumo hated them, and if he found them, they would be finished. Director Shi said that they weren't safe before, for monsters are not allies. Once they found the stone, they would kill the corporation first. But now the situation has changed. They have a common enemy. Chairman Shu turned to Lord Xia, noting that after a year, she was still just as gorgeous. Monster didn't need too much courtesy, and wanted to get right down to business with the chapters. Head Shi wanted to know how the process with the blood ritual was going. But Monster didn't want to divulge details as the corporation didn't want to share the Interworld Stone. Yu stated that they should know how much time was left until the ritual was completed, as Chumo had shot himself again. Director Shi pulled out the records, as Chumo had managed to destroy 5 of the corporation's bases. Head Shu added that if Chumo came back and the Supreme God did not, then the Supreme God is most likely dead. Madame Zhe got angry and struck at Head Shu, knocking him backwards. But he was a fake. The girl thought of it as a gift from Headmaster Shi so she could let off steam. Head Shi wouldn't anger the monster intentionally. He only wanted to share important information and warn of the impending threat. If things went to the worst-case scenario and the Supreme God died, then no one would be able to stop Chumo. Although Chumo had returned, he was also seriously injured in the battle with the Supreme God. It took the savior less than 5 seconds to destroy the 5 bases, but he coughed up blood and his pinky finger was bleeding. The main thing was to make Chumo fight to aggravate his injuries. He wanted to destroy all the bases. Sending the strongest monsters to defend would delay his fight. From then on, Madame Zia agreed to work with the corporation until they killed Chumo. The hunt for the corporation's cultivators became more and more active, but Yutong was victorious every time. One of the doctors raised a commotion as patient number 0 was able to move. Yutong immediately rushed over to patient 0 to watch Chuyun's movements. She had been in a state of anabiosis the entire time, but Chuyun's little finger on her right hand suddenly twitched. It was the 6th day since Chuyun's little finger twitched, and the 400th day of being in this world. There were more and more hunters looking to catch cultivators. If it wasn't for the pussycat that was leading the way, they would have been caught by now. That same cat even shared her fish sticks with the cultivators. The team's morale was rising slightly. Air was helpful, her friends helped Yutong. On day 405, things got worse. The supreme monsters hunting for them became more numerous. The attacks became more frequent. Pussycat died. The shelter had been opened. They were barely able to bury their comrades. The others ran on. They were caught up each time. They could no longer keep running, but no one knew the exact answer. The only good news was that Chuyun's condition continued to improve. Her arm was now occasionally twitching on its own. Chumo would probably be happy to hear about this. For day 408, Wang, Yutong's most loyal assistant, died. Before he died, he begged her for mercy, repenting for wanting to throw Chuyun off the cliff. Now everyone knows. Chumo has returned. That's why the monsters were so desperate to grab Chuyun. Yutong realized that the others were thinking the same as Wang. They too wanted to get rid of Chuyun. After all, before Chumo defeated the monsters, they might not be alive anymore. But when she offered to leave with Chuyun alone, they suddenly started urging her to stay. Yutong didn't know who to believe, but at least her assistants were useful. Alone, she wouldn't be able to take care of Chuyun. On the 410th day, the encirclement ring was shrinking. There was almost nowhere for them to hide. No more food, no more water. For 3 days, they had been wandering without an oasis. The gazes of their comrades became more and more vicious. Yutong knew what they were up to and wanted to stop them, but she couldn't. The endless battles had exhausted her. She was barely protecting herself and Chuyun. At night, a massacre broke out. They killed each other with stones found under their feet. Some died, some were satiated. Then a piece of bloody meat was handed to her. Yutong refused it. She tried to remember something lucid, but her mind was blank. On day 412, there was a large-scale attack. Yutong was sure she was finished, but Lee Hanlin brought help and saved them. Yutong was sent to Chumo on the way to him. Hundreds of reproaches were swirling in her mind. The girl wanted to ask many questions about her rescue, but when she saw Chumo in a wheelchair and with a still arm, all resentment disappeared. Lord Xia killed the demon that had merged with the tree, changing its appearance and color to red. The monster swept up that they were now using not only the lower monsters, but also some of the higher monsters. Although the 13 great clans had already begun to protest, Warrior was in agreement. Chumo was too dangerous. If the ritual could be completed early, even at the cost of sacrifices among the higher monsters, it would be worth it. 2 against 1 left the third monster no choice, but it would be up to Xia and the warrior to compensate the clansmen. It was rumored that Chumo was attacking too furiously. Over 90% of the bases had already been destroyed, but the monster's plan was working. The supreme monsters and the alliance continued to attack him wave after wave. Chumo's body was almost falling apart that he even sat in a wheelchair. The hunter units were defeated again and again by Chumo, but no monster units came to their aid. Huge explosions filled the battlefield. The strongest savior left no hope for victory. Head Shi asked the monster why they were stalling since the alliance was about to fall. The monster replied that help was on the way. The most important thing was that the interworld stone was safe where even Chumo wouldn't find it. Monster swept up that Head Shi had misunderstood him. They were allies, and there was no need for them to steal a precious relic. Reinforcements flew in front of the faces of the head and the monster, something that should attack Chumo. The monster thought it was worth deserting, for it would be suicide to fly to attack the strongest savior. But the others decided to attack, because Chumo's body was at its limit. We just need to hold on a little longer, because there's a huge reward. The protagonist was in a wheelchair and mocked the arrogant monsters who thought they'd kill him for the reward. The monster asked Chumo to stop being a hero, because he was now a cripple confined to a wheelchair. But without any difficulty, the protagonist rose from the wheelchair in a spectacular fashion, stunning the monsters. Chumo said that he had only had a little rest, and now he could stretch out. Soon, the strongest savior slew the flying enemies and a wave of side effect came over him. The huge spiders also decided to attack, for Chumo was at his absolute limit. The protagonist told these monsters that they were just meat for slaughter. The spiders didn't make Chumo try hard, so he calmly dealt with them. The elder wanted to know how the strongest savior hadn't fallen yet, and yet continued to fight. Chumo noticed a 2,000-year-old monster. Its combat potential was around 5 million, and it interested him. The monster said that weak monsters had simply lost the will to fight, so it was his turn. The old man revealed his more demonic form, stretching out his limbs and neck. Chumo dealt with the monster with a single blow, and the head of Shu and the head of Shi appeared in front of him. The heads wanted to agree. Shi even said that he wanted to deal with the monsters. But suddenly, Head Shi's words were no longer audible. His expression changed. There was not a single sound on his face. Chumo didn't realize what had happened at first, but it soon came to him. He had stopped being able to hear. Chumo felt sorry. He would have loved to chat longer. A flap of his hands caused a beam from the heavens to strike Head Shu and Head Shi, killing them instantly. Yue Qianyan and Li Hanlin were exploring the base. They were trying to find some secret object. But the traces of the interworld stone were in that base. Chumo had cornered the financial alliance. Head Shu tried to escape with the stone but ran into the enemy. Li Hanlin added that the monsters only cooperated with the alliance for the interworld stone. Now that they have it, their blood sacrifice ritual is nearing completion.